talkSPORT goals brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus, the gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Happy New Year. Thank you very much for joining us. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and as well coming to you on your smart TVs. It's Sunday, January the 4th. It is just gone 12:30. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, and alongside me for the duration of the show is to my right-hand side, Lee Phelps from William Hill. Abby Summers, fresh back off a holiday, looking like you just had a good couple of weeks in Dubai.
Do I look tanned?
Yeah, you're 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Thanks. Actually, as long as I'm tanned still, that's fine. I've been back a few days. It's very cold. Just had to make sure that very sure.
And also Scott Saunders as well is with us live in the studio. So the early game today in the Premier League is Leeds versus Manchester United. That just got underway at 12:30. So we're taking you through a busy day of football up and down the country. It's a different kind of Sunday today, isn't it? We got a 12:30 game in the Premier League. We've got 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League, a 5:30 game in the Premier League, and we've got a full bill of football as well today in the EFL. I'll bring you the T's and C's and all the details very shortly. But first, Scott, I'll come to you first. Leeds Man United just got underway, and it looks like a very defensive Man United team, doesn't it?
Yes, it does indeed. I think 8 defensive-minded players in there. Although, I think you've got to look at it really and think, well, what options does Ruben Amarim actually have? He's got 8 players who are either unavailable because of international duty with AFCON or 5 players out injured as well. And look, United have started with... We'll see how it turns out now. We're a minute in. What exact lineup he picks, whether Leach and Martinez maybe goes into midfield or something like that, or if he's just going to go 6 at the back. I don't know yet. We'll see. But Leeds on top at the start of the game, just trying to put United under a bit of pressure. Big game for United today to show up in.
Leeds versus Man United, Adam Rowe, we know it's a massive, massive game of football. It obviously is a big game of football for both teams, isn't it? It's very important for me to stress that very early on, not just for Leeds fans, for Man United fans as well. And there is a reason why I'm mentioning that, because Lee Phelps, you've received some social media hate, haven't you, over the last 48 hours?
Absolute muppetry from me. But one thing I must say, though, is that we can't, and I will say this on behalf of Leeds fans. I'm not one. We can't say United when referring to Manchester United, because they're both called United.
Is that
a thing that will anger Leeds United fans as well?
Yeah.
As you've discovered?
The main thing Lee said on the preview show, though, was he said it's a much bigger game for Leeds than Manchester United.
I still do stand by that historically, but I think if Leeds United win this game and they stay in the Premier League, where Manchester United are currently, I think things will level up over the next couple of seasons, because if Leeds can get a prolonged spell in the Premier League, then there's no reason why they can't be competitive against Manchester United. The point was that, all right, this rivalry may go back decades and decades, but during the Sir Alex Ferguson era, when they were winning Champions Leagues and Premier Leagues, Leeds United, once they went down from the Premier League, they were a Championship League One club. The fact that they still celebrate beating Manchester United 1-0 16 years ago to almost the day in the FA Cup tells you all you need to know, really, doesn't it? That was the point. But Leeds fans are very passionate.
It sounds to me like you're saying that it's a small mentality, small club. Leeds.
It's always been
big club. Leeds United.
I don't know. It's always been like a
she's back
thing, right?
So it's taking 3 minutes 45 seconds. Honestly,
just do my job, guys.
So Leeds versus Man United has just got underway.
By the way, I think Leeds United will win this.
Yeah,
Leeds to win. Both teams to score at 4-1 was my pick before the game. I think the atmosphere there will be absolutely ferocious. This is the game. Whatever we think about why it is or the whys and wherefores, this is the one that Leeds United fans circle in red when the start of the season comes. They have been looking forward to this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I think the atmosphere there, I wish we could hear it, but obviously we've got to have our own headphones in. It'll be incredible, and I don't think this Manchester United team, even at full strength, maybe have the backbone to withstand what will come at them today. And with the changes and with the players that they're missing, I think Leeds have got a great opportunity.
I think you're absolutely spot on. I'm running through the two teams. Leeds have got Lucas Perry in goal. It's a back 5 of James Justin, Bornau, Biol, Strauch and Goodmanson. The 3 in midfield will be Aronson, Gruev and Stack. Calvert-Lewin, we know in great form, rested at Anfield in the week, and Okafor lead the line. The Man United team looks weak. We know there's injuries. We know players away on AFCON. It's Lamans in goal. I think we're expecting it to be a kind of a normal back 5 maybe. Dallo and Shaw, the wing backs, Euro, Heaven, Martinez, Casemiro and Ugarte, Then the front three is Dorgu, Cunha and Šeško. Leeds have won just one of their last 19 Premier League games against Manchester United, and Manchester United have won their last 2 away league games against Leeds. They've never won 3 consecutive visits to Ellen Road before. That's goalless 4 minutes in. The 4 games at 3 o'clock: Everton, Brentford, Fulham, Liverpool, Newcastle, Palace, Spurs, Sunderland. The 5:30 game today is Man City versus Chelsea. 3 games were supposed to start at 12 in the Championship. Only 2 did start in the Championship because Sheffield United versus Oxford has been postponed because of bad weather. Parts of the playing service frozen. Sheffield United, Oxford postponed. Birmingham, Coventry starting today 9 clear of 3rd place Borough. Coventry 2-1 behind against Birmingham, and QPR starting the day 12th in the table, 5 off the playoffs. They're leading Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to nil. So it's Birmingham 2, Coventry 1, QPR 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Sheffield United Oxford has been postponed. One other game is supposed to start at 3 o'clock in the Championship has also been postponed. That's Portsmouth versus Ipswich. Diogo Dalot is set to launch a long throw into the box for Manchester United. A heighty one. Calvert-Lewin heads it away, and Ugarte looks to, well, maybe have a shot with his head there from outside the box. Scott, in terms of the team, is it a back 5 like I described it, or is it more of a 4-4-2 with Luke Shaw at left back and Dorgu on the left wing? It's kind of almost hard to kind of know what he's trying to do here.
Look, it's difficult because he could do a multitude of different things. I joked at the start he could play a back 6, and maybe we'll see that at some point. He could, as he did at Aston Villa, put Martinez into the midfield for an extra bit of ball quality. But the way that it has started out, the way that it looks like it is the usual. It's a back 3, back 5, or whatever it is. Dorgu's lined up on the right of the attack. Joshua Zirkzee left on the bench. That is an indication, I think, of what Ruben Amarim thinks of him and the intensity that he doesn't really bring it. So I'm not surprised to see him on the bench, even with the lack of players that United actually have in attack at the moment. We'll see how it transcends and how it goes throughout the game. But to be honest, I think the most important thing for me here, with the lack of quality that United have in this team in an attacking sense, they just need to match the intensity. Leeds have flown in with a few tackles early on, but United just having their first little bit of territorial dominance, I suppose is a too strong a word, but they're in the right area of the pitch. We just need to see United really take their chances today if they get them, because there's not many chances coming.
And they are matching up though, Sam. I mean, Dorgu's I thought he had a really good game against Newcastle, and he's already got stuck in himself a couple of times down the right hand side. It's quite scrappy as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
not a lot of quality on the pitch so far. It seems a bit like a cup tie.
Cunha!
Oh, he scores a goal! Offside.
A long ball comes forward. There's a flick on, and then Cunha volleys it first time and beats the goalkeeper. But the flag goes up. Binding launches a long ball forward. It looks like Šeško and Haven might be in offside position. It's Šeško who wins the header. It then comes to Casemiro, and then Cunha volleys it. And I think the offside flag goes up for Šeško, who looked just a bit offside. It looks like no one's really complaining. And yeah, the referee confirms they're offside. Šeško just a little bit too sloppy there, Scott, in terms of trying to come back into position.
Yeah, I think it came up quite quick, and yes, you should be onside in that position there. I don't think he touched the ball really, but he did impact the play actually going for it. I think the ball missed him, but it's a goodish start, better than I expected from United, really, being over the last few minutes that's a dangerous boot potentially. I think that United really need to try and quieten down the Leeds crowd as best they can, but could have really done with that going in. They just need to keep possession and keep calm and take their chances, like I said earlier.
Lee, this must be a hard game, I think, for the bookies to price up for a ball's kick, because we spoke a lot on this show about how so many of the teams, pretty much every team from 4th place down to 14th, can be so inconsistent. Mm-hmm. Can have days where they look really good and days where they look really, really bad. And this game, on paper, you think it's Man United. They've league position wise, they should be beating Leeds United. But when you take everything into consideration, are the odds maybe a little bit shorter together than perhaps what some people might think?
Yeah, and I guess what you've got to do with two well-supported teams as well is you've got to give both teams something to kind of get hold of in a betting context. Because Leeds United fans are going to want to back their own team. And the same with Manchester United fans. Traditionally, Manchester United are a lot shorter than maybe they should be based on form. Chance for Leeds.
Calvert-Lewin? Oh, they work it really nicely. Okafor into Aronson in midfield, who finds space, does well, plays in Calvert-Lewin, and from the left-hand side he gets played in, takes a touch, and then I think he tries to toe poke it with his right foot
Almost run out
from a
of space,
light
didn't he?
angle, from a tight angle. And yeah, that was almost. I mean, Aiden Heaven does well to close him down quite quickly. But again, I think if he could do that again, he might have been better off almost trying to open up his body on his left foot and trying to wrap the ball into the far corner, Lee.
Yeah, but Man United in play have been clipped in a little bit to 7-5. Leeds just under 2-1 at 15-8, and the draws 2-1. So it's really tight. All three results are backable. And the point I was making is that you kind of like, just from a purely bookie trading point of view, you get as much in the book as you possibly can, because you know that everything's going to get backed here,
right,
apart from the draw. The draw seldom gets backed in many matches. A bit like when, England are always a little bit of a false price in England to win major tournaments.
They're always favourites when the World Cup.
Yeah, so it's like, or they're shorter than they probably should be, because you'll take money on them, so you can afford to do that. But so far, pretty even. Chances at both ends. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is in the list of price boosts. It's Calvert-Lewin or Matheus Cunha to score the first goal at 5-2. Cunha's had 53 shots now on goal this season. He hasn't scored anywhere near as many as he should do, but he's right up there. I think he's only second to Erling Haaland in shots on goal. On target, 19, but only scored 3 goals. So his conversion rate is pretty poor. Calvert-Lewin's conversion rate, by the way, has shot up over, obviously, during this fantastic run that he's having. But it's barely had. When you look at his shots on goal compared to goals, it's unbelievable, really. And you keep seeing on social, don't you, that positioning of when he scores his goals, and it's just like a little line. It's like unbelievable. It's great centre forward play, isn't it? And they've got a system. It's almost like a kind of a cheat code, isn't it, for Leeds at the minute with Calvert-Lewin? And he almost scored at Anfield, Sam. I mean, he did score, but it was offside. But he came on, and it was only marginally offside, wasn't he? So he's in great nick. So yeah, if you want to back him to score, his prices are there on the website.
Abby, you always notice a big game, like when you look at the camera angle here and you look at the fans on the other side of the pitch in the first 10 rows.
Yeah.
The fact that every single one of them is standing up in a home game.
Oh yeah, you love that.
That's like when you away days, everyone stands. But the fact that all the home fans there in the front rows are standing, it's got that big game. That's a niche thing that for me shows how big this game is.
Well, also, like Lee said, this is Leeds' biggest game of the season. It is. It's not even.
It's unquestionable. It is.
That isn't even me digging or anything like that. This is Leeds' biggest fixture of the season. They hate Manchester United. There is a long-standing rivalry there between the two of them, and they haven't been able to play as many games as they would have liked to play against them over the years, because they obviously haven't been in the Prem. So this is the game that they're bang up for. I don't even know why you'd get so much hate.
No, I think it was.
Social media, Abby, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
come on.
I think it was because I suggested it was one way, and it kind of was.
Anyone can get a Manchester United. I'm not being funny.
Also, Man United have got Liverpool and Man City that have been there in the Premier League every single year for all the time.
This is huge.
I don't think it's as
It's huge for Leeds.
And also, Lee, I'm not being funny, mate, but grow up a little bit and get on with it. Do you know what I mean?
Me or them?
No, you. Coming in here moaning and crying.
Shut out the noise, man.
Can I, Scott? I wanted to actually ask you about Manchester United, because we've gone from someone, Ruben Amarim, who will, live and die by his formation, and he would never change anything. And it just seems in the last few weeks he's actually changed quite a lot.
He hasn't changed today, but he has, yeah.
Sometimes changing
the
mid-game.
Newcastle first half, for example, and the Bournemouth game where United were playing just with a back four that you could actually see. Patrick Dorgu might be in here.
Long ball forward to Patrick Dorgu, and he's overhead it a little bit. Patrick Dorgu now gets possession, and the offside flag goes up, Scott.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of talk about officials at United in the sporting department and reports over the last few days them being a little bit dissatisfied with what they're seeing, and there's talk of contention about. Remember when I think Marco Silva talked about at the start of the season how he knew to play against that back three?
Yeah.
It came out at the start of the season.
Did you read the piece in the Mail yesterday?
Yeah.
It was a really good piece in the Mail about the Chester.
And obviously, there's been some suggestions, even dating back to just before the Wolves game or around that time in the first one in December, that they were not entirely satisfied. And there's been talk since then of maybe pressure on him to go and change. Although Amarim has always kind of said that, as much as he said that the Pope won't make me change, he's always kind of suggested that at some point down the line, that formation that he uses could be morphed into something else. So I think what he's been trying to do is teach them the fundamentals and the basics in a certain formation, only to when they get the hang of it, this is my understanding of it anyway, to have those players move into different positions and be flexible for certain parts of the game and know where to stand, know where to be when you're in possession, that kind of thing. But we've had it in the last month. He's changed, but I think for me, we watched the Wolves game the other day, didn't we, at Old Trafford? And I was quite disappointed in how Amarim had just given the keys to Wolves by playing a back five. Dorgu worked on the right side. He switched him back to left back, and Wolves were unlucky not to win at Old Trafford the other day. So there's a lot of contention about it, really. Fans are not happy with it. And the fact for me, we've had loads of conversations over the past year or so about me thinking it's not that big of an issue, the formation that is. But now that he has indicated some willingness to change and has moved back to it, and you had that Wolves performance the other day, I'm like, what is actually going on here? Is there some kind of like dissension in the ranks? Are they disagreeing? Because Amarim see the press conference he did on Friday as well, and there was an embargoed version which came out Saturday night as well. He ain't happy at all. So I don't know.
We spoke a lot about the formation, haven't we? And you've said you didn't think it was a big deal. I think it's a really, really big deal. I think it's really important for a head coach to set his team up in the best possible way to win games of football. And I have never professed to be a football tactical genius, but I think watching a lot of Man United over the last year, it seemed in particular in that midfield two. That's the big problem for me. It's the midfield two and the two that you play in there, and Bruno and Casemiro normally, right? They always seem to be outnumbered game in, game out. And again, it's so obvious to see. Most teams play a 4-3-3 and they've got the extra body in midfield. We've seen them play the same system for pretty much the best part of the year, right? And I've never really watched Man United and could see signs of improvement, sort of patterns of play. And again, you go back to Arteta coming in Arsenal in the first year. Results weren't great, but he stuck with the system and you could see what he was trying to do. And you could see... You believe with better players, they get better results. And with Manchester United, I think this system isn't working. And the fact that we're a year in and he keeps playing the same system game in, game out, that's something I cannot get my head around. But that piece in the mail, Šeško could be in here. He gets the shot away, really good defending. That bit in the mail there is an interesting one when you've got current managers and current players openly saying, we knew what United were going to do. It was easy to play against. Yeah. I'm not surprised that people at the United hierarchy are looking at that, listening to that, going, hang on a minute, we're Man United. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, but whatever's happened, like he's gone with that, his preferred formation today. Like for me, the big thing for me is the midfield. You've talked about it as well. You think you need three in there. And I do agree with the midfielders that they currently have. But I think Amarim was desperate to get a midfielder in the summer. Like, there's more links again with Carlos Baleba over the last 24 hours.
Someone that can run as well.
Someone that can run. This is the big thing for me. You need energy in there. You need, like, ability to dribble, carry the ball, to tackle in there. And United don't have it at the moment. And I think, for me, Amarim thinks that is fundamental to this system actually working. And he hasn't been given that by the football club. They went instead and bought, like, Benjamin Sesko, for example. I think there was a big...
that was an area that you did need to strengthen, though. And
I suppose the argument that you can say is, like, if Sesko had scored 12 goals already this season, United would probably have better results, right? But he hasn't. He's got 2 so far in the Premier League. So they've taken a gamble and got in a new striker. I think when everybody's available, the attack is better, but that midfield area is still a massive concern. Like Amarim's trying to juggle this thing of making sure that he's not seen as weak by the players by caving into pressure, but also trying to imprint like a system and an idea that he believes will work eventually down the line.
And he's responsible for setting the team up, gaming, every single game to make sure they got the best possible chance to win games of football. And I'm sorry, but that thing there is he's too proud to change. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. His job is to go game by game and give United the best chance of winning games of football. And I don't believe for a single second that's what he's doing at the moment. Do you think, Scott, with that piece in the Mail, with Ruben Amarim's press conference, with there being, boos in the Wolves game in particular from the match-going fans who are normally quite supportive, murmurings maybe of, United hierarchy, not sure. Do you think the moves maybe changed a little bit in the last kind of week or so too? We're backing Ruben Amarim, we're singing a song game in, game out, to maybe now for the first time it is a little bit like, if you get a turnover today, the pressure's really going to ramp up from inside the football club.
I think we might. I'm more convinced now that there's a little bit of disagreement in there. Maybe some disagreement at times can be good. Like if you're trying to do something and trying to achieve something, you don't want to, just have yes men in there. You do need a little bit of that. But for me, the way that he conducted himself, maybe he's just having a bad day, I don't know. But he did not look very happy on Friday at all. And I think he was speaking to a journalist about like the system, and he didn't want to
transfers maybe as well. Do you think
transfers maybe as well? Yeah,
he's been told that he's not getting back in January.
Could be. Yeah. Ultimately, I'm speculating on this, but Amarim, you usually see him no matter how bad things are going.
He's quite chirpy and quite chatty, isn't
he? He is jovial, and this before a game he was not happy at all. So I don't know whether he just caught him on a bad day. He might be frustrated at the questioning, like that continually comes out in the same questions every week. He's also got 8 players out injured, injured or on international duty as well. And 5 of those players today really. Like Mbumo, Ahmad, Mason Mount probably, Bruno Fernandes, and like Mainu, maybe not him, but like he would be on the bench as an option to come on. That's like most of United's attacking threat gone in like one fell swoop all at the same time. Is a little bit of bad luck in it for me as well, that these injuries have come at the same time as this tournament's going on.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want to like go and say something is definitely changing and something is definitely going on. Ultimately, though, I think that the metrics have been the same since the start of the season. Amarim's MO is to get Europe. With the squad that he's got, get Europe. Fans need to believe in something as well, but if they finish in the top 6 or get Champions League...
I know that Chelsea have just parted ways with their manager, but I think that is a different situation
absolutely
to other football clubs. But I think Amarim under pressure, Frank under pressure, maybe not so much Arne Slot to the same extent, but during that bad run, there was talk about him. I think while all of these teams are in the race for top 4 football, which everyone is because it's so tight and everyone's so inconsistent, and I think due to that's a really, really good piece of defending there from Luke Shaw at the back post. A long ball came in from the left-hand side, and it was one of those for the left back where it's coming over his shoulder, and he's got Leeds defender running in, and he does really, really well, Luke Shaw, who's not the biggest of players, to win that header with all of the clubs in the race for the top 4, and no one obvious out there. Like I think Amarim, Frank, and Slot. Like I definitely think they will get into the end of the season, and then I think teams can take stock again in the summer. Was that what you said?
Yeah, I think probably at this point. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about Tottenham in more depth later.
We've got a long show today,
so enthusiastic.
We might have a little 5 minutes.
Let me just. I'd rather not talk about them until we absolutely have to talk about them.
Let me just check the running order. Tottenham. And also there's this thing as well that's happening today. This crazy thing where you're playing at 3:00.
Oh, it's crazy.
So you might have to mention Spurs when I don't actually know what's 2-0 down at home.
I don't know why it's so painful that I've actually got to sit and watch them as well.
I know.
I don't want to talk about them now. Let's wait.
Scott had to sit in this seat on Thursday and watch Man United draw home to Wolves. But hey, Wolves did beat West Ham yesterday, didn't they?
Hey, I told you they weren't as bad as they looked.
I know.
It is West Ham, right?
Would have been worse. You could have watched Brentford against Spurs as well.
I cured that was.
God. Anyway, we'll save Spurs chat. I was going to just say to you, Manchester United. I mean, it is incredibly close. Like, in terms of top 4,
7 points separate 4th to 14th.
It is. And if you think about where Manchester United were last season, you would actually argue there has been an improvement. You're now sitting 6th in the table. You are not in a relegation battle like last season. So there has been more positives.
Nobody's happy though.
But no, you're not happy because it's so far away from what Manchester United is and what we know Manchester United to be.
Because this team should be better as well. It should be.
But you say that. Do you know what? I look at Manchester United and it doesn't put any remote fear in me. And this, I mean... Well, this is coming from a Spurs fan who still beat you 4 times last season. Lost 22 times and still managed to beat you 4 times.
That was a.
But I don't think your squad. I don't think your squad is anywhere near it. I really don't. I think around European spots of like Europa League is probably about right for Manchester.
So if he did change to a 4-2-3-1, then how much further up the table would they be?
I think if you had a system where I think Mainu played alongside Casemiro and Bruno would often come in to make a 3, I think you'd be harder to play through and harder to break down. I'm not, but also another thing as well to throw into all of this, right? Well, I'm normally someone that's quite patient with managers and give them time. I'm with Amarim, I'm not having him. But to make all of this a bit more confusing, despite all the criticism of Manchester United, you do look at the league table and you see Man United 5th. And you think, what? But also, hang on a minute. How is that right?
Have also had 1 game a week. You know, you think about it. They went out of the club to Grimsby. Again, you had your moment in the Sunderland. They've gone out to Grimsby.
He's given up on Grimsby
in August. Like they've had 1 game a week since then. So you would say if you're looking at every other team that is below them, with respect to
everyone's playing 3 games.
Everyone else is playing 3 games a week. Or if you've got a newly promoted side, Manchester United should be at the top of that pile with the team that they have. Even if I personally don't think it's such a brilliant squad, I think that what Sam was saying in terms of your midfield, if you had Cobby in that and you had a different formation, I think you do automatically look a little bit steelier in midfield. I mean, there are so many games we've watched you, and there is just no midfield. It's 1 through pass, 1 through ball, the whole way through your midfield, and someone's in.
It depends, though, on the application. I come back to this all the time. I think the attitude so far that they've displayed has been like they've looked pretty up for it.
I think United started well in this game.
Yeah, they've matched Leeds so far, but quite often is the case where they...
This is a relegation threatened side, by the way. Who they've
Leeds have just they went to Liverpool the other day and they were maybe unlucky not to win there. They've beaten Chelsea.
Yeah, been on a good run, Leeds.
They're
decent, not amazing, but decent.
Since Farkas changed his formation,
on them.
Yeah,
which is decent, isn't it? But they're not winning every game by any stretch.
No, but I think it'd be harsh there.
All I'm saying is that you shouldn't be shouting about Man United competing against Leeds. They should be competing against Leeds, given the fact that they're in 5th position.
They should be. But like I'm talking about, you saw how Sunderland lived with Manchester City the other day by the way that they applied themselves to the game. Often, when United play against teams that they are expected to beat, they don't have that level of fight in them, which is a pattern. Ooh.
Handball! Oh, a corner came in. Leeds won the header. And as Šeško tried to clear, it bounced off some part of his body before he booted it away. As you'd expect, all the Leeds players and fans appealed for a handball, but Šeško didn't look too worried.
I think that was very harsh on Leeds just then, by the way. I think
Yeah.
if you have a look at what their last 5 fixtures are, you've got 2 draws against Liverpool in that. You've got a draw
Chelsea.
against Brentford. You've
Beating
got
Chelsea.
beating Palace as well.
And Chelsea in there as well?
Sunderland. Like
He just doesn't like that they've come for him on social.
Palace out of form. Chelsea lost the manager because it was so bad in December.
Maresca was manager of the month
results
at the time,
Liverpool
you know?
results. Well, he was, but then it started to go a bit sour since then, hadn't it? Sunderland have lost all the players to AFCON, so you can temper it a little bit. I don't think they're on an amazing.
You're not going to endear yourself with any Leeds fans.
They're on a good run, I think.
But what I'm saying is,
the thing for Man
United need to have that level of fight in them every single week, and that is my issue with them.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's not Villa-like form, is it? That's what I'm saying. You know, before I know, but it's not amazing. We shouldn't overhype the fact that they've gone unbeaten. It's really good for a relegation-threatened team. On Man United, goals are the difference, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're right up there in shots per game. They're right up there with the best teams in the division. If Šeško, 75 million quid, was it? I mean, like you look at
If you round up all the fees, if you include it.
No, well,
But that's what we do.
But that's the difference. I mean, and he's not the only high-profile, expensive import this season who hasn't performed, by the way. But you know, he has to do better. And,
He does.
But
Yeah, he
you
does.
look at Leeds, what they've done with Dominic Calvert-Lewin. They've changed the system is suited to him. That's why they find he will be in this spot. You find him, he will score, or he'll have chances. Why don't they adopt a system that actually gives them goals? Because I haven't got it to hand, but Brian Mbeumo is probably your top scorer.
yeah.
I think he is. Yeah.
What's he got? What, 4 or 5?
6.
Half a dozen, maybe, yeah.
6. So it's not like you haven't got that player who's really, scoring goals week in, week out. I was looking at the conversion rate. Šeško, 27 shots on goal. He scored 2 from 13 on target. That's 7% conversion rate. Look at Dominic Calvert-Lewin, 34 shots on target. He scored 8 goals from 11 shots on target. That's
a big difference.
Unbelievable. 23% conversion rate, shots to goals. That's because they put it right in there and he just has to tap it in effectively. It's not rocket science, is it?
We're saying this. I think United are the 3rd highest scorers in the Premier League.
And just on all your side, I know Šeško hasn't had a good start, and Bremer's had a really good start. But Cunha's numbers on paper aren't great. But one thing I love about Matheus Cunha is good player, clearly, but you've seen immediately in the first 25 minutes, Matheus Cunha wants to drop deep, he wants to get the ball, he wants to pick up, he's direct, and I think United for a long time, and it was a bit of an easy thing, but they have lacked, I think, characters.
Absolutely.
And players
Totally.
are brave and bold.
Absolutely.
And you can see with Cunha, he wants the ball, he's a confident guy, and I know his numbers haven't been as good as Mbeumo, but I think the early signs of Cunha at Man United are positive as well.
Yeah, I think both of them, to be honest. Like, people are getting on. Like, for me now, right, Cunha's come in with that attitude, and I think he has to be commended for it. He's come in and he's willing to take this responsibility on his shoulders. But now you've got Mbeumo out, you've got Bruno out, you've got
Mount's not playing today.
Mount's not playing either. So now, more than ever, United need a player like this to step up. United need a player like this to step up on days like today and actually pull them through this period where they don't have those players available.
But you look at that team and you think if someone's going to get you anything, it's going to be Matheus Cunha today, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's goalless then. Leeds 0, Manchester United 0 in the 12:30 game in the Premier League today. Manchester United are unbeaten in their last 25 Premier League games against promoted sides since a 4-1 loss to Watford in November 2021. That was the game, wasn't it, Scott? Where Solskjaer got sacked in, not long after that. There are a couple of half times in the Championship. These are 12:30 kickoffs. Coventry starting the day 9 clear of third place Borough. They're 2-1 down against a Birmingham team who are not in good form. Sheffield Wednesday, we know, are struggling on -7 points. They're away at QPR today, who start the afternoon 5 of the playoff places. And at half-time, QPR find themselves 1-0 up. Borough scoring after 14 minutes. QPR are winless in their last 5 league games against Sheffield Wednesday, but are 1-up today at half-time. Coventry, meanwhile, looking to complete the league double over Birmingham for just the 4th time. In League 1, it's Bolton 0, Northampton 0, Lincoln 3, Peterborough 1. In League 2 at half-time, MK Dons 2 up at home to Chesterfield, Cheltenham 0, Crawley 0. 28 gone at Ellen Road, Leeds 0, Man United 0. Talking of teams that are struggling, let's talk, shall we, a little bit about West Ham, because we know they're in bad form and it went really bad yesterday. They went to Wolverhampton Wanderers and got beaten pretty convincingly. Wolves picking up their first victory of the season, winning by 3-0. So West Ham still obviously inside the bottom three in 18th place from 14 points. They're 4 points behind Nottingham Forest and with a worse goal difference halfway through the season. Abby, this is becoming now a full-blown crisis now for West Ham.
I think they've been in crisis for quite some time, really, since David Moyes left, in all honesty. The grass is not always greener, and for some reason, I don't know if West Ham fans think that they are just a bigger club than they are, or if they should be more successful than they are, but I think that the way that they treated David Moyes at the end was shameful after everything he did for them and what they achieved with him. I mean, for them to win a trophy was so massive. And okay, they can say it went stale, and fine, maybe it did go a little bit stale, but I think hindsight's a wonderful thing. Lopetegui was a complete nightmare. I'm missing one in between. Am I not?
Graham Potter.
Thank you, Graham Potter. Again, pointless. This is a complete car crash. And I just think for West Ham, I mean, obviously as a Spurs fan, I'm enjoying it because I don't like West Ham. But, they're winless in 9. I mean, I think the last time they had a record this bad was actually the season they got relegated. And you don't see that anything is going to change. I have to say with Wolves, I know obviously they've been rock bottom of the table, but some of the performances that they've actually put in over the last few months, I think they've been unlucky actually, that they hadn't actually managed to pick up more points than they had. So that is something that could now change. But West Ham, whenever I have watched them, they have been diabolical to watch. It's also just like kind of the lack of effort as well I see from them, and just again squad wise, I mean, if you take Bowen out of that, I mean, there is just pretty much nothing there. And I think a few years ago, when you did look at what they did in kind of the Conference League, their squad was a little bit more.
That was a good team.
It was a good team, especially by West Ham standards, and that's kind of all fallen away. I don't know what West Ham what West Ham do next. Do you then go and have a third manager this season?
I think Nuno's a good manager. I think Nuno's a good coach.
Yeah.
I think Nuno in his time in the Premier League at Wolves and obviously at Nottingham Forest has proven, but he's a good coach. Lee's come forward there.
I actually think it's more about West Ham than it is about Nuno.
I think so. So I think this ultimately comes down to the board. It comes down to I think really bad recruitment over the last couple of seasons. The stadium, everything. Really, lots of things in our football club has been messy. One thing I have sympathy for West Ham fans, the situation they're in right now, but I do agree with you that the David Moyes kind of hounding him out felt bizarre. That David Moyes took West Ham to 2 sixth place finishes and obviously won them a trophy. And you say things kind of, I think your phrase was, things went stale there.
A lot worse than stale now.
I felt like I was surprised at how kind of quick. I remember doing a game away at Brighton for talkSPORT early in the season, and they didn't have a good start to the season, and West Ham fans were chanting against the manager. I remember being like, you've come, European places last couple of seasons, won a trophy. So I think they got that wrong.
They got that so wrong.
Since then, the recruitment's been awful. The lack of investment's been poor. I had West Ham just finish outside of the bottom 3, mainly because of Jared Bowen. He's doing okay, but you look at that team 1-11, there was nowhere near enough quality, and I think the people above the manager and players are getting what they deserve through making bad footballing decisions over the last couple of years.
I mean, I genuinely believe that I think a lot of West Ham fans were very. Stale is the word that they used. A lot of them were very much, they wanted David Moyes out of the football club.
The style of football to be the dream.
But you know what? The style of football, in terms of what they were playing, was actually winning you games and putting you in a very good position. That's also, when we talk about formations, we can talk about Tottenham in terms of their style of play. We can talk about United as their style of play. If you're winning games, no one cares. No one cares, in all honesty. You can play boring, pragmatic football. You can be not very nice to watch and sexy on the eye if it means that you're actually going to win games. If you're not, then that's when it's the biggest problem of all. And I think with West Ham and West Ham fans, again, they just had bigger dreams, bigger desires, and actually what really that football club can deliver and can bring. And I think that what the board can match, the board can't do that. And the board has always been a massive problem at West Ham. It's not something that's just happened. But I think the decision making and player recruitment is really stinky at West Ham as well.
You look at that team now. I don't know how you see it, but you take Jared Bowen out, and Lucas Paqueta has been someone who's been in bad form now for 18 months, 2 years.
Yeah.
It's a team lacking. It looks like a championship team, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we said this the other week, didn't we? That we've been talking about how attacking wise they have got some quality in there, But when you look at the defensive record, that's where you've got to look. It's just, I mean, they're talking about in the transfer window, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of days on talkSPORT about them looking at attacking players. They need defenders. I mean, they've got, if they can have a solid base, they need they will score goals because they've got quality in the team. But at the moment, I think all they're looking at is, you look at this West Ham team, look at the defensive record currently. They've conceded 41 goals. Yeah. That's the worst in the Premier League. Wolves have only conceded 40, 39 Burnley. This is a problem, isn't it? They've scored 21 goals, so they've scored more goals than Forest, Burnley or Wolves, but conceded most of all. They need defenders. They need a solid base to go from, and
then they spent
it's too late.
$40 million on Max Kilman.
It's too late, though, isn't it? It's too late for them.
He's been really poor there.
You can't change defensively. If the manager isn't changing it after 13 games, Nuno's been there.
Roughly that, yeah.
14.
It's not.
14 points from 20 games.
It's not going to change, is it?
Nuno's meant to be the guy that came in and steadied the ship.
Oh!
What a moment for Leeds United. There was a brilliant ball whipped in from the right-hand side. And you just saw Calvert-Lewin time his run to perfection, unmarked, in the box, met the ball. Daniel Farke's got his head in his hands, and that header just hits the post. And I think United in the first 20-25 minutes, Scott, started well, but the best chance of the half falls to Leeds. And again, it's in that kind of 6-yard box area.
Put it there. It's like put it there, and he'll get there. He'll be there somewhere.
Can't believe that.
It's so close. It's just like an inch or two away from just deflecting inside the post, isn't it? But yeah, look, he's the man, isn't he? In terms of the betting on the game, if you can still get a price on him to score in the match. Him to score the first goal is 11-2. That's Dominic Calvert-Lewin, by the way. First yellow card shown about 2 or 3 minutes ago. It's Doug who had a foul on Calvert-Lewin. They've just, in the last 5 or 10 minutes, they've just started to go a bit more direct Leeds through the middle of the park, finding Calvert-Lewin, holding it up. He puts it out wide. Okafor and others linking up with him really well. So it's no surprise that suddenly they just seem to be on the getting the upper hand. Back to West Ham, they've drifted slightly in the relegation market. They were 1-4 yesterday, 1-3 now, which I know doesn't sound like much of a change, but you wonder if that's because the rumours around Nuno maybe going. They're saying Bilic is in the wings, waiting in the wings. The rumours are he's 1-3 to go, be the next Premier League manager to go. Nuno, yeah.
Jacob Steinberg, who I think is well connected with the club. Nuno Espírito Santo is in danger of losing the support of West Ham squad because of concerns over his man management and tactics. It's understood that the mood on the stadium is rapidly deteriorating. Do you think that will be? If you think with this kind of form they're in, they've got to change something.
Well, maybe it's going to be a kind of a trending idea that since Martin O'Neill came in and steadied the ship at Celtic, maybe more clubs will look to get someone in for a club legend in to get a bit of a bounce. Because Nuno had no honeymoon period, did he?
No.
I mean, they won 2 games.
The first 2 games, didn't he? Or 2 of his first 3 games.
They were quite winnable. Yeah, he won
home
a couple.
Games, yeah. I think Burnley was 1 at home. Yeah.
It didn't feel like much of a kind of uplift, though, did it? And then since then, they've been his record is no better than the previous manager. No. So you're kind of like, what is he going to do with that squad? But at the end of the day, you have to look at the players, don't you? And if the players are losing, if they're saying that the players are not happy with his tactics and his man management style, well, were they happy with the previous manager? Is it maybe time the players look at themselves in the mirror?
The problem is, Lee, that you can't sack a squad of players.
Absolutely.
Trust me, I'd like to do it with my own, but the buck will always stop.
Start again.
I'd love to and my club personally, I'd love to just rip it up and start again. But you can't do that. The buck will always stop with the manager. I feel bad for Nuno because obviously he built so much.
He inherited a mess.
He inherited a mess.
He inherited a bad team. Yeah. And a mess of a football club.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that when you look at his time at Forest, what he had managed to build with them,
and Wolves as well.
And Wolves, yeah. There's random jobs that have dotted in between Nuno's career, which again we just forget about his time at Tottenham, and that's fine. But he is a good manager, and I think that. It's a shame for him, I think, personally, how it ended at Forest. I know he obviously wanted out by the end of it, and he made that very, very clear by what he was obviously saying against the hierarchy, against Marinakis. But I think it's a shame because I would have liked to have actually seen what he could kind of kick on and do with Forest. And obviously West Ham go to Forest, is it, on Tuesday?
Yeah, massive game, yeah.
Huge game. Huge game.
This is a little bit cheeky, but it's that there's no coincidence that of the clubs that he's managed, 3 of them are in the bottom 4. And Tottenham are also struggling.
Wow.
Is it a coincidence?
We can't.
That's really hard.
Is it coincidence?
We can't put that on.
I don't think you can put
I can't put
Wolves struggling now on Nuno, can you?
Just completely. I don't know.
Well, can you explain to me why Wolves being bad now has something to do with Nuno?
I'm just asking. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying if that was a one-off.
Just a coincidence.
But is it just a pure coincidence
He
then?
hasn't been at Wolves for like what, 8 years?
Yeah.
7, 8 years.
And
He hasn't been at
Spurs,
Spurs for
6
6.
years,
I think the idea
less than that, but
when Nuno came in, the idea with him is to just steady the ship. That's the kind of guy that he is, right? He's done it. He's
So is
got
he
a good
just a
record of
manager
it.
who goes to poor clubs? Because Forest
well,
weren't.
that's what he does,
He
right?
brought Forest.
What he did with Wolves and where he took Forest from where they were to where he got them to. Like, that is the kind of job that I think West Ham were expecting out of him. You know, stabilise things and just make them hard to beat.
But
you can
then
nick
longer
points.
term, like he got Wolves and Forest into Europe,
I think it's kind
which
of.
is seriously impressive, right?
Exactly.
So maybe he
better role,
overperforms early on, and then they
Possibly.
sink back to their normal
Well, I think-
level.
I think
But
if
to
he
be fair
goes-
to Forest, though, the sinking happened under Ranich, didn't it?
Yeah.
Nuno kind of went. How many games?
It wasn't
did he
really.
go?
It wasn't really.
Was it
him.
half a dozen games this season he went with? You know.
Yeah.
And the
I
players
don't
probably
really
were-
blame him for Forest, to be honest with you, because.
And again, the
of
West
Aaron
Ham one he inherited.
Yeah, I think
So
he.
maybe he's a good manager and he's inheriting poor squads.
And
I think he's definitely a good manager.
I think when he goes to places that has less expectation, that's where he will do better. As again,
That's a
like
good shout.
it depends. It's
Oh, what a save on the goalkeeper! Outswinging corner. United win the initial header, and then I think Lenny Euro heads it close range towards goal, and Lucas Perry has to put up a big, strong hand to punch the ball over the bar. Casemiro's header, Euro's flick on, and yeah, it's at the keeper, but it's close range, and he's got a strong right hand to tip that ball over the
save,
bar.
that,
Good save that. Still Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. Darren Lewis on social media, I think, sums up the West Ham situation quite well. As Luke Shaw whips in the corner, it's going to come out to Cunha. Shot goes over the bar. Darren Lewis, talkSPORT friend, says shambolic defeat isn't on Nuno. West Ham are one of many teams in the Premier League reaping the consequences of horrible recruitment and firing managers they should have kept. Raked in huge amounts for Declan Rice and Kudus. Wasted that money on overpriced replacements, lacking leadership quality and consistency. Potter was never good enough to replace Moyes, the man who delivered a first European trophy in decades, and Nuno, as a result, has inherited a mess, but he is good enough to lead them out of this mess. And again, I think that sums up pretty much where West Ham are at. They made bad footballing decisions, from sacking David Moyes, probably being the worst one, despite fan content. And then again, Rice and Kudus would have brought in around 160 million pounds in the last 3 years. And again, if you look on paper of what they've brought in, nowhere near enough quality.
I think they've just reached a level of apathy, though. And I know West Ham supporters and how they feel about things. They can't see this turning around at all. And you say that Forest game in the week is going to be absolutely massive. For me, I think if you reach that point, I know Nuno has a good record of taking clubs out of like danger and taking them into Europe, that kind of thing. To me, I think we've reached a point where West Ham's best bid of staying in the league might be to change.
Yeah, and I like your idea of kind of going for that kind of club legend, kind of go a little bit old school and just kind of bring in, I'm not saying 7 minutes, he's just a vibes man, but they need someone, don't they, to really kind of lift in the mood.
say that, but it is.
No, but he's obviously a good coach, but they do need someone to come in and be like, I'm West Ham, and try and get everyone back on side like that, right?
Michael Carrick's been linked as well.
Harry?
Harry wouldn't.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Martin O'Neill is available, isn't he? You know, I know he's not West Ham, but you know.
The other thing is, like, that's interesting that the article you just read out saying that they think Nuno is capable of getting them out of it.
No, that was just Darren Lewis.
Yeah, Darren Lewis. Yeah, that's interesting. Isn't it? I'm not sure anyone. I mean, I'm not sure anyone will get them out of it because you've got to change an awful lot. And who drops?
Do you think they
into
go
that?
down, Lee?
Who drops into the 3? Yeah, at the moment I do, because who drops into the 3?
Tell you what, Spurs could join in.
No, I think Spurs.
I think there's enough. I mean, like you look at Bournemouth, who are in free fall, but they're 9 points clear of West Ham. Bournemouth, they have to win enough games to reel someone out. Even if Bournemouth didn't win another game between now and the end of the season, do we think Wolves are going to pick up 10 points in 18 games?
Even Leeds, with this point, West Ham are 8 points behind Leeds and with the worst goal difference.
Yeah, it's
effectively
crazy.
9. Like,
And
that's 3 wins. You can't see West Ham winning 3 games. You can't see them getting 3 points, let alone.
The only real one would be Forest, but I think Forest have a far better squad than.
I keep mentioning his name.
Although Dyche is in free fall at the minute because he's on the moon period.
I keep mentioning his name, and maybe I'm putting too much pressure on one person, but I still think they've got Jared Bowen, and he is a top player.
But can he single-handedly do it himself?
He might. You know what, Abby? He might have to, mightn't he?
I don't know.
And possibly not. Maybe I've overplayed that, Lee, and I've put too much pressure on Jared Bowen, because I've had that a lot of now on this show. I can see Bowen winning them games and producing moments of quality. But as you said, with that defensive record, he's
I think that would take some capitulation from Leeds for example,
Yeah.
to get sucked into that. I don't believe that Forest. I know they're on a bad run right now.
there will be a point in the second half of the season where Leeds lose 5 games in a row.
Yeah, potentially,
And
but
that will give West Ham a chance.
Yeah,
but they're not even massively within touching distance. I mean, they're in touching distance for Forest, and that's obviously a massive game for them.
Well, I
next
agree
week.
with you. I do think Forest have got they've got better players.
Better players than West Ham, and
Yeah.
I think they've got. I think they might have a better manager for that.
For the situation, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that our friend and colleague Marcus Speller was saying, which I think is a really good point, and you guys are closer to kind of West Ham and their fans than I am, but this is an example. Leeds are obviously they're in decent nick at the minute, unbeaten as you guys said, but Leeds United at Elland Road, it will always be supportive. Even if they're going through a bad run, it will always be supportive. There'll be some people chirping, no doubt, about the manager, but at West Ham, Marcus was saying
There was a lot, though, wasn't there?
Well, yeah, but
manager.
on a match day, I don't think you'd get that kind of that kind of vitriol. At West Ham, it's like almost as soon as they hit the pitch, not much needs to go wrong before they start to get on the players' backs.
Lee, we've seen in recent weeks of protests. It's that kind of negative atmosphere before the game even starts, right?
That can't help, can it? When you're trying to bring everyone together. It's like if the club's kind of like feeling a little bit rotten from the inside and the fans don't like the ownership, it's not easy, is it?
West Ham, Nottingham Forest is Tuesday night in the Premier League. And to state the absolute obvious, that feels like a massive game of football for Sean Dyche and West Ham. But also, that is a 6-pointer. I'll give you that one. And then Wednesday night, by the way, we've got lots of games of football. So we're working hard on Wednesday night, which should be lots of fun. We have played 45 minutes at Elland Road. Leeds 0, West Ham 0. Patrick Dorgan to get a shot away. And he just drags it wide. 1 minute of time added on. Leeds have probably had the best chance of the half with that Calvert-Lewin header, Scott. But overall, given, the injuries, AFCON, etc., I think United have handled this first half better than maybe I thought they were going to handle it, even though it's 0-0.
I think they've been up for the fight appropriately, I would say. Like, I was really worried coming into this that Leeds was just swarm all over United and be like pinning them back in for like 20-minute periods, having more of those chances like Calvert-Lewin had just in succession. And I thought like Leeds by now would probably be in the lead or whatever. But I think United have applied themselves in the right way. They've had their own chances as well. We had that Lenny Yoro header, which was flicked on from Casemiro from the corner. If Yoro had put that either side of the goalkeeper, then maybe we're talking about a goal there. And I think United have given better than I expected, really. Probably.
Would you really?
I probably would. Yeah.
Everything you hear a Man United fans saying that against, it's interesting. So half time then in the Premier League, it is Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. The 2 early games in the Championship. Coventry were still top by 9 points, having a bit of a bad run of form, aren't they? They're losing today away at Birmingham 2-1. They have only won one of their last 4 games, 2 of their last 5 in the league, because of their great start, still find themselves well clear at the top. Birmingham 2, Coventry 1, QPR 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0 in League 1, Bolton 0, Northampton 0, Lincoln 3-1 up at home to Peterborough in League 2, Cheltenham 0, Crawley 0, MK Dons 2, Chesterfield 0. What we'll do at half-time at Elland Road on talkSPORT Goals is take a very, very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll maybe get some Aussie from you on the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. This is talkSPORT Goals. Hello and a very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's talkSPORT Goals live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, on your smart TV. Sam Ellard, Abby Summers, Lee Phelps, Scott Saunders with you until around 6 o'clock this evening. In the Premier League at half-time, Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. Pretty even game of football, no goals yet. At half-time, Leeds have only failed to score in one of their last 17 Premier League home games, a 0-0 draw with Newcastle back in August. We've got 4 games at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League, and the 5:30 one's a big game, Man City versus Chelsea. In the Championship, Coventry have just equalised away at Birmingham, so it's Birmingham 2, Coventry 0. Birmingham 2, Coventry 2, I should say. Birmingham are unbeaten in their last 7 home league games. And also in the early kickoff, another early kickoff today in the Championship, QPR are leading Sheffield Wednesday by a goal 2-0. Sheffield Wednesday have won their last 2 away league games against QPR. Sheffield United Oxford was supposed to start through 12 o'clock. That was postponed though due to the bad weather. Lee, I'm going to get some odds please from you on our 3 o'clock games today in the Premier League. Everton versus Brentford should be a good game. 8th v 9th, 1 point separating the two sides. Yeah, but Brentford are poor away from home, and they've beaten Wolves and West Ham away this season. That says all you need to know about it. Everton home win for me. Their odds against at 29-20, and that'll do. Is that a nice price then, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think given Everton's home form and the fact that where the stadium has been good for them this season, and Brentford's away form, I think that's fair. Look, Brentford are capable of scoring goals, aren't they? But away from home, they just struggle. I think Everton will win that one, yeah. I like it.
Fulham-Liverpool also a 3 o'clock game today in the Premier League. Fulham in pretty decent form, aren't they? In the last couple of weeks. They're up to 12th in the table. They've did win 3, then drew away at Crystal Palace. And again, due to the tight nature of the table, Fulham in 12th on 27 points, only 6 behind Liverpool in 4th place. I mean, Liverpool, are, even in their bad run of form, would always be favourites, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. And the 17-20, I mean, I think the bigger than we expected they would have been, obviously, the season. They'd have been much shorter than that. On the preview that we did on Friday, I said if Fulham were 3-1, I might be tempted. They were, at the time, they were 27-10, which is just obviously a little bit below 3-1. They've drifted out to 14-5. So it's like a little bit bigger than it was on Friday, but still not quite big enough. They've got a decent record against Liverpool, not brilliant, and they've also got Harry Wilson and Raul Jimenez, who are in good form, got 10 goals each this season for club and country. So there's a lot for Fulham strikers, isn't it? Well capable. I think it might be if we do a bet builder on one specific game, that might be a good one, because we know that Lukic loves a tackle and a foul and a card. So if we're going to do a bet builder, that might be worth a look. But again, if you're going for an acca, Everton at home, Liverpool away would be in there for me.
Newcastle Palace. Newcastle have lost just one of the last 8 Premier League games against Crystal Palace. Lee, and it's a Palace team that haven't won in 4 in the Premier League. And I mentioned in the preview show they're a team that we know are playing in Europe, and they've got a really, really small squad. Kind of, first team, sort of 14, 15 to pick from. They look tired, they look leggy, and I quite like Newcastle today for an acca.
Yeah, me too. No real sign of any upturn in form from Palace. And when you look at Newcastle's home form, only Liverpool, when Newcastle had Anthony Gordon sent off, and Liverpool were they hadn't got into this disappointing season so far. Barcelona and Arsenal have beaten Newcastle. So that's not a bad going, is it, Newcastle at home? Brendan Johnson's obviously signed. I presume he didn't sign in time to be featuring this game, but I'll wait to see the team news.
I think he has.
Has he? Yeah. Well, that'd be interesting to see if he can make an immediate impact.
I think he goes straight into the team, by the way.
Maybe.
I don't think they can afford to not play him today. I know.
Yeah, well, he's fit, isn't he? So, why not? And, Birmingham have gone back into the league, by the way, against
Birmingham 3, Coventry 2.
So, yeah, I'd go Newcastle as well. I mean, they're 13-20, so one of the shortest prices today. Palace are 4-1. I mean, I don't say they go there and win, but it feels a big price, doesn't it? If they can find a little bit of what they had. I think Newcastle are a bit short. Draw. Yeah, draw. 14-5.
Oh, you go draw. No, I go. I think you're right. That's a decent price, but I do fancy Newcastle.
I've just said all 3 results there, by the way.
Yeah. You can't possibly go wrong. And Spurs Sunderland should be. I'm fascinated to see how this game goes, because we know.
I'll tell you.
We'll chat. Go on.
No goals.
Under 1.5.
Under 1.5 goals. So 0-0 or 1-0 either way is 23-10. Sunderland managing their way through the AFCON problem. 6 players gone to AFCON, 3 first-teamers. We'll talk about Spurs, obviously. Abby will. And they are boring to watch. Unless they somehow find some inspiration and goals from somewhere, then, look, they've scored 11 and conceded 11 in 9 home games. It's just not good enough. Sunderland have scored 4 in 9 away games. 4. I mean, how are they doing what they're doing? They're just controlling games.
Resolute.
0-0. That under 1.5 gives you a late winner from either side at 23-10.
We'll do Spurs in detail with you later, but how do you
It's like the tease for Spurs is amazing.
Honestly. It's better to be good happy, by the way. How do you see this game going today? Were you booing Thomas Frank at Brentford on the other night?
Sam, I turned it off.
Wasn't
You what?
I turned it off.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I did.
You can't turn off your own team, no matter how bad it is.
I did. I turned it off.
So, yeah, the darts is bad.
I turned it off at half time. I couldn't. I thought I might die of boredom.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, I was actually saving my own life.
And This is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT. I'm not sure where to go with that one, Abby.
That's all right.
That was quite...
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. We'll save it.
So you're not feeling good about Spurs is what we're saying, by the way. By the way, who watched the darts final last night?
It was very good.
Yeah?
Excellent.
Very good.
It wasn't good.
I liked it.
It wasn't. It was one...
I like it, but I like Lou Littler.
Yeah, early on I thought
I
there was a
like Luke
chance.
Littler.
I do not like Lou Littler, but I wanted to watch a good competitive game of darts.
I just think he's
As soon as he got it back to 2-1.
he obviously
I think
is
he's great.
Yeah.
So Van Veen missed double eight to go 2-up, didn't he? And you just can't not take those chances.
Nah,
against
you've got to
Lou
be
Littler,
absolutely bang on
I
against
think it's
Littler.
not very nice. I think that he gets a lot of stick, Luke Littler, and the fact that he is
I don't
18 years old.
He didn't get any booze after he won. He was fine.
I don't not like Luke Littler. I just wanted to see a competitive game of darts.
World champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's world champion.
Best in the world.
That's what a champion
No,
does.
I
He
like
takes his
it.
chance, right?
Yeah.
I've got a small...
He's gonna
Have we got
dominate.
time for a small darts anecdote?
Yeah, we do.
You know the Charlie Manby link?
Yeah.
So,
Charlie Manby got to the last 16.
So
young kid.
we're having a house built. Charlie Manby works for the construction company who's building the house. So I've seen him quite a bit this year. I didn't.
Pretty cool.
Obviously, he's gone off to the odd tournament. I know a bit about it. He goes and plays in the Worlds. They've all backed him to win the whole thing. He obviously gets really far. Plays Jan van Veen in the quarterfinals in the end.
Last 16.
In the last 16, sorry, to get into the quarterfinals. And so we went to the site yesterday. And my eldest daughter, I was saying to her, boring, you know, Charlie Manby works here and, you know, blah, blah, blah. He lives round the corner. And she's like, no, he doesn't. Just doesn't believe a word I'm saying. And has he got a girlfriend? I was like, yeah, he's got a girlfriend. And so with that, we walk out the house and there he is walking towards us on the set.
Really?
And she's like, that's Charlie Manby. I told you he works
How
here.
old was your daughter?
She's 20.
Did she get a
fine,
selfie with him?
No, she didn't.
Did she get a
It was with
date?
his
Did you get
girlfriend.
selfie
It was with his girlfriend. No.
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't mind, would he? What a great story. And that's one of the great things about this World. I know that Luke Littler won it, but like Charlie Manby getting to last 16, Justin Hood became kind of a fan favourite, getting to the quarters. So, roll on next year's World Darts Championship.
He's odds on to win it.
not with Luke Littler, there is not. And we're going to roll on the second half of Leeds versus Manchester United after this break. Hi there, welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We are live. No, do you know why I say hi there?
Hi there.
Because you know we're talking about the darts.
Yeah.
Wayne Marder, who I think is a great darts commentator, by the way, he always opens up with "Hi there."
Is this going to be your new trademark thing for 2026?
Hi there.
Hi there.
I can't really. It's Wayne Marder's thing, isn't it? So I can't really.
You should really come
You
up
can
with
adapt it.
a
think?
catchphrase.
Yeah, do you know any
Credit
way
back with
talkSPORT?
inspiration.
I can ask him if you want,
Credit
if you're allowed
back.
to borrow it.
Yeah.
Golf partner.
You don't-
know
no,
the
he's
darts,
not.
know the darts anecdote.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
You know Wayne Marder?
Yeah, he's our darts ambassador.
Yeah, but you know him though.
Yes, yeah, I would say I'm not a close personal
Like,
friend.
have you
but I
got
know
like
him.
if you called him now?
Yeah, he would do something on
Will
there.
it say Lee who? We know.
We've just almost organised a round of golf. I'll show you if you want.
I think Wayne. This is a hot take. I think Wayne Mardle is one of the best sports commentators out there right now.
Oh yeah,
He has
he's
got
superb.
obviously knowledge, but he has such great energy and fun and enthusiasm. I think he's great. I'm a big Wayne Mardle fan.
Yeah, no, I'll pass on
Pass
your
it on.
pass on your good wishes to him.
Invite Sam on your next golf day.
Hi there. Yeah, I like that.
Hi there. Is that what you're going to go
When
with?
they were,
I don't know.
this is
It's a
going
bit
to turn
cheeky,
into
isn't
fully
it?
dark. When they were talking about a lot of the 170 checkouts, which is called the big fish.
Checkouts. Yeah,
Checkouts. It's called the big fish, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think on commentary you were saying, fishy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and when Luke Littler gets it, he always reels it back in, doesn't he? It was great last night. You see, Luke Littler got attacked by the Adipati Wasp last night on stage.
How long has that been a thing? 'Cause
It's always been a thing for the last couple of years. Now, Luke Littler reckons that someone actually is responsible for like bringing in a wasp every game to like is it like it's not just
it's
there.
January.
It
It's
can't just be
What's
there,
an
can
actual
it?
wasp?
Yeah.
So basically, a wasp is always on the stage at some
Why?
point in the games. This is a good question.
No, they
How
run a
does the
VT after
Adipati
it.
wasp?
Maybe
Yeah,
the
they made a package on the wasp.
The lights or something, the lights attract it. Maybe, I don't know.
But it is mad though. You're right. In this weather, the
Yeah.
wasp always
What,
seems
one?
to be there.
There's one.
Always a wasp, and
We can't confirm if it's the same wasp.
No,
But,
exactly.
you
But
know.
Luke Littler said in the press conference he thinks that like someone
Releasing the
He basically-
release the wasp. Release the wasp.
It's such an interest. It's such a random interest.
Ali, Ali.
Ali, hi.
I wish you Ali McCoy. It's that'd be fun. We'll try and get him on next week. The Wasp has been on the stage and got so much airtime this tournament. As Scott said, they made a video package
Of the Wasp.
Yes.
causing chaos.
It's got its own walk-on
stage.
music. The
Yeah.
lot.
What is it?
What's it called? What's the walk-on song?
I don't know.
Clever, are you?
Surely something by Sting.
Oh, very good.
Love that, Abby.
I teed you up there, Lee, and you didn't.
But I saw Abby. I saw the
Abby.
cogs going. I thought, I'm leaving this. I'm
Abby
just going
was
to
on it.
stand back.
Sorry.
Roll on the darts. The Premier League starts in a couple of weeks' time. That should be good, shouldn't it?
Yeah, great. Always brilliant, isn't it? It'd be interesting to see. There's a kind of unofficial triple crown, isn't there, in darts?
It's very unofficial.
Bit of an argument over what that constitutes, but if you
Also,
say
given the fact that
if you say it's the world's match play in the Premier League, I know the Premier League is an invite,
players are in it. I'm
invite
not sure how
only.
you can, yeah.
But only Phil Taylor has won that in one season. He's won it twice. 2006, 2010, I think it was. He won the Triple Crown in one season.
Luke Littler must have done it.
No, they've done career Triple Crowns, if you count that. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe all these steps that Littler's going to take now to try and dominate the sport, because he's got a long way to beat what Phil Taylor did.
Yeah, but he's got
16
two
world.
at 18, hasn't he? So he's not to a bad start, is he?
No.
This is talkSPORT Goals. It is
bad
talkSPORT Goals, not talkSPORT Darts. Leeds versus Manchester United is the 12:30 game in the Premier League, which has just got underway in the second half and is still goalless. Manchester United have drawn 6 games in the Premier League this season, with the Red Devils opening the scoring in every one. They're 12 points short for winning positions this term. Is already more than they dropped in the whole of last season. 4 games at 4 o'clock. The 5:30 games today is Man City, Chelsea. 2 early games in the Championship. Top of the table, Coventry are still 3-2 behind away at Birmingham, and QPR still lead Sheffield Wednesday by a 1-0. Scott, what do you want to see from Man United in this second half?
They need to keep up the same application as they showed in the first half. But I think this is a game, really, the way that it's panning out, they cancel each other out on the main, I think. So this is, if that continues, I think this potentially could be decided by 1 goal either way.
I think so.
Just who is going to take the chance when it comes. There's not been tons of chances, really, have they? I think United marginally shaded it on XG in the first half, given the chances that they had. Calvert-Lewin arguably had the best chance hitting the post with essentially what was a free header, or he maybe got ahead of the defender and tried to glance it across. Went off the outside of the post. So both teams look like they can nick it potentially, but United have to match Leeds throughout the entire day because they can't get under the cosh.
Yeah. And again, with the injuries and AFCON and whatnot, when you look at the United bench, it's only really Joshua Zirkzee, isn't it, that can come off and kind of, everyone else is kids.
Yeah, I think the other one for me is I spoke about it the other day. I'd like to see maybe Shea Lacey get a potential chance. I think he would probably take the position of Dorgu, and maybe Dorgu moves over somewhere else. Xerxes, for me, like, he scored the goal in the week, but you don't want to carry passengers in a game like this. And I think that's maybe a harsh thing to say, but the way that he, like, people weren't satisfied with his performance the other day. He was hooked at half time, you know. So how much can you trust that Xerxes will go in there and, like, show that he can make the difference? I don't think Amarim trusts him, and not a lot of supporters really trust that he'll go in there and do that either. But it's only really him and Shea Lacey for me.
Lee, have the odds changed second half at all?
Leeds are 12-5, Man United 13-8, so they're the kind of favourites of the two, but the draw is the favourite on the 90-minute betting at 11-8, not surprisingly. Just going back to Šeško again, we've got a price for him to have at least one shot on target in the match, and that's 11-8. I mean, we're talking about this player, and I'm not going to go back over it all again, but this player who cost 75 million, at least one shot on target in a football match. You'd expect him to be doing that, wouldn't you? 11-8 the price for that to happen. Calvert-Lewin to score the first goals, 13-2. Mateus Cunha to score or assist is 5-2, which I don't mind because I think he's one of the bright sparks. You can also back a penalty in the match, 5-1, and a red card in the match at 13-2. It hasn't been particularly spicy though, has it? I think, you know, it's not been dirty.
A few tackles flying in at the start,
enough,
but nothing really since, to be honest.
50 gone. Leeds have got a corner.
Long throw, I think.
Long throw, sorry. I've got ref cam here. Are you a fan of ref cam?
Not
anyone?
really.
No.
I liked it in the first half. They showed one of the chances, and he was directly in line. I think it was the chance for Leeds, but I think it might have been one of the a Dorgu chance. But it's nice the way you saw the play unfold.
When Morgan Rogers scored 2 against
was
United,
fantastic.
they had ref cam in that game, and that kind of actually, to be fair, did provide you with quite a good angle. So maybe you need to liven up, Abby, a little bit, don't you?
I mean, maybe so. Sorry, I was just reading about Bournemouth's next game. Obviously, they haven't won in one.
You were reading about Bournemouth
Tottenham,
next
yeah.
game. Oh, is it Spurs?
It was, yeah.
Is that Spurs or Bournemouth?
That is at Bournemouth.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'd fancy it more at your place, wouldn't you, than Bournemouth?
I
Yeah.
think Bournemouth have answered it home or away, to be honest with you.
Oh, go on.
Dr.
Fancy it.
You're still probably one of the best away teams in the division.
Yeah, we actually are. We are away from home.
Home form, yeah.
Go on, Pat.
Dorgu's got a chance inside the box on the right-hand side to Ugarte. Can he get a shot away? He can, and his shot goes wide, and he goes out for a goal kick. Still Leeds 0, Manchester United
Just
0.
ran out of steam a little bit, didn't they? It was a good run from Dorgu, but that's that kind of final
Good
ball.
defending as well,
Yeah,
to be
it was,
fair.
yeah, really, really strong, wasn't it?
It's
He
just
did well, didn't he, to
great
win
break.
that ball originally?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And that's the
Great
kind
break.
of positive that he does bring, but then you get up the pitch and Dorgu carries it on, wins the ball through this this one-on-one challenge.
Should've
And
gone-
the ball you don't want it to fall back to Ugarte in that situation, really, do you?
Feels like Dorgu should have carried on that run to the line and cut back, shouldn't? But
Yeah.
because the momentum was all there with Manchester United. It was a good attack, to be fair. Just not a good finish.
No. And yeah, it's been a little bit of it's basically been a game which kind of lacked
Quality,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
any real kind of quality in the final third, and
Yeah.
you know, it feels like Leeds, it's going to come through Calvert-Lewin putting the ball.
Is
in
it
the
bad
back
that I
of the
take
net.
that so far?
Yeah, probably.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
is
But
bad.
I'm not surprised though, because again, I looked at these two teams on paper before a ball was kicked, and we all kind of said no one really fancied Man United to win.
No.
When you looked at your 11 and the fact that it's at Ellen Road, the form you're in, etc., Leeds, 6 unbeaten. So yeah, sounds mad to hear you say it, but when you break it down, it kind of doesn't. It kind of makes sense, to be fair. And yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all if this game does finish Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. So no goals yet on talkSPORT goals, which isn't too much fun. Hopefully at 3 o'clock we can find some goals, as Man United just keeping possession now inside the road and half. Mateus Cunha, as he often does, looks to come deep to try and make something happen. Leeds out of possession, looking to just sit off Manchester United, not looking to be too aggressive in the press. Again, it's Cunha now coming deep, picking up the ball down the left-hand side, but Bornell does really, really well, showing good strength to win the ball back. But Cunha gets it back, comes inside the box on the left-hand side, goes across goal. That isn't a good ball from Cunha. It gets cleared to Luke Shaw, left-hand side. He cuts back in on his right foot, out to Casemiro. Can he cross? He does. Out. Šeško should be better. So offside. So two things there that Šeško does wrong. Firstly, why is he offside? Secondly, stinking header, Scott.
Yeah, I think he's just his angle, his body, like where it's facing, is just the wrong way in general. I didn't expect maybe Casemiro to do exactly what he did, and maybe I thought it was a left-footed cross that was going to come in, so maybe that changed what he. Yeah,
But look in there offside.
He can't be
It's
offside.
so lazy.
He can't be offside there.
Do you know what, Lee? That stuff really annoys me.
Yeah, no, you're right.
He's walking back to an offside position.
Yeah.
Get back in.
Yeah.
Like, there's a pretty good chance Casemiro there is going to cross left or right foot.
Yeah,
absolutely. And he's walking. It's sluggish. It's pathetic. Also, he's got a tattoo. So you know the Adam's apple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a tattoo which literally looks like it's on the Adam's apple.
He might.
Which looks really uncomfortable. Yeah. Do you not think?
I haven't really studied it.
Well, I haven't studied it either, Abby. I just saw it on the TV.
He was getting prepared for the pain that joining Manchester United would bring with him.
Yeah.
No, but it's literally like there.
Yeah, but lots of people do have neck tattoos.
No, it's not a neck tattoo. Well, is that the neck?
Yeah. It's on
all right. Well, it's.
I'm going to just have a look at it. Hold on.
No, it just looked like in a position that looks incredibly uncomfortable.
Is it just one sole?
Yeah, it's like a really small one. I don't know. Next time he's on screen. Corner kick for Leeds United. Do you think Lenny Yoro is starting to maybe find his feet and, a little bit more calm than when he first maybe came in?
I'm surprised he was drafted back in today, actually. I think he's been taken out of the firing line a little bit. You remember that goal that Morgan Rogers scored against United?
Yeah.
Yoro should have been tighter to him in that situation. He allowed him to come in and, I think... I like him. I think he's got real good potential. He's having trouble with Okafor today. I think it looks like Okafor has got the legs on him when they go 1-1 sprint. But he did get back there and managed to concede a corner and defend properly. Let's see how this corner goes here.
Oh, the keeper doesn't deal with it. Or does he deal with it? Maybe he did get a hand on it. Apologies. But Calvert-Lewin makes a really good run off Martinez to the back post. And Lamon does get a big right hand on it, and it very nearly ends up going into the path of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who just doesn't get on the end of it.
Do you reckon Lamons is doing the no haircut until United win the 5? He's got some hair in
Yeah.
What have you made of Aiden Heaven? Because obviously since his coming, it's been pretty good, hasn't it, in terms of performances?
Aiden Heaven, these guys. People really like Aiden Heaven. Like, he's picked up for $1.5 million from Arsenal. And look, he's been thrust into this role of central centre-back, and he's had to step up. Against Newcastle, he was fantastic. And it's a bright spark in what is absolutely miserable times for United at the moment. He's really stepped up to the plate. I don't want to jinx him for the remainder of this game, but I like what I've seen so far. He's got a bit of everything about him, like your typical modern-day centre-back, I think. Obviously lacking a lot of experience to see how they deal with this. But he's got that quality on the ball. He can dribble it out. He's making good decisions at certain times. I think that Newcastle game the other day, we got to see like the defensive side of him as well. So I think United picked him up and they thrust him into the first team, and he's swimming at the moment. He's doing well.
Yeah.
Oh, Dominic Mateus Cunha has gone face first into the Leeds dugout. I hope he's okay. I think he's okay. There was a little coming together between he and James Justin when the ball went out for a throw-in, and I think he's okay in the Leeds.
I thought it was handball before that.
He's okay, but
they were claiming handball maybe.
Maybe.
No, I don't think it was.
But then there was a little bit of a tussle, and did James Justin give him a shove? A little one. I think he makes a meal of it.
No, he gave him a shove just as the pitch went.
It was slightly unnecessary.
Lost his foot in a little bit, but nothing to worry about.
Leeds fans will like it.
Yeah.
Just liven the game up a bit though.
Brendan.
See, that's the danger. I
don't know if this is just the type of game where you need one goal and then we start getting a bit more.
Yeah. Set piece goal.
A bit more action.
Well, if one team scores, the other one would have to try and come out and be a little bit more aggressive.
That's what I mean. I feel like I don't know if we're just waiting for a little flurry to.
Yeah, it's
cagey, isn't it? It's
boring pattern.
Cagey.
I think Leeds have started off the second half really well, maybe looking to be a touch more aggressive, and maybe they need to be a little bit more direct and really try and get Calvert-Lewin almost sort of playing off Aiden Heaven and trying to test the youngster, because at the moment Leeds are just struggling to create anything really, aren't they? And their only real chance came from that cross into the box. What are you not happy with, Scott?
Oh, Dorgu going up in the air there. He's pushed in the air and referee gives nothing. Now he's given a free kick to Leeds. I'm not entirely satisfied with this performance, but hey.
Quite a few of those pushes off the ball now in football. You see it quite a lot, don't you, where someone just gives someone a shove and just gets like, it's fine. It's weird how
he's given a free kick for that. Goodmanson's got Dallow's shirt.
He's given a free kick.
And has fallen over. Blimey.
Oh, I still can't go over the yellow card in the week that wasn't the second yellow card to Arsenal for Mikel Merino, and that was absolutely crazy, wasn't it? I can't get my head around that. I'm bringing some team news very shortly in our 3 o'clock games. Meanwhile, 58 minutes gone, Leeds 0, Man United 0. In the Championship, Coventry is still losing 3-2 away at Birmingham. And in the QPR game, QPR now 2-0 up at home to Sheffield Wednesday. Cody scoring the second goal on 81 minutes. So that win for QPR will move them even closer to the playoff places, moves them on to 38 points, 2 points off 6th place Preston, who go to Bristol City today into the Championship. We'll all be obviously supporting Bristol City today, won't we, in the studio, Abby?
No.
Yeah, we like Bristol City League.
I told you I'm a Bristol Rovers.
We want joy for producer Jamie, don't we?
Yeah, of course. That's all we ever want for
Jamie's
Jamie.
not even been here.
Yeah, we still want Bristol City.
I remember him. I remember him. I
haven't forgotten him.
I mean, he's got some shoes to fill now, by the way, hasn't he? When he comes
Exactly.
back.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying.
Talk about impact sub.
Yeah,
Anna's a best.
she can't wait to leave us, by the way. She's listened to like 20 hours of us shouting at each other for the last 2 weeks. She's like, I've got 6 o'clock, and then I'll never have to see them again until maybe next Christmas time or
she
something.
even said that in the group. She was like, last one for me.
Yeah. Definitely the last one for me.
She may as well put like a hands up emoji on it, hasn't she?
I reckon we're off air at 6. I reckon at 5 she might just be like, you know what, I'm done.
They can sort themselves out.
I'm going an hour earlier. Deal with it yourself. Get over it. 59 minutes gone. Then Leeds 0, Manchester United 0. Scott, in terms of looking more long term, in terms of money coming into the football club, is it? We know United spent a lot of money badly in the last kind of couple of years, decade really under.
Yes, a long time.
Under the Glazers. Do you think the same amount of money is going to be there under the new kind of ownership structure?
It's funny because I've looked at this summer 2026 transfer window for a while. I'm talking like multiple years, like dating back 2-3 years, as potentially a pivotal transfer window in what United are trying to do. We know all the criticism that Ineos have had about the decisions they've made over staff and that kind of thing, and I complete sympathy with that. But like in terms of the playing staff, they've not really been able to do loads in terms of getting players out. Casemiro, as great a player as he has been, he's on a massive contract. He's still there. He's not the player that he once was. But like United have shifted out players on loans with obligation, like Rasmus Højlund. I would imagine they'll raise some money for that. Barcelona might play some funny business over Marcus Rashford's fee, but I'd imagine United will sell him as well. Then you've got Bruno Fernandes's, like whether people think he should go or not, he's got a release clause in his contract this summer as well.
Which is how much?
65 million euros, I think, and around 50 odd million pounds, which is, look, if it's going to take him to like a Bayern Munich or a team in Europe, if he decides to go with it, then it's still United can reinvest in the team potentially. There's lots of doubt over a lot of players in this first team at the moment, but you look at the contracts that are expiring this summer. You've got Casemiro, Harry Maguire, 2 of their highest earners, and that is going to do a real good job in helping them like restrict and bring back in their wage structure into something that they're trying to achieve. So hopefully with that, and then the money that they will raise through the obligations that they could sell, hopefully United will have a bit more money to reinvest. And if you add Champions League football into...
Brendan Harrison's in it for Leeds, 1-on-1, and scores! Leeds 1, Manchester United 0, 61 minutes gone. He gets played through on goal. Can he keep his composure? Yes, he can. Lovely left-footed finish past the Manchester United goalkeeper. I said, Scott, I thought Leeds would start the second half really brightly, and they take the lead at Ellen Road. Good limbs, by the way.
Good limbs.
Very good. I'm so enthusiastic about. I can't. That was the thing. Like just little things like that. Aiden Heaven again. We were just talking about him a second ago.
Jinx him, haven't you? Yeah.
You can't like look at him too hard and criticize him, but it's those moments there, like loose balls and those opportunities where something could just potentially fall for you. Brendan Harrison's taking it there. It's just watching this back now.
So Lenny Euro has the ball, plays it to Dallo, plays a bad ball in field. And then it's kind of just one pass forward that evades all the Man United defenders. And it's almost a little bit too easy for Brendan Harrison to run onto it.
Heaven's been surprised by him a bit there. And I think that's maybe a little bit of a lack of experience. Maybe that first second where Heaven's thinking, I've got a bit of time here.
But also, just on that, the first touch from Brendan Harrison's so good, because that first touch from him, the first touch takes the ball in front of him, and he's able to run across Aiden Heaven, and Aiden Heaven therefore can't make a challenge, and then he obviously finishes it really well. But it's almost bizarre because it's just one ball. And it's almost a little bit too easy for that.
It's poor in possession. People will look at Heaven here. I know I've just
probably
talked
should
about
really
it,
look
but
at Euro
Dallo on the right there, like how careless that pass back in that he tried to hook in was. Yeah. Turnovers like that. One happened with Casemiro in the first half, and Leeds had a chance from it. I think Calvert-Lewin fired it wide. But like United have to be protecting the ball and a lot more careful. And Dallo is always a culprit of that. And it's those small little things which are making big differences to me. But look, United have a big job here. They've just chucked Xerxes on straight away. On for Euro straight away. I don't know whether they've changed system and gone to a back 4. But look, this is what I was fearing. United don't really have a lot in the team at the moment to go and thrust this game back in their direction. So Yeah, going to be a long 30-odd minutes, I think.
Well, we needed a goal.
Yeah, it was great for you guys, isn't it? Great for you guys.
Good for the neutrals.
Not so much for me.
Looks like a back four, doesn't it? With Dallo at right back, with Shaw at left back, and looks like Patrick Dorgu will play from the right. Xerxes and sort of Šeško will play off. And Cunha, will play off Šeško. So looks a bit more like a 4-2-3-1, maybe, Scott.
Yeah, I think that's he had to do it really, and it's little things like that which can edge games like this. And unfortunately, like United have been, I won't call it unlucky because they didn't defend and they didn't keep possession well enough, and that they led to their own downfall there. Really, Amarim just has to get after it and go for it. We need to see a reaction here, otherwise, I think that people are going to be greatly unsatisfied with what they've seen over the course of the
chance for Cunha.
Goal!
Yes! Needed that.
My goodness me.
We said there'd be goals. We just needed one.
Really, really nice finish. A little bit like Brendan Harrison racing through on goal. He keeps his composure. This time, Matheus Cunha gets played in down the right-hand side. There was a bit of hesitation from the goalkeeper. Should he come? Should he go? He ended up staying, and Cunha, from a tightish angle, goes across the goalkeeper and into the back of the net. And fair play, Scott. That is obviously, clearly, the perfect way to respond. Šeško with a nice layoff into Joshua Xerxes. Cunha makes a good run. Xerxes fires the ball into Cunha, and it's a really nice finish. But that's good link-up play.
I've been very critical of Xerxes over the course of this show so far, but the weight on that pass was absolutely fantastic. Šeško playing the ball into him. Xerxes with the vision and the weight on the pass, like I just said, to actually play him in, to put the goalkeeper in like that bit of indecision to allow Cunha to run onto it, and it's a really good finish. I've talked about how Cunha needs to be the guy to step up in situations like this with so many players out, and I was fearing after Leeds just scored that we'd see this game drift, but United have done what they needed to do. They've reacted straight away, so it's back in the balance now.
QPR a third at home to Sheffield Wednesday. QPR 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Now, Scott, you think take this game by the scruff of the neck and go on and win it?
Well, he's just like we just talked a minute ago. He's changed the formation.
Is he now going to change it back to a back five? Is he now going to take off an attacker for another?
I hope he doesn't. He's made that change straight away. Xerxes made the impression straight away, and now everyone will say, "Well, you changed the system and it worked within 60 seconds." And look, you can't say that it hasn't. Xerxes, and you got an extra attacker in there, a different attacking mind in there, and it's made a difference straight away. He's just won a 1v1. It's bounced off Ugarte's heels. But this is more like I would like to see. Luke Shaw might be in here.
Oh, unlucky.
This is United need to take advantage of this shift in momentum, really. They really have to. And they need to keep on top in the next 10 minutes or so and really start applying the pressure on Leeds, because they haven't really had any moments in the game, really, where they've had that sustained bit of pressure. They could potentially take advantage here of the vulnerability that Leeds have shown in the last few minutes. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and this feels like a big 10 minutes for Leeds in particular, maybe just to get through this 10-minute spell, because it all is now Manchester United. Leeds 1, Man United 1, 66 minutes gone. Leeds lead didn't last too long, did it? Just a couple minutes, in fact. Brendan Harrison scoring on 62 minutes, Cunha equalising on 65 minutes. And just immediately with that extra attacking player on, it gives Leeds defenders something else to think about. Xerxes on, playing off Šeško, Cunha from the left, Dorgu from the right, but of course Cunha, as he always is, really, it allowed that kind of free roll to come short, to come deep, to try and influence the game. Are people now backing Man United to win this game? Are they a bit shorter now?
Yeah, 5-2 they are. Leeds just under 3-1. The draw gone back to odds on as it was before the goals happened. Anyone who backed Cunha, we had him as a price boost to score. And then to score or assist. Well done if you backed him. A great finish. Great run as well. Calvert-Lewin to score any time in the game has been boosted to 6-1. And I don't think anyone would be surprised to see him pop up with a winner. It's just whether this now settles into just over 20 minutes to go. It's just whether it settles into the same pattern we had when it was 0-0, where both teams were a little bit kind of, happy to take the point. You've already said, it's got that you were happy with the point at half time. So whether
that's changed now,
you want to go for the win now.
Yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't take a point now with 20 minutes to go.
It's just in the balance of the game and the time that you score goals, isn't it? Like Leeds had that momentum that they built up through the goal that they scored, and United undercut it straight away. And now, you can see the Leeds fans there, they're nervous, and we haven't really had that energy in the stadium.
When Cunha scored, the way he celebrated, it felt like the whole stadium went silent. Do you know what I mean? It was like one of those where you could hear a pin drop. Obviously, there'd be United fans, in the away end, giving it plenty. But it was like he just kind of turned around, didn't he, and just pointed. Yeah, it's a free kick for Leeds into the box. They need it. It's pretty some of their delivery today has been pretty hopeful, I think, Leeds, rather than directed. And that was another example of that, where it's just not quite the quality, like you said earlier on, Sam. The quality's not quite there from either side. The two bits of quality that we've seen, I think, have been the ball in for Dominic Calvert-Lewin's header that hit the post, and then the ball for Cunha to score. So yes, that's what it takes, isn't it? Like the final ball into the box, just being that little bit better. But yeah, 1-1, and it's odds on the draw now, 4-5.
I'd love to know what you're scribbling down, Abby, by the way. I've never seen you working, so I've never seen you writing down so many notes on your piece of paper.
I was just looking really at Tottenham.
Okay, Spurs stuff.
Yeah. That was all. I was looking at the team. Okay. I was looking at what people were thinking. I was reading some quotes from Thomas Frank the other day.
I've never looked forward to anything as much in my life as having taken Tottenham.
I want you to lower your expectations.
Ball in the box! Good save on the goalkeeper! And United clear. Was that? I'm not sure who that was. The Leeds player was Okafor, who with his back to goal tried to almost flick the ball goalwards in kind of like a bicycle kick almost. And Sonny Lamens dives to his left-hand side to keep the ball out. But that was an innovative effort.
Wasn't hit with any power, was it? No, the keeper kind of probably should have saved it.
I see what you mean now about his hair, by the way. It's pretty long on top.
It's a bit fluffy because he's playing football. To be fair,
I think
he hasn't got any product in it, has he?
Just get
a bit of product.
Just get like a trim once a month. Like you haven't got to get one every week. Just get one once a month. Long ball into the. But these long throws, by the way, the Leeds long throws are not the one. Like they
don't jinx it, Sam. Don't jinx it.
I'm happy. Well, I'm happy to jinx it.
I'm happy to jinx it. I'm happy.
For my sake, I know.
We're talkSPORT goals. We need goals.
I also hate this jinx thing. Like I'm watching a lot of the Ashes overnight, and like a batsman's batting, and then like a commentator will be asked about the batsman, like an England batsman. They'll be like, "Oh no, I don't want to put the mockers on him." I'm like, like we can't have 8 hours of Test match cricket where you don't say something good about an England player because you're scared they're going to get out. Like it's ridiculous. Like you're there to commentate, and also that's not how sport works. By the way, do you know that? Like you had a go at Aiden Heaven.
I did have a go at him.
Was not that, but it wasn't your fault. Just to let you know that.
Yeah, well,
it's superstition. I do get that.
Heavy at the moment.
I just do not believe in superstition.
Do you want to know what I used to do when I was younger and I used to go to Spurs? And this is a true
When you used to go to Spurs?
When I used to go to like home and away to Spurs.
When you were hardcore back in the day.
Yeah, I'm still also recovering from illness, by the way.
From what?
From flu.
You had the flu?
I had the flu.
Did you think it was responsible to come to work sitting next to Scott and Jack Cunningham with the flu?
I'm fine now.
So you basically thought...
While I was on holiday.
So you basically thought, I'm going to come to work and get everyone else ill?
No, I'm no longer ill.
Well, you literally just...
I had the flu. I had a...
You're coughing on Scott.
Okay, I will be like this. I'm no longer...
You lucky boy, Scott.
Lucky boy. People would pay for that. Anyway.
They have done.
You've seen your DMs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I used to go home and away, I used to be so superstitious when I was younger, when I was little. So I would wear the same outfit down to like the shoes, the knickers, the like socks, all of it until we lost. And then obviously because we lose quite a lot, I would then change, and then until we then went on a good run.
But if you're losing all the time, then it's not really working.
No, but then once we got like
superstition has to work.
No, but
literally, yeah.
See, sometimes it did work.
It did work. If you said we went on a 20-game unbeaten run, I'd be like, cool. But if you lose every 2 games, there's no point in then.
No, for example,
wearing the same things and going, oh, we got a draw today at home to Burnley.
I would still wear the same outfit. It was only if we lost. I would still wear the exact same thing, same everything.
Right.
And then obviously once we then started losing,
that story wasn't that was a bit.
I'm telling you, there's lots of people out there that do the same thing, and you are in a safe space.
Do you want to hear a rogue cricket superstition story? And I don't know the batsman's name.
Go on.
But once in the dressing room, as a prank, some teammates sellotaped his bat to the roof of the dressing room. He then comes in, sees it, takes it down, scores 100 that day.
Does it every
therefore, every time he left the dressing room, he would sellotape his bat onto the ceiling and would come back in. So, like, it didn't work, obviously. Like, didn't guarantee him a century every time, but that's kind of superstition.
There's lots of people that do superstitious things.
That's better than I wore the same jeans.
No, I would wear the exact same outfit. The exact same outfit every single time.
You crazy girl.
I told you. It's just my own.
How was Dubai, by the way?
Dubai was lovely.
Yeah?
It was lovely.
Was it good?
It was very good.
Are you a pool kind of girl or a beach kind of girl?
I'm a beach kind of girl.
Really? I'm a pool kind of guy.
No, I'm not into the pool unless I have to be.
I'm not. I don't love beaches.
I wouldn't get in the pool unless I was boiling.
Really?
Yeah, I don't.
Isn't that part of the fun of going on holiday, getting in the pool?
No, the whole fun for me is laying there and not being spoken to for like 8 hours.
Really?
And just sitting in the sun. That's my idea of holiday.
Did Hannah drive you mad?
No, she was fine. We had a lovely time. And also, I don't know, like afternoon nap. Like, that is so underrated.
Yeah. Really?
I never nap.
I don't nap either.
I'm not a napper. I never have been. But as soon as you put me on a beach, there's a picture of me and my entire family, all of us fast asleep.
Really?
Yeah.
But and you got on well?
Yeah.
Really?
Nice. Yeah.
Unwell, but you got on well?
Oh, I got unwell. Yes, I got very unwell on Christmas Day.
And when you're on holiday, you still do the whole Christmas Day.
Go on,
Chance United.
do better.
Do you know what? That's the chance there. It's Yerkshire being played in by Cunha. He plays a good, dangerous ball back into the box. And Šeško comes at Šeško quickly, and he's got to sort his feet out quickly. And he tries to go towards the near post.
He's got to go far post. He's got to try and glance.
It's not an easy chance, is it? It's not an easy chance.
It's not as easy as it first looks.
But again, he's just lacking some conviction at the moment. Is that fair? Am I being harsh?
Confidence.
That was a tough chance. I'll give him that.
Yeah, it was. I think maybe if he's on a run of scoring goals, he's guiding that in a different place. I don't know whether he thought maybe he was a little bit further in, like more square to goal than he actually was, to put it in that direction. But really, he wasn't scoring there. I think the keeper had it covered. But if he'd have just let the power of the ball run across him a little bit and put it into the far post, there was so much space for him to put it.
Yeah.
Just having a look at some team news, and we'll bring you the full team shortly. But interestingly for Liverpool today, away at Fulham, we know there's no Salah, no Isak, there's no Hugo Ekitike either, and he's not even on the bench. So no Hugo Ekitike today for Liverpool. So it's Cody Gakpo that leads the line for Liverpool today. In terms of other headline team news for Spurs, is Gray and Bentancur in the midfield too. And what's interesting here, Abby, and maybe Thomas Frank has let the Boo Boys get to him, because normally it's kind of a three defensive midfielders. It's just two today with Gray and Bentancur. It's then Kudus, Tell, Odegaard and Richarlison that all start for Spurs today. Elsewhere in the Everton game, Jack Grealish is fit and he starts for them today. Igor Thiago once again leads the line for Everton today. Jordan Henderson dropped down to the bench today. Maybe that's just managing his minutes given the fact that he's no spring chicken anymore. And Brennan Johnson starts for Crystal Palace today. He goes straight into the team. It's Johnson, Pino and Mateta who leads the line. Johan Visseli, you'll be happy to know, leads the line for Newcastle. The try and trust in midfield three of Tonali, Bruno Joelinton reunited together. On a serious note though, Abby, with that team, the more attack-minded team for Spurs today, is that a very, very small step in the right direction?
There was no chance that he could probably start what he would like to start again at home. He physically can't.
He got booed before a ball was even kicked.
He will get, like you can't. Away from home, he's going to do what he wants to do anyway. And the travelling fans, it's a completely different thing when you go away from home as well. Once you lose the travelling fans, and it's over for you. They're on the fence. They are, but they're wavering. But at home,
and Brentford, it was quite a large amount of boos when he went over.
Yeah, very much so. But I think at home, there is no way that you can set up as negatively. Like, the fans have made that abundantly clear. Like, with the booing that they have done and the results. Look, we had 4 wins in a calendar year at home. Obviously, that's
crazy, isn't it?
It's not all on him.
No, sure.
It's not all on him.
50% of that goes to Ange.
50%. But yeah, I mean, at home, it's a new year. Who knows? Maybe we'll go unbeaten at home in the calendar year this year. Who knows?
With Thomas Frank, though, with the poor results, the poor style of play, and those boos from the away end, do you think he's close to maybe being sacked?
I don't know what the club are going to do. Like, I think that if you ask probably a lot of people, they would probably say they're surprised he's still in a job. I've seen managers definitely get sacked for less at Tottenham. There is also kind of a thought process that there is a lot of transition that's been going on in terms of, obviously not in terms of transitional play, because that's something we don't do, but in terms of like off the pitch. If you think we go back 6-7 months to when we won the Europa League, obviously we don't have Ange anymore, the manager that did that. You sell Brennan Johnson, who was your top goal scorer. You don't have your club captain anymore in terms of Son. There's a lot of changes that do need to be made,
even above like a CEO level.
Yeah, exactly. There's changes there. Obviously, there's no Daniel Levy anymore. There's lots of different factors that have kind of come into play. The thing with Thomas Frank, it's the style of play. I said it earlier when we were talking about West Ham or whoever we were talking about. If you've got a terrible lineup in terms of what you're seeing on the pitch and not a very good team, and the style of play is atrociously bad, if you're winning games, no one cares about the style of play. You can kind of take it on the chin and you can be like, all right, fine. Like, it's not the sexiest football. It's not what I want to see, but it's fine. It's getting over the line. With Spurs, you're not creating anything, which goes against the whole ethos of Tottenham Hotspur. Your forward players aren't doing anything. They're scared to move the ball forward. They're scared to get across the halfway line a lot of the time. They're kind of comfortable when you're going backwards or to the side or anything when it involves anyone being direct and.
Go on, Ben!
Through ball to Šeško. Keeper does well to come out and clear, Abby.
Yeah, anytime you've got the chance to create something, you're not doing it. And that does fall on the forward players. Obviously, I've said throughout this season, you're missing Kulusevski, you're missing Maddison, you've missed Solanke, your 3 starters. That is going to affect any team. However, it's just the players that are even there aren't doing anything. Like, I feel like we don't play remotely to someone like Mohamed Kudus' strengths. You know, we see him up and down all the time with just like spamming crosses into absolutely no one that's there. He's best when he's allowed and able to kind of cut in. We don't really see him do that. We haven't really seen him add to his goals tally hardly at all this season. So that also shows me we're not playing to his strengths as well. Brennan Johnson, who I'm more than happy that he's gone to Crystal Palace in terms of, I don't think he was ever good enough for Spurs. I've always made that abundantly clear. 19 goals last season, yes, but unless it was back post Brennan, he might as well have not been there. He hasn't really featured at all really this season.
It was quite obvious to Thomas Frank right from the beginning.
Thomas Frank did not fancy him from day dot. And I think that actually it's a decent bit of business to try and recoup back some of the near on £50 million that we spent on him in the first place. He was never near that price tag. I think when you look at what else is there, you know, you've got an Odegaard that he didn't spend loads of money on. He fancied him a bit the other night. He's got bright sparks, like moments, I guess. But I feel like I'm clinging on to just the bare minimum when I'm not seeing anything or getting any type of excitement, or anytime someone tries to make a forward pass, I'm like, oh, okay, like that's good. I haven't seen that for a while. I said to you before, I'll be honest, I turned the game off the other night. Like, I watched the first half. I was bored out my brain. I thought, I can't do this. I can't stand a second half of watching us do this, going back and forth and just not moving the ball anywhere, not having any type of positivity, any type of progression. And I genuinely think that we might play quite possibly the worst football on the eye in the league. And like, that might be a mad thing to say when we're talking about a West Ham, for example, or we're talking about a Wolves. I said to you earlier, Scott, like,
Cunha! Oh, sorry, Abby. Really
go for
good
it.
chance for Man United. Ball got played out to Dorgu on the right-hand side, lays it back to Mateus Cunha, who tries to go towards the near post, and that comes off the post, out for a goal kick. United, though, are the team here pushing for this winner.
Yeah, what was I saying to you earlier? It's ruined my train of thought. About Wolves, sorry, that like... Yeah. Some of Wolves' performances haven't actually been as bad as the result suggests. And I look at Spurs and I think, you are just so boring. You don't create anything. You don't do anything. Actually, I would probably rather watch Wolves.
Wow.
Which is a really damning indictment. I'm so just waiting now for whether or not they sack Thomas Frank, whether or not they don't sack him. I don't know what they're going to do.
How long do you think it's got? So are they looking to get to the end of the season with him?
Yeah, I think they probably do go to the end of the season, and then I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that
the fans. If the fans keep on turning, if it gets like toxic at home, then it becomes really difficult, doesn't it, for the managers to stay in? If
I compare it to this time last year, there was obviously a lot of talk about Ange being sacked. And I remember we had many a show where you were like, surely you want him gone at this point, surely. And Kwaku in my ear. And I was like, no, I don't, because I could still... we had so many injuries as well. I was like, no, it was only up until April that I decided to change my mind on that. But we had the Europa League and we were going all right in that. But if I think about the Champions League, I mean, realistically, if we do get to the latter stages of the Champions League, or whatever comes up, whatever we're doing after this group thing, do I honestly think that Spurs are able to compete? Absolutely not. Nowhere near it. And when we won the Europa League, I always said the Champions League is nothing for me, because I know that Tottenham can't compete in it. It's going to be painful to watch. We're certainly not going to win it. What I wanted was the trophy out of winning the Europa League, which is complete opposite to what you wanted, really. Yeah. You wanted the Champions League status that came with that. I know that Tottenham aren't good enough to compete in it. I would have probably rather us been, in a weird way, in a Europa League, because I know that we can compete.
Have another chance to win.
Have another chance of having some silverware. That's why, for me, my biggest thing is, and I said it at the start of the season, I would finish 8th or 9th, which would be a massive improvement on last season, and focus on the cups. Carabao Cup, long gone. FA Cup, show me do something.
Villa at home on Saturday.
It's going to be very tough. But that's what I would put my eggs in the basket for. Try and be a cup team, because I
rack up those trophies.
Up those trophies. But when I said it, that was actually what I meant. Put your energy into something that you actually might be able to achieve. In terms of, you're not good enough really over a 38-game season. You nearly went down last year. I know people will say, well, that's an exaggeration, but it's actually not. We were the next team to be on the chopping block. It's not really improved. And I know that it's not all on Thomas Frank. It's on the recruitment. It's on the players that are there. there's a lot to be answered for. There's a lot of damage that's been done over years and years of poor recruitment and management. But you can't sack a squad, unfortunately.
But coming back to style, we always have that conversation about managers who are doing really well with like your Brentfords and those clubs who are pushing, like Andoni Iraola, for example. Like a few weeks ago, we were talking about how he was next in line to be in one of these big jobs. And now that Bournemouth haven't won in 11 games. Like, do you think that this is not a mesh really with what Thomas Frank's approach to the game is, or can you see it getting any better? Can you see anything in an attacking sense ever getting any better under him? In that case, like, what is the point of actually moving forward with him? It doesn't suit what Tottenham want and what they are. You want to be entertained, right? Yeah,
I mean, that is kind of the whole ethos of Tottenham Hotspur, that you want to be entertained, that we've always had attacking options, attacking players throughout decades and decades of Tottenham, that, you know, even if you lose games, you go out with a fight, you have good players in those positions that are hungry to move the ball forward and pass the ball into positive areas and just have a go. You know, I think Aaron Lennon was doing Match Day live today. I heard him on the radio on my way in, and he was saying, like, you know, the fans were never on my back about that. As long as I was being positive with the ball, they will accept you. And that is Tottenham Hotspur. Like, we want to see attacking football. I think is Poch the one that kind of Spurs fans would love to have back? I can't talk for the rest of the fan base. I can only talk for me. I would love to have him back, because that's the last time. Is that I was happy? Because
again, like, you know, do you think it happening next summer though? Will timings make it difficult? Because obviously the Premier League season finishes. He's got to work in the summer at the World Cup. Yeah. Would it be too much, do you think, for him to finish off the World Cup and then come into that club? Or do you think there's still enough time in between?
I think there's enough time.
Because that on paper could make sense.
I think it makes perfect sense, personally. I know that he's always said he wants to come back. He has always said that there's unfinished business.
It seems to make sense. He wants to come back. I think most Spurs fans, the ones that I know anyway, just want Poch back because of obvious
Lots of people say don't go back, right? They say don't go back to an ex, don't go back to it. I disagree.
I know you do.
Is he the manager that he was during his Tottenham pomp, though? Like, to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, I think you're yearning for something that you used to have.
Well, sometimes you need to go back to see if you can move forward, okay?
Okay,
cool. No, I'm being serious. I feel like when it comes to Poch, yes, I have this lovely idea about Mauricio Pochettino, because he made me believe that this team could compete and be good, great football, and he got us to a Champions League final, and we had no business being there. We were terrible that season.
And something I don't want to be too boring, but you look at the net spend, what Poch was working with in terms of resources. I think the net spend throughout his time with that club was something around £0,
and we had
what he did, having Spurs punching well above their weight, was remarkable.
Not only that, we had 2 seasons away from home. We had 2 windows without bringing anyone in. Like, we had so many things that were going against us, and I always feel like he made us so incredibly competitive during that time. And that last season at White Hart Lane, I think we were unbeaten as well. And I always felt that, like, yes, okay, we didn't get over the line against Leicester, but all right, fine. It was a freak season, and we were kind of young as well and a bit inexperienced. Second season, finished second again, and like then we moved. And I always felt like if we'd had maybe one more season at White Hart Lane, like maybe he could have done something. Yes, he could have been better in the cups. I will hold my hands up to that and say some of the decisions.
The problem there was the problem there was the lack of backing after the Champions League.
The lack of backing, like, you know, he gets.
I think that was the start. He called for it because he could identify that was coming.
Yeah,
and they made the wrong call by not trusting him.
Spurs going into that final were struggling.
It's exactly that. Mauricio Pochettino had proven time and time again that he could work. We used to sing his magic, right? Yeah. He had worked wonders with the lack of resources. Yes, he had a Harry Kane breaking into that team and was brilliant. Yes, he had a Dele Alli that only cost £5 million. He had an Eriksen. He had a Moussa Dembele, one of the most underrated players in the Premier League. He had a great back four. But he hadn't spent loads and loads. And it was... Oh, are they in here?
Yeah,
Leeds have got an attack here. Oh, the top of the goal! Joe Pirro has just come off the bench. Again, talk about playing through Man United. I think a bit more compact today than normal. One pass gets played into midfield, and the Leeds attackers basically got 3 players in front of him. He goes to the right-hand side to Pirro, and who first time tries to curl it into the far corner, and he just gets a little bit too much on it. Lamon's rooted.
Last season, he scored 19 goals in the Championship last season.
And that goes on to the top of the net.
Interestingly, Leeds have brought on Tanaka, Nonto, Pirro. And Nemecha came on a little bit earlier on, so they've really gone attacking with their substitutions. Remember, Tanaka scored at Liverpool to make it 3-3, I think it was, in the 96th minute, and he scored against Chelsea at home as well. Nemecha's got 4 goals this season against City, Villa, Forest, and Everton, I think. Pirro hasn't scored this season, neither has Nonto, and they were two of the crucial players in the promotion season, of course. But yeah, Leeds, it's been turgid the last 10 minutes. I've been watching it while you guys have been chatting about Tottenham. Maybe it was inspired by the Tottenham chat. But suddenly Leeds have just started to get a little bit of a foothold attacking, because you can't make that many attacking substitutions and just not do anything. This is going to be a massive, what we reckon, maybe 4 minutes added time.
It's quite a bold move as well from the manager, because you think he might have been
can't be accused of not going for
7 unbeaten, take a point against United, and maybe just move on, go a point further clear of West Ham and Burnley.
You'd rather do that. You'd rather see the match and go for it.
So fair play to him. Again, changed the system to a back four. Nonto coming on for ball now. Goodmanson, long throw into the box. Šeško wins the header, and the referee's given a foul. Patrick Dorgu has gone down. We'll obviously chat more with Spurs with you during the 3 o'clock game. Spurs Sunderland, one of 4 3 o'clock games in the Premier League, but perhaps now, I'm sorry, that, there's a slight
He's bought the
hand on the back there, isn't it? Firstly, I don't know why Strauch even bothers putting his hands on the back, but also, is that a free kick, Lee? If
you're the referee,
if Dorgu did that to Strauch, is he giving a penalty?
If you're the referee and you see someone go over with hands on back, you're going to give it, aren't you? It's just, they've bought it. It's what happened in the game. Oh God, we were on. There's been so many games recently. Shoving the back, we thought it might be a free kick. Was it Arsenal? No, I can't remember what game it was. There's been
so many games.
So many games. But there was a very similar thing where we questioned whether it might have been a free kick. It wasn't. The goal was given. That one was very similar. Just goes over too easy. But Leeds on the
chance for Leeds now. Willie Nonto down the right hand side gets the bar line. First time cross into the box is blocked by Cunha. It will be a Leeds United corner. 4 minutes of time added on. They want a handball. They're appealing for a handball. I mean, half a dozen Leeds players are around the referee.
Their arms are straight up. So
Cunha again doing really good defensive work, getting back into position.
Might have hit his arm. No. Is it?
The right arm is up in an unnatural position, but I think it takes the deflection first, and then I think we need to have a better look, maybe slow down to see where it actually. His right arm's definitely up, but I'm not sure it hits his arm. Does it?
It hits his arm off his foot, I think.
Does it? His arm,
but then how can you dictate where you?
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Takes the
I think it'll be a harsh penalty to give.
I agree with that, and I think we're going to carry on here. Anton Stack's going to whip in an out-swinging corner into the 92nd minute. Casemiro gets his head on it, comes back out to Stack, heads the ball into the box. Chance for Leeds here. Ball back into the box. Shot from outside the box, takes a wicked deflection, and it's going to come back out to Willie Nonto now. Bad header to Ugarte. Now Cunha can break. He's got Ugarte and Xerxes, but he hasn't got many options, and Cunha does a sensible thing and comes back to Luke Shaw. Lisandro Martinez now has the ball. We've been playing for 90 seconds of added time. 2.5 minutes left. Ugarte's got space now. And look at Šeško, not even looking. The Ugarte pass wasn't great, sure. But Šeško just...
I don't know what he's doing.
What was he doing? He wasn't making a run.
Casemiro.
Xerxes.
Right, come on.
To Shaw. Šeško's in the box. Luke Shaw tries to wrap his foot around the ball. It comes off James Justin, and now it's going to be a Manchester United throw. Have you got... Is Dallo the long thrower into the box?
It's basically... Yes, he's taken it, but I've never seen him really do anything.
He just kissed the ball. Maybe
God.
Maybe that's
there we go.
Yeah, a bit like you wearing jeans to a game of football on a Saturday.
I felt like wear the same outfit.
Which is so rogue,
down to the socks.
Long throw into the box. Šeško wins the header. Shaw wins it back into the box. Leeds are going to head, and then Nonto's going to whack it clear. It comes back to Lisandro Martinez. Been a weird game, Lee, where there's been passages of play which has been quite boring, but then there's been 5-10 minute spells at times where both teams have almost found space and had moments of joy.
Yeah, that's a great summary of the whole game, really. By the way, Willie Nonto, since...
Great, Sam.
Broken clock's right twice a day, isn't he? Here we go.
You're just good at your job. Willie Nonto's been...
Oh, come on.
Look at that ball. Out to the left-hand side. Can he get a shot away? Oh, it's such a bad ball.
Such a bad
Was that Nemecha? It's such a good ball out to Nemecha. He took it down. He had so much space. I thought from the left he was going to come in and whip it. And he ended up trying to play it to Calvert-Lewin. And now Nemecha again. Left-hand side. Calvert-Lewin in the box. So's Pirro. Nemecha. Oh, that's twice now. He's awful play down the left-hand side.
Keep a hold of the ball, man.
God.
Leeds battling away.
This is now just chaos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, high boot. High boot. Oh, it's a high boot, though,
Come on. Get up the other side.
Xerxes.
Don't worry, Šeško was doing nothing either.
Less than a minute left of this, you'd say.
What is that?
I think both teams should just...
United look knackered.
Chance now. Oh, not
Come on.
Joe Pirro.
gone.
Oh, do you know what? He's
that
lucky there.
place-
That was really reckless from Heaven. He was lucky when he took the ball past him.
Dallo
Contact
again.
on it.
Oh, long range effort.
Was that
from,
Stack
yeah,
who, from
Stack.
35 yards out, tried a shot? It goes way over the bar.
That might be it.
Do you think everyone can just be in agreement that a point here is a fair result?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
I think
I think
neither.
so.
Maybe United had a bit more control of the game, Scott. But
Even in the second half.
second off, so Sheshko's chance.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else where the goalkeeper's been tested.
Yeah, not
Could
really.
you off the post maybe as well?
I think Yoro had a header in the first half as well, which was saved.
Yeah.
I think both teams have given as good as they've got, really. I think overall, on the balance of things, I think Cunha's probably been the best player on the pitch, really, in terms of the difference that he's made. He stepped up when United needed him to. Xerxes come on and Leeds have another chance.
Nemecha?
Oh,
That is 3 times now he's had the ball on the
Keep it
left-hand
in.
side in a dangerous position, and all 3 times his distribution has been absolutely embarrassing.
Aronson got taken off, and giving him those 3 opportunities, you feel like he might have been the one to make a bit of a difference. He's
All
got
3
a bit of
times he has Spacely, and he just it was like he was under pressure. Ball to Calvert-Lewin, who played over the time additional added on. James just on the overlap. Calvert-Lewin crosses, and again, that is a cross that comes off Cunha, and that is going to be the full-time whistle. So it's going to finish Leeds 1, Manchester United 1. Aronson opens the scoring before Cunha levels. The best chances at 1-1 both fell to Man United. Sheshko had a half chance, got a chance from close range, across from the left. His first-time shot goes wide. So the early game in the Premier League finishes Leeds 1, Man United 1. Confirmation of the results in the Championship. Birmingham 3, Coventry 2. Top of the table Coventry 9 clear of third place at the start of the day. Lose. QPR go 2 outside the playoffs, beating bottom club Sheffield Wednesday by 3-0. Sheffield United Oxford was postponed. That was a 12 o'clock kickoff. 1-3 o'clock game in the Championship. Portsmouth Ipswich has also been postponed because of the bad weather. Bolton 0, Northampton 0, Lincoln 5, Peterborough 2 in League 1. Cheltenham 3, Crawley 0, MK Dons 2, Chesterfield 2. Chesterfield coming from 2 down to draw away MK Dons in League 2. So on talkSPORT Goals, to take one more break, and then when we do, we round things up with Scott Saunders on Man United, and then after that we've got 4 games at 3 o'clock. Your Spurs are in action. Jack Cunningham, Geordie Jackson in the building. His beloved Newcastle in action. I'll be watching Liverpool closely. We've also got Everton versus Brentford. We are back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals. Is brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus. Gamble aware to dog. Terms and conditions apply. It's approaching 2:30 on Sunday, January the 4th. The early game in the Premier League finished. Leeds 1, Man United 1. Probably a fair result at Ellen Road. Aronson opened the scoring for Cunha level. The best chance of 1-1 fell to Benjamin Šeško. His shot from close range just goes wide of the post. We've got 4 games now at 3 o'clock. Everton versus Brentford. That's 8th versus 9th. Two sides have had really good first half to the season, having lost their first 2 Premier League games against Brentford. Everton now unbeaten their last 6 games against the Bees. Fulham versus Liverpool. No Hugo Ekitike in the squad today. Cody Gakpo leads the line for Liverpool. Fulham won this fixture 3-2 last season, last winning consecutive home league games against Liverpool all the way back in 2007. Geordie Jackson in the studio at 3 o'clock. His Newcastle side are at home to Crystal Palace. Palace have failed to score in any of their last 4 Premier League away games against Newcastle. And Spurs Sunderland. Been a long time since I watched Spurs with Abby Summers. We are back today. Spurs are unbeaten in their last 14 Premier League games against Sunderland. 2 results in the Championship. Top of the table, Coventry. 2 wins in 6 now for them. Lost away at Birmingham 3-2. QPR 2 off the playoffs, beating Sheffield Wednesday by 3-0. It's Sam Ellard, Scott Saunders, Abby Summers. Lee Folks has got cramp, so has left the studio and hasn't come back. Like,
you do need to get up every hour, and just stretch your legs.
Like being on a long flight.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I might be in the toilet, just on the floor, just not able to get up. So, anyway.
But we can come back.
We can do a few minutes
without
Lee, doesn't it? Anyway, unless someone wants to come in and join him for the next couple of minutes. Bill, would you fancy it?
It's your moment. I tell you who would have been straight in here.
No, who?
Marco. Marco would have been straight in here.
Marco would have been all over it, wouldn't he?
All over
Marco would be like punching Lee in the toilet.
You're not coming back. You're not coming back in.
Scott, Leeds 1, Man United 1. How would you sum up that game of football?
Fair. Look, it's difficult for United to go and get a result there in the best of circumstances anyway, given how Leeds' form was upturned. They've really run Liverpool close and got a couple of draws, but then they've beaten Chelsea as well. So the turnaround there at Leeds. Daniel Farke, the position that he was in just a few weeks ago, compared to where Leeds are now, deserves a lot of credit. I think that's 7 unbeaten for them. So it's always going to be difficult for United to go there and take something out of this game, a win specifically. But I think looking at the teams today and looking at how short United were in terms of how many players they've got out with AFCON and with injuries all in the same position, all to those creative players, I think this is not only a fair result, but I think it's a half decent result for United. I think the thing was, you needed to go into those other games and beat your likes of Bournemouth and your likes of West Ham. And they are the games really where you think you've really got to take advantage. The game against Everton, the 10 men, and the one against Wolves in the week as well. They are the missed opportunities to me. Ultimately, I think the important thing here for me, and this might be incredibly defeatist and shows how low my expectations are at the moment. I just didn't want to lose today and just get through this. It'd be different at Burnley at the weekend. I think Leeds are significantly better than Burnley, so I think I would expect United hopefully have 1 or 2 players back and then go to Burnley. You'd need to take those 3 points. But in this one, just the status of the game, the derby, the amount of players that United have had out, and the way that United applied themselves throughout the game, I think they did okay, and a draw, a fair result for me. I think Joshua Zirkzee came on, and there's a lot of contention. I said I wouldn't have started him from the start, just given how he performed against Wolves the other day, even though he scored. He did come on and he proved that he can make a difference. He came on within 30 seconds, 60 seconds or whatever. He's playing in Mateus Cunha for the 1-1 goal with a really good assist, very well weighted. The pass was fantastic. And Cunha stepped up as well. I think he was the best player on the pitch really, but Zirkzee made a big difference. So overall, look, ultimately United need to be better, but I don't think this is the day really where we can look at everything and judge United as harshly as we could have over the last few weeks.
What did you make of Benjamin Šeško's performance today? He's got 0 goals in his last 11 games. Man United pay big money for him. Even away from the goals, do you think he does enough? Do you think he contributes enough to the team as a centre forward?
I think he does more than Højlund does, but you don't really pay 75 million for just a little bit more in terms of your build-up. I think I'm confident that he will come good in the end. It's difficult for any striker going into Manchester United, whoever it is, to make that kind of difference. But you can see some experience in certain moments. There was an opportunity towards the end where I think Ugarte had the ball. It could have been someone else, but the opportunity was on for him to carry it and Šeško to make a run either side of the defender. And it's just a vertical pass right through Whether Ugarte could have got it there is another question, but I think Sesko should be giving him that option. He's had some half chances. There was one which he put to the near post, which he maybe could have glanced over to the far post and you get a different result. But for me, yeah, look, really, United have spent big on him. They made a gamble. With Cunha and Mbumo, they spent the same money, and you can see the return that Cunha gives you. You can see through what Mbumo gives you as well. Sesko, you're always taking the risk, really, given he's new to the league. He's 22, and the other guys have a lot of Premier League experience and are probably more ready. Look, if Sesko had been taking his chances, if he'd have been more efficient with the ones that he got since he came back from injury, United would be probably winning more games. So you have to depend on strikers to score your goals. He's just not getting enough of them at the moment. But like, it's tough.
And, there's always been the kind of Bruno Fernandes question that we touched on earlier about, if United took the money for Bruno in the summer and spent it, would they be a better team? But I know there's not just Bruno missing today, but he's been United's best player for many, many, many years. And it feels like when Bruno's not in the team, there's an even bigger drop-off. I'm sure Cunha maybe was the one trying to get on the ball today and make things happen. But I think it's really noticeable when Bruno's not on the team, the lack of quality in possession and leadership as well. Was that fair?
I think leadership is vitally important to this team. Wherever he's playing, Amarim said it himself, he knows what we're doing from set pieces. He's the one who's guiding guys around to go into different positions and mark certain men, and he knows what's happening in every single aspect of the game. So there's that to consider, but it's also the output. Even in the central midfield area alongside Casemiro for most of the season, is he the top or among the top creators in the Premier League, just in terms of how many chances, and he's missed a couple of penalties this season, but if you ever get a free kick or an incident like that, he's always chief among it. He sets other players into good positions. He is the heartbeat of the team, really. And yes, there is a question about whether he'll be at United next summer, but this team as it is now, they haven't got the money for him. They haven't replaced him. So he is still incredibly, incredibly vital to this team. And United are missing him sorely. I'm just wishing he can get back as quickly as possible. You can't rush hamstrings. So,
from a Leeds United point of view, I mean, it only feels a few weeks ago that there was talk about Daniel Farke's future. There was the Chelsea and Liverpool games that were coming back to back. And kind of some talk in the papers was these were going to be the two games that were going to define his future. I mean, since then, over the last couple of weeks, they beat Chelsea at home 3-1. They got that draw at home to Liverpool, a point away at Brentford, beat Palace at home, point away at Sunderland, a draw away at Liverpool, and a draw today against. A draw today. They're 7 unbeaten now in the Premier League. They're 16th in the table. They're 8 clear of West Ham in 18th place, and with a much better goal difference. And you've got to give this Leeds team and Daniel Farke so much credit, Abby, because I'd love to know in the history of the Premier League, how often has a newly promoted team been 7 unbeaten in the Premier League?
Yeah,
that's some effort which should be applauded.
Oh, I think absolutely. Like when you think back to those games, and Daniel Farke was probably the one that everyone thought would get sacked next. I think the Leeds fans were very happy for him to probably go at that point as well. It was kind of like they just decided to lock in. They just thought, actually, no, we're changing this. And I think if you would have said to them in that whole entire fixture list, in your next 7, that you're going to be unbeaten, 2 wins in that, 1 coming obviously against Chelsea as well. We haven't even spoken about Chelsea today, which I'm sure we'll get on to. But
I'm so sad I'm not going to.
We haven't spoken about Chelsea, which is crazy. But I think from a Leeds perspective, it's brilliant. I mean, at the moment, you are probably not really. You can probably think you're not going to be in danger of getting sucked in at this moment in time. How the season goes, I don't know. I think Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the resurgence in his form. What is it? 8 goals?
It helps when you got your bloke up front putting the ball in the back. I mean, that's something that Burnley. I feel like Burnley's your team who are doing okay in games and are not being outplayed and outclassed in every game, but they do just lack that focal point up front, that quality in front of goal. For
sure. But I think even when that signing was made, it was, I guess, free hit, wasn't it? But you probably still didn't think that he would go on the run that he's gone on so far. So I think that with Leeds, you just got to have a lot of credit. It's how they're also fighting for games. If we look at someone like Sunderland and we look at their fixtures and their results and we say, well, how come Sunderland are doing so well? And they've lost all these players to AFCON. Well, actually, it's about how much fight and determination you show. I would never think that Leeds wouldn't actually have that. I just think that under Bielsa, they obviously played kind of a different style of football anyway. It was a bit Ange-like in terms of a kamikaze, but they loved that and they were fully on that roller coaster. And it's a little bit more. They can still attack when they need to attack. They defend really well. I mean, I think there is most definitely 3 worse teams in Leeds.
Yeah, well,
at this moment in time.
When you look at the Premier League table at the moment, we Wolverhampton won yesterday, but they're done. Burnley haven't got enough quality, and we've discussed West Ham, and
it's just if they fall out.
Like the Leeds have an 8-point buffer on West Ham. It's hard to see West Ham picking up any points, let alone 8. And obviously, Leeds United are going to pick up points this season. So the early game then today in the Premier League finishes Leeds 1, Manchester United 1. We got 4 games at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League, including Everton, Brentford, Fulham, Liverpool, Newcastle, Palace, Spurs, Sunderland. Also a full fixture list as well in the Championship League 1 and in League 2. On talkSPORT Goals, we're back in a couple of minutes' time. Hopefully, Lee Phelps has recovered from his hamstring problem, and we'll start our build-up properly to the games at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals is coming to you live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and as well on your smart TVs. On a busy Sunday, January the 4th, it's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Scott Saunders, Abby Summers with you until around 6 o'clock this evening, taking you through a busy day of football in the Premier League and EFL as well. The one game in the Premier League finished Leeds 1, Manchester United 1. Now our attention turns to 4 games at 3 o'clock. Everton, Brentford, Fulham, Liverpool, Newcastle, Palace, Spurs, Sunderland. The 5:30 game should be a tasty one. This afternoon, Man City, Chelsea. Confirmation of the 2 results in the Championship. Birmingham 3, Coventry 2, QPR 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Lee, what's catching your eye then as we go into the 3 o'clock games?
Well, I know, just a quick one on the Championship. I know, obviously, we've had a close eye on it. I know you've particularly been interested in it this season, haven't you? I just got the latest title odds. Coventry now 8-13, Ipswich 13-8. So that is closing up a lot. I mean, I know Ipswich probably be gutted that they haven't played today in the end to try and close that gap a little bit further. But pre-match, that was 4-11, 5-2. So it's Coventry having a bit of a nightmare. I know it's been unfortunate for them with the problems they've had with the illness in the camp, haven't they? And, but yeah, that they need to arrest that pretty soon. Look, they're very short price for promotion still, but the way that division goes, if a couple of teams can get on a winning run or on a really good run like Ipswich have, then Coventry could get caught. It's not like they seemed home and hosed, didn't they? And I know it's a daft thing to say before half the season's completed, but yeah, they need some big results soon.
Yeah, and they're quite fortunate that Ipswich are in good form to close the gap on second to first. But they're fortunate that Middlesbrough in third place haven't won 4 league games.
Yeah.
And if their form was a little bit better, they wouldn't just be worrying about first or second. They'd also be worried about coming in the top 2. But Borough's form has fallen off a cliff. I mean, if Borough win today, they go to 47, which is 46, which is 6 behind Coventry.
Yeah.
So I mean, that 6 with half a season to go is still pretty tight.
Yeah.
Have you got any? That's for the title. Have you got any promotion odds for us? Because again, there are a dozen teams who fancy themselves are coming in the playoffs and better.
Well, this is before that match was played with Coventry. But I mean, obviously they were 1-33, so that'll drift a little bit. But Ipswich were 1-4. But if we say that they're both odds on, so they'll both probably be in the shake-up at the end of the season, if not go up. Borough was 7-4, and then you had Watford at 4-1. Bristol City was 7-1.
Right.
Yeah,
Millwall.
I didn't have the price for them beforehand, but I think from memory they were just a little bit around, maybe double figures, just into double figures.
Is that right? Interesting.
Which is, you've been talking about Millwall from before the start of the season, haven't you? It was a good shout because they've been in and around there. They just need that run, don't they? They need that run to time that run to perfection and get in there.
And that's what Sunderland did so well last season, didn't they? I think Sunderland timed their run into the playoffs really well. Oh no, they didn't. Sorry, was Sunderland the opposite? Where they were in really. I think Sunderland were in the playoffs for a long, long time. They were in really, really bad form going into I think they hadn't won in 8.
But in the playoffs,
they still did really well because normally it's the team that kind of just gate crashes the top 6
Who've
that
got
ends
momentum.
up going up.
Yeah.
In terms of the fixtures today in the Championship, Middlesbrough, where are Middlesbrough today? They are away at home to Southampton, aren't they? Sorry, my mince pies are going, aren't they? The game's at 3 o'clock. It's normally for the offside. My mince.
Not again with the mince pie.
Oh yeah, you were on an over 4.5 mince pies mention.
That was
in the hope that you got some free, and then you stopped in the second half, and we didn't get any in the end.
No,
I got my mince pies.
and it's no Christmas anymore. I'm the Grinch over it.
The tree is being taken down as we speak on the talkSPORT tower, 17th floor talkSPORT tower,
and also when you come up the escalators, it's been taken down.
That was the one I was talking about.
Although interestingly, if you go to the toilet, they're still playing Christmas music.
They are.
Are they really?
Are they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sort out.
We've never had good music in the toilets here at talkSPORT.
No.
There used to be a time it was just the same song playing over and over again.
Sometimes it makes you feel like you're going actually crazy.
I used to have a retail job, right? And from October, they would play the same 20 Christmas songs every day.
From October?
From October.
That's
really, really sour.
That's rogue October. I mean, that's really bad.
I'm not into
awful.
Christmas.
Yeah, I know. Why not?
Just don't like it.
What's the matter with you today?
Today or in general?
She knows she's got to watch
That's
Tottenham.
a long list.
Yeah, but if that upset her all the time, she'd never be in a good mood.
No, I'm just not a Christmas person.
What sort of person are you?
Summer person.
Are you really?
Fair enough.
I'm just a summer person.
That's
I don't like it when it's cold. I don't like the cringy songs. It's just
Cringy songs.
cringy songs. Yeah.
God, all right. I bet you were fun in Dubai, weren't you?
No, it was lovely because you see a Christmas
Got away
tree.
from everything she does.
Everything I don't like. They have Christmas there. If you want to be involved in Christmas, lovely Christmas tree in the hotel as I walk out onto the beach. Lovely.
So you see a Christmas tree, go, nice, and then you see the sun hits you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
I actually never used to be this much of a Grinch. I used to quite like it, but I'm just over the last few years I've become very Grinchy. Maybe when I have kids one day.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Anyway, the Championship games today. Now I've sorted my mince pies out. We got Blackburn, Charlton, Bristol City, Preston. That's a good game in the Championship. 2 sides that are well and truly in Bristol City. 2 teams that are well and truly in contention for playoff football. That's 8th versus 6th. We got Derby versus Wrexham, Hull, Watford. Watford are probably the informed team in the Championship. They're 4th in the table. They've won their last 2 away league games as well. Borough, Southampton, Millwall, Swansea, Millwall just outside their player places on 7th place. Norwich, Stoke. Norwich are in decent form as they try and get themselves out of the bottom 3. And again, Portsmouth, Ipswich has been postponed. Liam, in terms of the 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League?
Yeah, well, I mean, I said I like the home double, which was Everton and Newcastle. I mean, that double now pays just over 3-1. I don't think anyone would be massively surprised. Maybe, I mean, when I've said to you that I think Everton at home to Brentford, I think you've kind of gone, oh, okay, you haven't been completely convinced.
I was more
about Brentford.
But then you mentioned Brentford's poor away form, and it's more about
it's more about the fact that Brentford don't seem to be able to do it. But then on any given day, if Brentford went and won somewhere like Everton, no one would be like up in arms, surprised by it, would they either? So I think that's the worry. I guess.
Also think Everton without the last couple of weeks, and they did win at Forest, so maybe I'm wrong saying this, but they're without Dewsbury Hall and Ndiaye, aren't they? And maybe there's been a bit
Grealish back today. So
Grealish back today. And also Tyler Dibling starts the right side as well.
And he was really impressive actually in the last game that we watched, which was that Forest game. Interestingly, at home, Everton have gone from kind of like start of October, they've gone win against Palace, defeat to Tottenham, win against Fulham, defeat to Newcastle, win against Forest, defeat to Arsenal. So if you like patterns, then they'll win today. That's enough to base your betting on, but but I think, a 1-0 defeat to Arsenal is not the end of the world either, is it? And like I say, Brentford's away form did win at Wolves last time they went away, but it's not been drawing either. It's been losing games, and it's really interesting. They lost 2-0 to City in the EFL Cup, lost 2-0 at Tottenham, 2-0 at Arsenal, lost 2-0 at Brighton, 2-0 at Palace. It's really weird how they seem to concede a lot of goals. Lost 3-1 at Fulham earlier in the season as well. So yeah, I'm with Everton. I'm pretty confident about Everton at home.
You also mentioned that double is Newcastle. I do like Newcastle home to Palace today.
And Fulham have gone. Since the preview we did on Friday, I've been saying if only Fulham were 3-1, they've gone 3-1.
Have they really?
So they've drifted and drifted and drifted, gone out to 3-1. Now they're there. I'm not as confident, but they've got the goals in them, and it depends if Liverpool don't turn up. I'm going to stick to my gut. I'm going to go for a surprise 3-1 Fulham home win.
Okay, there we go.
Harry Wilson,
3-1.
Yeah, Harry Wilson at the moment. Came through Liverpool as well.
Yeah.
He's younger.
Like it a lot.
Harry Wilson?
I think he's doing really well, but no, not really. He's now going to score, isn't he?
Harry Wilson is shouldering Wales' hopes of getting to the World Cup. So,
and yes, exactly. And Tottenham are odds on at home to Sunderland. Cannot have that
odds on
draw. That's a draw.
What's Sunderland to win?
14-5, just under 3-1. Smidgen under 3-1.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Given Sunderland, I know Sunderland's form away hasn't been so good, but
goals. Not enough goals.
Do you think that's a fair price, Sunderland to win at Spurs?
No, I like the draw. I just think the draw is good, but I'll still play under 1.5 goals.
Yeah,
0-0 or 1-0 either way.
Scott, in terms of 3:00 games, what are you most looking forward to today?
I quite fancy Fulham to do something against Liverpool as well. I've got to say, I've really got to say. Obviously, there's a big game today as well, City Chelsea, which is quite interesting. But in terms of the 3:00, I'm looking at Fulham and I'm thinking they're just a little bit awkward. And Liverpool with Isak out and Ekitike, the Ekitike news today as well is not in the squad.
Is he injured?
With the form that Liverpool have been in, it's turned around. It's been better. But I watched something against Leeds the other day, and I just thought, there's something lacking there. There's something missing. And Fulham have I'm talking up Harry Wilson quite a lot here, but I watch a lot of him. He's just got so much technical quality from set pieces, from free kicks, and just in play. The goal that he scored against Spurs, from out on the touchline, you can just do something like that in a certain moment. 6 assists this season as well for club and country. He's 9-4 to score or assist in the game, which I think there'll be goals. Fingers crossed.
Everton Brentford's an interesting one, Scott, as well, because first half of the season, I don't think many people would have had Everton and Brentford both to be in the top 10 at the start of the season. I'd have had them not relegated, but kind of around the 13th, 14th place, especially Brentford with Keith Andrews. So both sides starting the day in that top 10, not too far off European spots. You've got to give both managers, Moyes and Keith Andrews, lots of credit.
Absolutely. I think I would probably more have expected that Everton would go in that direction. That they're both in this pack of teams that can't really escape each other at the moment, aren't they? I'm not so surprised that Everton are there, but I think what Keith Andrews has done at Brentford and how he's taken them on and made the team his own really quickly, and the home form is just outstanding. The teams that they are outplaying in those moments, they are that team really that could go there and spring a surprise, even though their away form isn't that good. But credit to both of them. I thought Brentford would be in and amongst it at the bottom. I really did after Thomas Frank left, just because of the upheaval and how long he had been there.
Keith Andrews had already been there before.
He's set-piece coach.
Sometimes it's a nicer transition, I guess, when you go. It doesn't always work out, but obviously when you've got someone that's already been such a key part of the infrastructure of the club. I actually went for this one on my final one standing this week.
Who?
I went for Everton.
Did you really?
Yeah, I felt we were looking at it on Friday, and I just couldn't. I was like, there's a lot of dodgy fixtures this weekend.
Yeah, it's difficult. Isn't it? I went Wolves actually.
We all actually went with something different. You went with Wolves?
I thought I'd get Wolves out early on.
Actually?
Yeah, first pick of the league that was as well. Cause I think most people went out last week, didn't they? You know, the 100,000 game. Everyone picked Man United or Chelsea, and it just kind of destroyed.
But I couldn't believe it. The 5 people got 71 grand each.
Yeah. So
Amazing.
the £500,000 game went in the last round.
Yeah.
Remember, they only had Burnley or Wolves left, and they all picked Burnley, all went, so they all got 71 grand each.
How amazing is that?
But in addition to that, we've since the start of Christmas, we've paid out £895,000 across 6 leagues. So 500 in that one. One player won 200k.
Yeah.
Midweek, one player in one of the 50k games had Everton from the Tuesday night, wasn't it?
Forest
we were
away.
talking about this, weren't we? But 41 players were still in this league, and they all went. So that one player went through and won 50k on their own. It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. Final one standing league has been an absolute belter, and it's still going, by the way. Every week there's a
I'm
new
not sure
league,
the boss.
isn't there?
Now we're paying out
I know.
£1 million. I'm not sure the boss is.
Someone's gone into work and gone, why is it 800 grand out of our bank account?
It's
What on
all
earth's
free
going
to
on?
play as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, they're not like it's not
The
like
amount of times that obviously we're running it on another show as well, and the amount of times that we have all collectively gone out, and then gone back in, and then the next week we've all gone back out, and then we go back in. So it's the best thing because you can still keep going, and we keep saying, right, we can't keep doing this. We have to be in for an extended period of time now.
I'm interested to learn about the tactics. Like, we're trying to get a few of the winners to kind of, do the publicity and all that sort of stuff. It'd be really interesting because you think about a 500k game, the tactic has been to keep the worst teams till last.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, my tactic on this, and going back to producer Jamie, he went Burnley first week of the 500k game. His tactic was to use them early and get them out of the way.
And
so
have
then
the
you've got
better teams
Yeah,
later.
but clearly that's not how
we're
to
trying
do it.
to find one of the winners because we wanted to invite them on the show.
Yeah.
So let us know.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It's an absolute belter final one standing. And well done to everybody that has won, and good luck to people that are about to get involved. The Liverpool-Fulham game has been delayed by 15 minutes, unfortunately. This is due to a medical emergency at the ground. Kickoff has been delayed 15 minutes. We hope everything is obviously okay and not serious in that respect. So if 3:15 start, that game is to happen. I can tell Scott's got some big plans this afternoon. You're desperate to get out, aren't you?
I'm good, man.
What are you doing this afternoon?
I'm just very glad I didn't discover these cookie dough snacks until
You've only just
You know
seen
what,
them.
mate? Honestly, take them home with you. You've had a tough day.
Please no.
You've watched
I've
your
tried
team.
them. These ones are better.
What did you rate these? Out of curiosity, this was the first time.
They're a good 7.
Okay.
I would say these are 9s.
Yeah, they're nice.
He has got them down.
Cookie doughs
in
are
his
a
bag.
little-
There's enough here for everyone to have one if you want. I'm going to take one more.
We'd never had these before. I took a punt
I'll
on
hand them back because this thing.
What are
This
you
is
doing
the
this afternoon,
party.
Scott?
I'll probably do a podcast reflecting on what United did, and I'll hopefully watch the City-Chelsea game as well. I don't know how much of the Fulham-Liverpool game and these games at 3 I'll be able to
Yeah,
catch.
make sure you watch City Chelsea.
But I'll obviously check out talkSPORT goals as well.
No, well, don't take the mick, mate. If you know, don't just say that. But if the other half's giving, is it because you get the other half in your ear? You can't watch. If you're working in the afternoon, you can't watch City Chelsea in the evening.
No, it's not so much that. It's not so much that.
That's why I'm single,
It's fine.
mate.
I'm just.
On that note, we'll take a quick break on talkSPORT Goals. When we come back, we got 4 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. Geordie Jack, the most enthusiastic Newcastle fan on the planet, is in the studio. What a way to start the new year. Get yourself on that half-5 game, City Chelsea, Scott. Come on. A very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new and brilliant from William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. I am your host, Sam Ellard. A very, very happy Sunday afternoon, Sunday, January the 4th. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, the brilliant talkSPORT's YouTube channel, also on your smart TVs. I love that people are still realising, Lee, that talkSPORT are on your smart TVs. Someone will always say to me, oh, by the way, I was watching you on TV the other day. Oh, you can get talkSPORT on the TV. Yes, you can. On your smart TV.
Yes, you can.
This is the future. You've got the YouTube. You've got your smart TVs. talkSPORT are massive everywhere we go.
Yeah, thanks for that. The old adage about having a face for radio no longer applies, because you've got to have a face for TV.
I know. Well, talking of someone that's got... Talking of the person that's got the best face for TV, Geordie Jack Cunningham is back in the studio.
What a nice introduction in the new year.
How are you, Geordie Jack?
I'm good. How are you, mate? Have a nice new year.
What time did you get in this morning?
7 a.m.
I'm sorry, but can you... But before we get
to the kitchen.
Is that one of those hipster kind of food places?
Yeah.
Kitchen. Sounds like it.
Sorry, Jack. That's a good name for it.
What time did it start?
I got about 8.
But why did it need to last for 12 hours, mate? On a serious note. What were we doing for... I'm sorry, that's ridiculous.
When I go out, I can't stay out.
Did you go out and then back to your mate?
Yeah.
What time did you go back to
and then I got the bus home. So I got 3 buses home, yeah.
3 buses home?
Yeah.
How much would a cab cost you at that time?
Oh, 80 quid. Really? Yeah, 175 on the bus.
Did you have a kip on the bus on the way back?
No, I managed not to.
What about the train?
Wasn't on.
So, Jack, I don't sound like an old man here, and I'm not your old man.
Yeah.
But I've never understood these after parties. I've never understood it.
Sounds not really the target.
No, seriously, I've never understood people that you go out, you enjoy yourself, good stuff.
Yeah.
It gets like 1, 2 in the morning, you've had a good few hours out, and then people go, oh, I know, let's go to an after party and come back to mine for a few drinks. You can end the night at 1 and 2. It's fine ending it then.
Nah.
Did you go out for New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
What time did you get in?
New Year's Eve wasn't too bad. Going about 1. To be fair, New Year's
okay, fine.
Because I don't usually go out properly on New Year's Eve. Just got the pub.
We both stayed in on New Year's.
No, we both went to our families.
Yeah,
for
we both
Chinese
went to our
takeaway.
families for a take.
Different families.
Different families.
Okay, yeah.
Different families.
I'll still come to yours.
Yeah, you could have.
Don't know if she likes me though.
My family love you, Sam.
You know, I'm joking with you. Are you feeling okay though, mate?
Yeah, fine. I was fresh
I've
up.
got paracetamol if you want to.
No, I feel fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Fresh up. 4 hours skip. Class, really.
4
good.
hours. Are you still drunk?
No, I'm fine.
You're still drunk. That's an outrageous question.
He looks incredibly fresh. To say, it takes me, even on a normal night's sleep, it takes me until about 2 p.m.
Really?
My face starts to look normal. He's like, look, it looks as fresh as daisies, isn't it?
It's the 3 buses as well, though.
Yeah, no.
It's that cold air outside that probably just.
Yeah, there was one point now where I was still outside waiting for the bus, and it was about -7. So that was pretty brutal.
You asked me earlier on if I had spotted any bets. There's one that's just popped up, which is Haaland and Thiago to both score at any time, which is 11-4.
Yeah.
They've scored 30 goals between them in the Premier League this season. Thiago's on a bit of a
bad
drought.
form, though, yeah.
Thiago's on a 6-goal drought, and Haaland's on a 2-game drought.
Oh, well, that is bad for Haaland, actually.
That's the longest he's gone this season.
That is ridiculous.
What about, I know this is a weird one, but Richarlison loves to score irrelevant offside goals.
Yeah.
Like,
What are the odds on him scoring?
what is the odds on him scoring an irrelevant offside goal?
Oh, he was nearly in already.
Yeah, I know.
There must be something for that.
No,
so
I
good at
don't think
doing
we can't give price on offside goals, unfortunately.
You're missing out on a huge
Yeah,
market.
that could be the one.
Yeah, I do love Richarlison, like pull away celebration.
Pull away celebration, offside, VAR checking.
Disallowed. So Jack Cunningham is in for Scott Saunders, Abby Summers, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps with you on talkSPORT Goals. We're now going to take you through all of the 3 o'clock games today in the Premier League and below. The one result today in the Premier League: Leeds 1, Man United 1. Due to a medical emergency at Craven Cottage, Fulham Liverpool starts at 3:15, not 3 o'clock today. So 3 games have just got underway at 3 o'clock, including Everton versus Brentford, 8th versus 9th. Everton have lost their first league game in 7 of the last 8 calendar years.
God, get it, Gordon. That's what I like to see.
Who was that who had a shot? Can't believe it. Tell.
Spurs had a shot.
Spurs had an early shot. That's not what we do.
I think it was Matisse Tell, wasn't it? From about 25 yards out, coming in on that right foot. And they connected with it well, but straight at the goalkeeper. Newcastle Crystal Palace is also just got underway at 3 o'clock. Vista starts over Voltemada. Brennan Johnson straight into the Palace team today. Newcastle kept a clean sheet in their last 4 Premier League home games against Crystal Palace. And Tottenham versus Brentford as well, which just got Tottenham versus Sunderland, I should say, has also just got underway in the Premier League. Sunderland have lost 14 of their 16 European Premier League away games against Spurs. It's a Spurs team, though, who lost 11 home league games in 2025, their most ever in a calendar year. But Sunderland on the road don't score many goals. Sunderland have netted just 4 goals in their 9 Premier League away games this season. Jack, I'll come to you.
Yes.
What are you expecting today from Newcastle United?
Yes, so this is a Crystal Palace team who are basically playing exactly the same team, every game for, I think it's the same 11 that they've played in the last 3 games, bar Brennan Johnson. So this is a Palace team who are going to be tired, in my view, I think, and they are going to be a bit low on energy. I mean, I don't know how Glasner's even gotten them doing so well at this moment in time, to be honest. Newcastle have a fresher squad. We should be all over them from the start, pressing high, getting in their faces, aggressive. This is a chance. This is a huge month for Newcastle, okay? We have the Carabao Cup semi-final, we have the FA Cup, we have the Champions League, and we have 3 very winnable Premier League games. We've got Palace, we've got Leeds, and we've got Wolves in our next 3 Premier League games. If by the end of the month, Newcastle are in a position where we're basically out the Carabao Cup, we're out the FA Cup, we're out the Champions League, and in the Premier League we're nowhere, then the season is looking like it's going to be a massive failure. So this is a huge month. We'll need to get 3 points today. And I do expect us to get 3 points here. We've got a very good record against Palace at home. And I think Visser will score.
Yeah, so what do you make of that team? The headline is that Visser starts over Voldemort.
Yeah, so what I've seen from Visser so far is he is extremely lively off the ball. Great off the ball movement. Really good at finding himself in goal scoring positions. Voldemort is a totally different striker. There's no problem with that. Voldemort's had a brilliant start at Newcastle. But Visser presses higher. It's a bit more like, what I've noticed is the team seem to have adapted to Visser a little bit better, because it's a bit like having Isak still up front in the way he's a pressing striker. Voldemort isn't really. So I'm fine with Visser starting that. Also, it's good that he's starting 2 games within the space of a few days, so it shows that he's getting much more match fit, considering he was injured for the entire start of the season.
And in terms of Crystal Palace, I mean, Jack, you mentioned how many games they're playing and stuff. I think Palace are really, really funny to manage that workload of European games with a pretty small squad. I know they've got Brennan Johnson in today, and fair play to the Palace board for getting that one done so quickly.
Yeah,
but I do worry them a little bit this season. They're no wins and 4 in the league.
Yeah, you know what? It's such a shame because they have such a great start. But the thing is, Glasner has basically about 16 players that he relies on.
Exactly.
And
a couple of injured.
One of them Munoz are injured.
And Sarr's gone to AFCON.
Yeah.
And that's their entire right-hand side, by the way, because I think that when Sarr comes back, I don't think Brennan Johnson starts for Palace, to be fair. At
least they can be able to rotate.
But at least they've got an option. But
what I would also just add to that is I think that with Palace playing European football, that is a massive thing for them as well, stretching the squad. We've seen them struggle quite a few times after them playing on a Thursday.
Even in the Conference League, they didn't go through automatically.
No.
I don't know how they managed to botch that. By the
I know,
way.
yeah.
They've got to play 2 extra games.
Yeah, they've got 2 extra games.
Absolutely criminal.
That is probably the thing they didn't need.
But no, of course not. But I think also when you're a team that's also not used to playing Thursday, Sunday, or having 2 games a week on top of everything else, and the packed schedule, and a thin squad at its best, I think that definitely takes a toll. And obviously Oliver Glasner has been so open, saying, I need help, I want to be backed, otherwise basically I'm going to go if you don't do that for me. So they've got a good thing going, but we know that in the summer that team is will Adam Wharton still be there?
Mark Gahey's going.
Mark Gahey's going to be going. Mateta will probably be going as well.
With a lot of clubs.
So I think also with Brennan Johnson, I mean, obviously
Munoz probably go as well, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. I'm quite happy with.
We've just sold half their team, by the way. There,
it's true.
Fair bit of cash, though, isn't it?
Fair bit of cash, but it all depends also what they manage to achieve. But I think that Brennan Johnson, I'm very happy in terms of getting that amount of money for him. Brilliant, good business. And I think also the European aspects of having that little bit of pedigree to help out Palace and the experience. Yeah, I think it helps them too.
Oh, first chance of the afternoon goes to Everton. Jack Grealish putting the ball back to Dwight McNeil, who made a good connection with a shot with his left foot. And Quivam Keller, I think, is having a really good season, by the way, at Brentford. Got down really well and low and quickly to his left-hand side to push the ball away. That remains Everton 0, Brentford 0. Coolest now for Spurs. Down the right-hand side, ball into the box, no one on the end of it. And that's St James's Park, by the way.
The
first 6 minutes, Palace pretty much the whole game on the edge of the Newcastle box.
One thing I was about to say was that they're 4th. If you look at if you split the table up into first half and second half, they're 4th in the first half. 12th in the second half table. So don't be surprised if they give you a good game.
What does that
Off the line! Everton from
Gotta
the
be so
corner
much better
have a
there.
header which Igor Thiago clears off the line, and Brentford try and counter-attack now with Yarmouk, and they got Igor Thiago, and that's going to come to nothing. But that Dwight Manil shot was saved, and then from the corner, header off the line from Igor Thiago. Jack, what are you shouting about?
Sorry, yeah.
Don't apologise.
No, we had a counter-attack on the edge of the box. Well, it should have been a break, and Gordon just tripped over the ball. And it just sums up what he's been like for like a year. Just not good enough in games. And I've spoken about it so many times on the He Out and Inside the Tune. He's such a good player, but he's not delivering. He's not delivering. And it infuriates me that he keeps getting starts, keeps playing, when he keeps going through games doing nothing. He's just coasting through games. You can't... It's a World Cup year. He should be nowhere near the England team at this moment in time. Nowhere near it. Genuinely nowhere near it.
What do you put his recent poor form down to?
I don't know. I feel like he admitted himself after a Champions League game. He's like, I really love these Champions League nights. Really get up for these Champions League games. We need to get up for Brentford away. You need to get up for West Ham away. You need to get up for Palace at home.
Yeah.
You need to get up for all the games.
Would you look for an upgrade then on him?
I would sell him, yeah. 100%. I would sell him, yeah. I would sell him, yeah. He if you're going to sell one of the big players, he goes over Tonali, he goes over Bruno Guimaraes. That's anyone like that. You know, Liverpool. He desperately wants to play for Liverpool. We all know that. So
I'm not sure.
But I think Liverpool would have signed him a couple of years ago.
Would you
I don't know if they'd sign him now. I don't know if they'd sign him now.
I think he's too inconsistent to be playing at a team that wants to be winning the Premier League. Yeah, I'm going to Google who's been offside most times in the Premier League this season, Abby. But Richarlison has to be up there, right?
I told you.
Always offside. It's ridiculous, right?
Lives offside.
It's shameful that Will Hill are not offering betting on how many times Richarlison will be offside or have a goal disallowed.
I will ask that.
You're missing a massive market.
Can I have a pronunciation? Is it Visa or Visa?
I'll say Visa.
Oh, Visa. Yeah. I heard it all the time. I heard it different all the time.
Yeah.
I was Visa. Now, the only reason I introduced it was because obviously we've got the bet going on this season. Who scores more Premier League goals, Isak or Visa?
Well,
it's 2-1 to Isak at the minute. I feel bad because obviously it's an unfair advantage. But
Visa missed the entire first half of the season.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a pretty nasty injury that Isak's picked up. But 2-1, I wouldn't mind a goal today just to level things up, if I'm being honest.
I have a funny feeling he's going to get a goal today.
We didn't do our own little bet builder today.
No, we didn't.
Should we do one quickly?
We could do it.
Better be pretty quick.
Okay, Richarlison.
We could do it on the Liverpool game.
To be offside. Richarlison to be offside.
How many times?
He's really been offside once.
To be fair, we could still do it on the Fulham Liverpool.
All right, let's do one of Fulham.
Yeah,
Fulham.
Fulham. That sounds good. Yeah.
All right, I'm happy to kick things off then with
Fulham to win.
You go Fulham to win in the bet builder. You think Fulham are going to win as well, don't you?
Yeah.
What's so funny?
You are going Fulham to win, are you?
Yeah, Fulham win.
Wow. That is brave.
I'm going to go Harry Wilson to score.
Okay. Well, let me just let me look. Hang on, I haven't even logged in here. Let me get in.
You haven't logged in yet. It's 3:15, mate.
Finland's half 12.
I was going to say.
So we're going.
Anyone would think he got back at 7.
Fulham. This is
very
good. We're going to score. Harry Wilson to score.
Yeah.
Fulham. Jeez. I'll go for. I'm going to keep it pretty tame here. Right. I'm going to go over. I'm going to go on the fouls. Oh, it's actually suspended. Forget that one. What are you going for, Bob?
I'll go for Gravenberch to get a yellow card.
Oh, interesting.
I think we're going to go one up, and I think at some point he's to try and stop a Fulham Harry Wilson counter attack.
Gravenberch, yellow card. This is a huge bet builder. I'll just go for something pretty basic then. Try and land it
over 1.5 goals.
Over
2.5 goals.
Well, it's already 40-1. I'll go for over 5.5 corners.
Okay. And what
40-1. That is.
With the corners?
Yeah, with the corners.
All right, just remind us.
So Fulham to win.
Who's gone that Jack?
In the 90 minutes, Jack. Harry Wilson to score. That's Abby's. Ryan Gravenberch to be carded. That's Sam's. And I'll go over 5.5 corners. You get impact sub on the Wilson and Gravenberch ones as well. So,
do you know, just out of interest, Lee, off the top of your head roughly, do you know on average how many corners there are in a game of football?
Not every game, no, but I think
over 5.5.
That'd be safe. Yeah, I
think over 5.5.
Yeah, it'd be safe. Depending on obviously if you've got teams who play very centrally and don't get any width, then that's different. But I think I'd be confident in that one landing.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means? That one won't land.
Yeah, probably.
100%.
If the other three land and that doesn't, then
that would actually be hilarious.
Imagine that for 40 for one. That'd be a few quid, wouldn't it? So we've got no goals then yet in our 3 games in the Premier League. Newcastle 0, Palace 0, Everton 0, Brentford 0, Tottenham 0, Sunderland 0. You have our first goal of the afternoon in the Championship. Bristol City 0, Preston 1, Lewis Dobbin.
What? Get the box.
Preston after 8 minutes. It's a game. It's a game between 8th place Bristol City and 6th place Preston. Just 1 point separating the two sides. Preston lost 2-1 to Wrexham in their last away game, ending a 6-game unbeaten run on the road. They last lost consecutive away games in April last season. Abby, how Spurs started at home to Sunderland?
Yeah, they've been okay. That's basically it. They've been okay.
You know how I sometimes try and be really formal with my questions, and Abby goes, "Yeah, been alright."
I think you've been a little bit better than that.
We've been alright. We've been a bit more positive.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Created a little bit more, been a little bit more positive in terms of forward passing. Obviously, Richarlison's been offside. So kind of like bingo is kind of in full flow at the minute. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's anything to like sing home about. We've had a few shots from outside the box. That's obviously been instructed. Shoot on sight. Get the XG up. So
get the XG up. I love how that was a directive from the manager. Make sure you get the XG up, lad. I can't take another low XG.
We've had 0 XGs at half time. More times we can count. Let's just shoot. Just shoot.
Good ball in.
Literally just shoot.
What, they have much more positive than I've seen them recently. Yeah. They, because Sunderland are being pushed back a little bit. You can see that they're a bit panicky. Sunderland. You see like what was this 4-on-5 more or less, but the first ball was pretty poor. Then the ball in.
Rodrigo Thiago scores for Brentford, and it is a lovely finish. He's had a really poor run of form in front of goal, and this is a cross in from the left-hand side, and it's a first-time finish. Absolutely wonderful. And 11 minutes in, Everton 0, Brentford 1. But you mentioned Lee Haaland, the top goal scorer. Igor Thiago, though, not too far behind him. This is a lovely finish.
Yeah, 12 goals he's got this season now. Haaland's got 19. You'd do well to get anywhere near Haaland, wouldn't you? But yeah, a lot of penalties this season, as we know. But he's a good player, isn't he? He had that season out last season. He was brought in to replace Ivan Toney, wasn't he? Season before last, and had a full season. Pretty much injured when obviously Visa was scoring goals for Fulham and Boomer was scoring goals. They've gone. He's come in and just any worries they had about where the goals are going to come from. Yeah, it's lovely. That's the sort of goal that you do. I know he's been out of. He's been playing well, hasn't he? We've got a lot of plaudits for his general play, but hasn't scored the goals, and that's just a sign of a confident, competent goal scorer.
It's a lovely Everton make a mess.
Yeah, why is
trying to play out from the back? And then Janel whips in with his left foot, a really nice ball in between goalkeeper and defender, and he times his run really well. Does Igor Thiago just pulling away of Tarkowski, and again the first time volley into the back of the net is really nice. So Igor Thiago is back among the goals for Brentford, who having a really good first half to the season, and they could move up. I'll let you know the updated league table shortly. They go on to 30 points. So they could finish the day in 7th place in the table, depending on the Sunderland result, which isn't too bad for a team. A lot of people are tipped to get relegated. So Everton 0, Brentford 1, 12 gone there, 14 gone, Newcastle 0, Palace 0, Fulham Liverpool 3:15 about to get under the way, and it's Spurs 0, Sunderland 0. Lee.
Yeah, the problem for Everton now is that they don't score enough goals, as we've said repeatedly. They've scored 20 goals in 20 matches so far. At home, it's a little bit better, but they've scored 11 in 9 before today, so they need to do something that they don't normally do, and that's score 2 goals to win this.
Without some big players as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know,
And Dye Dewsbury Hall, I think, and Dye in particular on that right-hand side is so important for them.
Barry scored in his last game, didn't he? But neither him or Beto have been prolific.
No, Barry's only scored against Nottingham Forest this season.
Yeah, that's true.
His only goals are against Nottingham Forest.
Can we play you?
Wow. Can I just read you the stat? Tottenham have only had more shots in the opening 10 minutes of a Premier League game this season, back in August, against Burnley.
Really?
New year, new Spurs.
Just racking up the shots,
racking up the shots, racking up the XG. Racking up the touches in the opposition half. There's 6. I haven't seen that for weeks.
Richarlison racking up the offsides and everything.
Did you find the offside stat? Have you found an offside stat?
I did. He actually wasn't up there. So
was he not?
Yeah. It wasn't.
Who's top?
Evan Nielsen, I think.
Evan Nielsen.
What, most offsides?
Yeah, and then I went down the list and he wasn't even like the top 10.
Was he not?
Just didn't mention
That's
him.
good. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that.
He's a bit more in and out of the team, isn't he, sometimes, Richarlison? So, but yeah,
he doesn't always start up front, to be fair.
Abby, this though is a bad sight for Tottenham because I didn't see the incident, but Mohamed Kudus is down and there's 4 Spurs players all around him. He looks in some discomfort.
I didn't actually see what happened anyway. They're signaling for a sub.
Yeah, well, Bentancur's just gone sub. So I don't know if it's a muscle pull the way he sat. And with Maddison, Kulusevski and Solanke all out injured. Xavi Simons should be back. Next game, is it, Xavi Simons? That doesn't look good for Mohamed Kudus, Abby.
No, that does not look good. I need to see a replay of that.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a muscle problem.
Yeah,
the way
it
he
feels
kind
like
of
there was
almost-
no one anywhere near him, but
Yeah. And they're the ones where you panic most.
there was the worst.
Hopefully it's not a hamstring. I mean, the best of us get laid low with hamstring injuries.
Yeah, only difference is yours is sat there, Lee, talking about football. At least he's running around in the Premier League trying to play football.
Yeah, it's true.
I think it's
Fair.
like a thigh.
You pulled your hamstring sitting down. What?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, early on, first half, I had a bit of a hamstring pull. Yeah, it was more of what would you? It was more of a cramp.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. Right.
He went
I don't know
missing. He went missing 10 minutes ago. He disappeared. Didn't come back.
He stretched out a little bit.
Yeah.
But as Scott said, it takes a bit of time to come back from a hamstring injury.
I'm glad you've recovered. And Dean Henderson deals well there with a good corner whipped in. And it looks like Abby Kolomawani's going to come on.
Kolomani's going
In
to
the
come on.
box.
I think they're saying it's a thigh. It's a thigh
Go on.
issue.
Oh, save on the
nice.
goalkeeper.
Save.
Dean Henderson, who pulled off. What was the game? Was it in the week that Palace had Fulham at home? He
Fulham
pulled
at
off
home,
an
yeah.
unbelievable save to keep Palace.
He's a
in the
top
game.
goalkeeper, Dean Henderson.
And there, this time they actually, to be fair, doesn't deal too well. The original ball into the box, and then from the right, cross in, and is that Bruno Guimaraes?
Share with a header.
Was it Share with a powerful header towards goal? And the goalkeeper, Dean Henderson, pushed the ball over the bar. Newcastle have got another corner.
Yeah, it's been better the last sort of 7 minutes or so. We're starting to take control of the game a little bit more. As I say, what you're saying about Palace being fourth for the first half table, you do think that they will get tired, and
Yes, definitely.
That's
We watched it. I know it's
hopefully
a
what we
few
can
weeks
exploit.
ago now, but that when their bad run was kind of just starting off when they played Manchester United. They were great in the first half.
Yeah, they were.
And then the second, it was literally like they changed. The energy ran out.
Yeah.
And Man United took over. So. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they've not been brilliant.
Well
in the
done,
first half.
Tonali. Brilliant.
The same against Fulham. I think they scored in the first half in that game.
Keep going. Well done. Brilliant. That's what I want to say. No, Tonali's had a weird season. That even Howard was speaking about it, saying he's not been at the levels that he was last year. Because I think it'd be hard to see. He wasn't one of the best midfielders in the Premier League last season, to be honest. As soon as he came into the team, come on! Come on! Come on!
Oh, he passes it.
Yes! I'm sorry, Gordon. I take it all back. Well done. I love you.
Absolutely.
Come on!
I'd have thought Vicious scored there, wouldn't you?
No, he's got a pass there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but I thought he was.
Wait, no, you just wanted to score as we level these out. I wanted to level these out as well, but yes.
Newcastle 1, Crystal Palace 0. Anthony Gordon is the goal scorer, but he's got a big thanks to play to Johan Visser, who got play through 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. He squared it to Anthony Gordon. I actually thought at first he just slightly. Gordon did well to get back onto it. Who played that ball through to Johan Visser?
It looks like it's got to be Guimaraes, doesn't
The
it?
ball
Yeah.
from Guimaraes in midfield with the outside of his boot is
Yeah, it's
absolutely
absolutely
class. Johan Visser goes through on goal. I think he's just onside.
Yeah.
He passes it to Gordon, who slots into it.
Come on!
But really, the pass from Bruno Guimaraes in that midfield there, that defence-splitting ball, the outside of his foot, is absolutely
He has been our.
Gordon's done really well there.
No, he has done well. He has done well. And but you know what? That's his
He's
first.
just gone past him. He's still managed to get it
But
back.
it's his first non-penalty goal from open play in the Premier League since last January.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And that's what I'm talking about. Whereby we need more from him, and I'm pleased he's now in a position to get the goal there. You know,
Give a bit of confidence.
hopefully this now turns him around, because I don't want him to do badly. I want him to be really good and show what he can do. But the pass from Bruno, I mean, he has been our best player this season by a long way. In a season of struggle, yeah, they're checking offside.
There's two potential offsides where.
Yeah,
Gordon's definitely onside.
Gordon's
Yeah,
onside.
no,
Visser.
but the ball
This
from.
one.
I'm not sure. Is he onside?
Oh, does he go a bit early?
Might go a bit early.
I think he might be
Really,
off.
really
I thought it was
Close,
Very
innit?
tight, that.
Close, innit?
His ball was even better though, because
Yeah.
he played it just right to keep
Yeah.
Gordon on side when he's gone past the final defender, and he was still behind him.
Offside.
So you can take it all back now.
Yeah, all right, need goal for Gordon still.
Bruno.
January, all right, no,
All
no.
back.
Yeah, is that what you mean? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Johan Visser, unfortunately, just went a touch too early. It must have been tight. We haven't seen the lines drawn, but yeah, that's a shame, because the Bruno Guimaraes pass almost deserved the goal. And here are the lines, and it just looks. It was the left shoulder. It got so close, isn't it?
So,
That's.
but,
I mean,
but you're onside, you're offside, aren't you? You can't. I don't know.
pre-VAR, that is no one even thinks about that
no.
being offside, do they?
Pre-VAR, no one's complaining, are they?
No one's
good
complaining
goal.
of that.
That's not coming out and slagging off the lino for not giving that.
Exactly right.
So that remains goalless there. Liverpool have started off dominating the majority of possession, as you would expect.
Sorry,
in the
Fulham will
game.
win.
Well, for For the bet board, you hope so, right? I mean, you've got a nice 42 on there. But yeah, Fulham 0, Liverpool 0 there. There's no Hugo Ekitike for Liverpool today. So it's the kind of the same formation with the diamond formation. It'll be Wirtz and Gakpo that are going to play as a two together up front. Again, Gavin Birch will be the one to kind of sit and try and dictate the tempo of play. McAllister, Szoboszlai and Jones, all kind of more interchange. And yeah, Gakpo playing as the 9 today. I think Florian Wirtz will join him at times, but is almost at times given a free role to be able to come a little bit deeper and find possession. I think Florian Wirtz, look, we know it costs a lot of money, but there's absolutely no doubt that in the last couple of weeks, Florian Wirtz is slowly but surely, I think,
he scored against Wolves.
But it's not just the goal that I think is all-round play. I think he's influencing games, having a bigger influence.
I do think about. I thought he was awful against Leeds. I mean, he was. Maybe everyone was bad against Leeds. To be fair, it was a poor performance of Liverpool, but particularly there was a few times where the ball came into him on the edge of the box and he just miscontrolled it. And I'm not going to even go on about his price tag. It's just a Premier League footballer should be able to control.
I think everyone in that game was really, really poor. Abby, Kolo Muani came on for Mohamed Kudus, big blow for Spurs. How do you think Kolo Muani's done in his kind of the first few months of Spurs?
I'll be honest. It's hard to really pass judgment, I think, at the minute when we're just not very good generally.
Yeah.
There's been moments where I felt he's been okay, but I just think everyone is very, very average.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think that the style of play benefits anyone of an attacking sense. We don't necessarily create them enough. Do I think that he's probably a long-term option? No, probably not. Do I think he's probably good enough? I've said the same about Tell. I didn't necessarily think that should have been extended. I didn't see enough there to do it, even though I'm happy that he's playing today. Just someone that's a little bit more, I guess, exciting when he gets on the ball. I just think the end product of everyone in those attacking areas is so low that I wouldn't necessarily want to single out a Kolo Muani who doesn't always play.
You're right.
He was amazing in the PSG game, wasn't he?
He was brilliant. He was brilliant against his parent club.
He was decent against you lot as well. I thought.
Been okay.
In a decent game.
In the 2-2 draw.
Yeah, I think he was.
I thought he did nothing.
There was
There
was a game a couple of weeks ago. I was doing my nut over it, and I can't remember. It was about him tracking back, and I can't remember the game. I have to have a look.
So do you think with Kolo Muani, Odegaard and Tell, they're all kind of in the same bracket of just being decent players that are just not showing enough quality, though, more kind of on
I think if they were at other teams, I think if they were, if those players were scattered around Forest, West Ham, Wolves, I don't think they'd necessarily look out of place.
Okay.
And I think that's obviously sounds rich for me because my team is also terrible. But there's levels, and I think that this is half the problem with Spurs, the recruitment of cutting corners and going for a cheaper option sometimes. That Tottenham are not meant to be where they are. They're just not meant to be there. And I think that the squad is what it is, and that mirrors the ambition of the board, and that's it mirrors everything about the club, and it has done for years in terms of the lack of investment, poor recruitment. From every single aspect, the squad itself mirrors that. So I think that when I look at it, I don't want to single out just Kolo Muani or just Tell or just Odegaard. I don't know, some of these players are young and they don't always get a good run in the team either. They come in and out. It's hard to kind of build in any consistency, especially when the football is particularly poor as well. But I just think the scouting itself has not been very good.
Just on that there, Odegaard played a ball to Tell, and then Tell from the left-hand side just bends a ball, which just goes wide of the post. Remain Spurs 0, Sunderland 0.
Yeah, I just think that the scouting is not great. I think Johan Lange, who was obviously at Aston Villa before, look at where Villa have gone to since they got rid of him, and look at the recruitment that Spurs have done since he's come in. I'm not saying he's the main issue, but I'm saying, you just have to look at certain things. Like Paratici went to prison and we still took him back, just the club's a joke. The club's a joke. So yeah, I don't have any ill feeling towards any of them. Quite honestly, when the football is not great anyway, I'm happy that they've come on and they've given it a go. I'm watching Matisse Tell actually try and be positive with the ball and try and move the ball forward and dribble and have more successful passing and not scared to try and move the ball in a positive way. I would honestly like to see some kids.
Go on.
Are there any ones that kind of jump out as ones for the future that people at Spurs are excited about?
Oh, it's not good enough.
Not massively. I know that William, I can't remember his first name, Williams Barnett, he's on the bench today. He's very highly spoken about and rated. But every time I get a player that's like highly rated and spoken about, they tend to maybe play once in the cup and that's it.
Yeah.
But there's always been a very big lack of investment, I think, in terms of developing and bringing in the academy. I think that they're trying to do that now,
Why
rectify
hasn't it since someone really good has come to the academy?
I mean, I can think. I mean, Harry Kane, Oliver Skipp, Harry Winks. I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's who I can think of in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is definitely a more positive performance.
Yeah, I think Spurs have been quite
interesting,
impressive in that
the
first.
Sorry, I'm not that excited.
The possession stats are 60-40 in Sunderland's favour with Tottenham.
really?
Home,
Doesn't feel like that.
It doesn't feel like that at all, does it? But Tottenham have had 4 shots, 2 on target so far. One on target from Richarlison and one from Tell. So yeah, they're kind of. If you talk about clinical, then Sunderland is holding the ball, I think, and just trying to smother the game, which is what they've been doing for the last few games and doing it really well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But Tottenham do look the more likely to get a goal.
Yeah. I think Sunderland are a team who don't want the ball. Genuinely, I think they're much happy to have less possession because they're so good at defending their own box.
Yeah.
And they're so physical and aggressive that if you're going to let them have possession, I don't think they've got the players to break you down at all. I mean, granted, Xhaka's had a fantastic season. I think he's actually the signing of the season, to be honest. Granit Xhaka.
Maybe that's a tactic, even though they're at home. Tottenham let them.
Yeah, I think Thomas Frank's team's always better when they have less of the ball as well. So,
are you hating this Sunderland renaissance this season?
No, I don't hate it. Obviously, the derby was horrendous, but and I didn't think they'd be above us. Of course not. But equally, like Sunderland for the North East do need to be in the Premier League. Like it is better that Sunderland are in the Premier League. They've got a capacity of 49,000. It's a big stadium. It's a big club. It's a passionate fan base, and they've recruited so well. I mean, I'm sorry, they've made. I think if you go through maybe 10 of the signings this summer, I'd say Sunderland have probably made 5 of the best 10. To be honest, like Roof's the goalkeepers.
Yeah, he's been outstanding this season.
Alderete, the centre backs, top drawer. Mukiele, Xhaka, and Siddiqui have all been absolutely brilliant. If they get a striker, they could genuinely push on for Europe. I don't think they're scoring enough goals, and I think that's what will end up costing them actually a chance of Europe. But they're going to stay up comfortably.
The weird thing is not only the signings, but it's the way they've managed to. I know this is nothing new. Everyone's been talking about this, but the way they managed to get them to hit the ground running.
Yeah,
it's like there'll be a study on that somewhere because like. Other teams have really, Forest famously struggled to do that, didn't they? And they got there in the end. But like, Sunderland, it's incredible how they've managed to just, maybe it's just fluke. Maybe it's just coincidence.
There is always that second season syndrome.
Yeah.
Like we have seen this happen in the past where they do come up and they do make signings and they stay up and it's brilliant and you think, wow, what an incredible achievement. And then second season they get
almost
rid
like
but I don't think that'll happen to Sunderland.
No,
I think the structure of the club is very, very good. And I think Labrie deserves a lot more credit than he's getting. I don't think anyone's even speaking about him. It's like, if you think about when Forest did that thing where they just randomly hoid low players together, they just stayed up. I mean, just stayed up. Sunderland are already basically safe. They're on 29 points. Yeah. If they get a draw here, that's 30. What? The magic 40-point mark isn't a thing anymore. You don't need that anymore.
They're safe with that.
They're safe. So they've been very, very good, and Reggie Debris is in contender for manager of the season, I think, if they continue the way they're going, because he has done a brilliant job. And
Spurs score! Home to Sunderland. Spurs won.
Just talking about good there, yeah. Classic.
Spurs won. Sunderland. Mickey van der Ven is the goal scorer. It's a corner that goes to the back post. I think it's Romero that heads it back into the box, into the danger area, and Mickey van der Ven from close range puts the ball into the back of the net. Tottenham 1, Sunderland 0.
Easy to say it now because they've just conceded a goal, but this is probably the worst performance I have seen from them.
Yeah.
Just look a little bit leggy, a little bit off it, and it wouldn't be a surprise, bearing in mind that the team has been...
Put it all in against Man City, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the AFCON situation. I know only 3 of those players make an impact to their day-to-day, kind of, or week-to-week first-team squad, but the fact that 6 have gone...
Apologies. So Ben Davies has got the goal. Romero into the danger area. Van der Ven gets the shot away to goal, and Ben Davies from close range does really well to sort his feet out.
Yeah.
Will that be a popular goal scorer at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
People are really horrible about Ben Davies, and I don't like it. Yes, he probably shouldn't still be at the club, still at this point, but he's been a very good servant to Tottenham. He's always given you a 6, 7 out of 10. Like we had far worse players than Ben Davies.
When did he join?
1998, I think.
Yeah, it does.
I want to say 2014.
Yeah, he's been there for a long.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Long time.
Crazy how long he's been there. But he's always been a good servant to the club.
And he actually he takes that goal quite well. He actually sort of feet out quite quickly from close range.
Yeah. Did you know
Better than
that
Šeško managed to earlier on.
Exactly that. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Easier chance, but
ignore me. Can't talk about yourself.
I'll tell you then that Wrexham have taken the lead away at Derby. Derby 0, Wrexham 1. Sam Smith, the goal scorer for Wrexham, but I don't think it's that Sam Smith. And Charlton Athletic have taken the lead away at Blackburn. Blackburn 0, Charlton 1. Charlie Kelman, the goal scorer for the visitors. Charlton are winners in their last 7 away league games since a 3-0 win at Ipswich in October. They're in a really, really poor form.
Scored.
And start the day just out.
I've done my part.
Offside. No.
Oh.
Yeah, unlucky.
just wait.
We're on course.
I was watching my notes. I didn't actually see the goal. What happened here? Fulham got the ball really, really deep. I tell you what. It's a really nice goal. Muniz cut.
What's Canate doing?
I tell you what, I think the left back might be playing him on here.
Oh.
Jimenez comes short and plays a lovely flick into Harry Wilson.
Nice class.
I tell you what, this is some goal. Jimenez comes short, flicks around the corner to Wilson. The finish is exemplary. Offside flag does go up. Do you guys think it's just off, maybe?
Just off.
I think he just mouthed, I think I'm just off. I thought it was on. I thought that you said the fullback was playing him on. But it's...
My mince pies are going.
But the... no, but I think the angle we see it on TV is not the right angle, is it?
But it's a lovely work goal, isn't it? Jimenez coming short. Jimenez's flick is great. And the finish from Wilson, by the way.
So good.
Go through on goals. Not many people beat Alisson 1-on-1, but you're right. The way that Canate gets himself in
He's
position.
had an awful season.
Yeah, he's
so bad.
Yeah.
So far off it. It's unbelievable. No wonder Real Madrid have dropped their interest in him.
Yeah, they would have had one look at half his
himself out
performances.
of
He's actually played himself out of a free move to go and play with his best mate, Mbappe.
And we're waiting.
Tottenham on the break here again, but nothing comes to nothing this time. But this is Tottenham's game.
The referee's going to give the goal here.
Oh.
Playing him
All
on.
you have to do is wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant, yeah. It's hard to tell on the TV pictures because the angle that they give you is wrong, but when you're looking at body shapes and the way people lean in and lean out, I think the fullback was maybe just leaning the wrong way. And that's all it takes these days, isn't it? Wow, Fulham one up and and Abby's leg is in.
Well, two's in. Two. Wilson as well. 2 in. Fulham are winning and Harry Wilson's.
Yeah, but we need them to win. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's the standard at the moment.
You can just sit back and relax now.
I told you, I've done
Whatever happens, you're in.
done my job. You got
It's Van Dijk.
It's actually Van Dijk. Our cameras are showing us the Virgil van Dijk plays him on side. So the confirmation there is Fulham 1, Liverpool 0. Harry Wilson against his former club has put the ball in the back of the net. Harry Wilson wheels away in celebration after being played in by Raul Jimenez. He takes the touch and drills it into the bottom corner. Really nice touch from Jimenez. And the finish from Wilson's really impressive. And his form, Jack, Wilson's form,
unbelievable.
And it's just come from nowhere, really, hasn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, he's always been a good player, but I think he's another one who, Fulham under Marco Silva, has just really stepped up. And over the few years he's been at Fulham, he's still always been a good Premier League winger. But I think this year, just taking it to another level, he's got some lovely goals. I mean, that one he scored in Palace was just magnificent with the outside of his left boot. That was incredible. And, Fulham are a team who Marco Silva gets the most out of them every single season, despite the fact when you look at them on paper, you would think most years they should probably be in a relegation battle. And they usually never are because he is a guy who gets the most out of every single player.
I know Liam Rossinho is the runaway favourite to get the Chelsea job, but amongst the kind of Oliver Glasner, Donny Ariola, Marco Silva, they were all the same sort of price to get that job, which I know none of them are going to get it, by the way. Yeah. But the fact that he's classed in that same bracket, Eddie Howe was mentioned actually at some point. Never featured in the betting really, but like he was mentioned. I think the only one who really made a difference in that betting market was Felipe Luis, who was he got backed into 2-1 yesterday to get it, but then he's drifted right out. He's won low. I looked at
his trophy record is absolutely incredible.
But yeah, look, I think Racine is 1-8 now to get that job, which is.
And with Fulham, we sort of had 4 weeks ago they were hovering not too far above the bottom three, and you thought, Fulham one of the teams to get dragged into it. If they win today, they'd have won 4 of their last 5, and as things stand in the Premier League table, Fulham are 8th. they're 3 points behind fourth place Liverpool.
Yeah,
I mean, it just shows how it shows how a couple of wins you can jump from being, are you going down to, can Fulham now the Champions League football? Obviously, well, I don't think so, but can they certainly finish in a European spot?
Yeah, this season's very, very strange. There's so many teams who just haven't managed to string any sort of consistent run together. The only team who have a top of the league, it's Arsenal. Liverpool are fourth, and that's only because they won the first 5 games. Realistically,
I know we're last-minute winners as well.
because realistically, Liverpool since then have not been anywhere near the levels that we all expect them to be. So when you look at the Premier League table, any team can take these. Anywhere down from 4th to 16th is basically available for every single team.
Before today, 7 points separated 4th to 14th.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's
any single team in those positions is up for grabs, which means some teams are going to be on for potentially their best ever season, and some teams are going to be on for potentially the worst ever.
When it rains, it pours for Palace. Jefferson,
another injury for Palace.
Going off injured. So
I didn't see that. Maybe it was
it was a
have a look at this hit, by the way, at the Stadium of Light. Tottenham 1, Sunderland 0. Is that the
Trihume.
Who's that?
Trihume.
Is that it? Have a look at this. He gets the ball. He's about 30 yards out. Powerful. And it just, you're right, it is. It's the number 32 Hume. And he's just rising, and it just goes a bit.
It's a decent strike.
He hit that so well, didn't he?
Didn't it, as well? He's a. I don't know who's come on for him. Just checking to see who's come on for Lerma.
I don't think anyone's come on. I don't think anyone's come on yet. He's still.
I don't know if it was a clash of heads. Was it?
It was a clash of heads initially, and then I think what's happened.
Because Chill went off, didn't he?
Chow's he's back on now, but he went.
Sorry, that was Brian Brobby who was going through towards the edge of the box. It looked like he was going to get a shot away. And Mickey van der Ven, last ditch slide tackle to stop the shot. I mean, has he been your best player this season?
He's a top goal scorer, isn't he?
No, Richarlison. He's our second highest.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He's our second, which with 3 goals. Yeah, Richarlison with 7. And then the rest.
Richarlison got 7 goals this season.
Richarlison got 7 goals. Richarlison's not as bad as everyone thinks.
No, he is.
He's not.
No, he is.
He's not pretty to watch.
No, he's definitely not pretty to watch.
He's not terrible.
I think
he's not the worst thing.
Well, no, he's not the worst thing, is he?
I've seen so many worse players than him at Tottenham.
Yeah, that's fair.
So many.
Name them.
Off the top of my head.
Can you name
I'll be
3?
here for Clinton and Jai, I would say.
Yeah. He was like a first-team player there, was he? He wasn't someone that was starting week in, week out for Spurs.
Charlton doesn't start week in, week out.
Yeah, he does.
Well, now he does, because he hasn't got strikers.
Right.
Soldado, terrible.
Soldado, yeah.
Brennan Johnson worse?
No.
Brennan Johnson's not worse.
No.
It's like mad out of sold him then, isn't it, really? He's still
He's £35 million.
Yeah, no, but
he's
still.
he's
In a team that needs goals.
Bite your hand off for 30.
No, I get it. I do understand that. But
like, paid £47.5 million for him.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money, isn't it?
Crazy. The fact that we got 30. How much was it in the end?
I thought it was 35.
It's nearly 35.
Was it? Yeah.
Whatever it is, I will take that. That is good business.
You take the 50 million to move on.
How much do you reckon you get for Richarlison if you sold him? 30? 25?
I'd be happy if someone paid 20.
Yeah.
Just sell all your strikers.
I like Richarlison. I have patience for Richarlison. I know a lot of people don't have it. But it's like, I know what he is. Like, I know he's not great. I know he'll put effort in. I know he'll run around on the pitch and roll around and do dirty work. And he'll pop up with the goal offside. I know that.
The offside put away, take your top off.
I know. He loves celebrating a last minute winner, then doesn't turn up.
Brent Johnson's had an impact. He's got a yellow card, hasn't he?
A yellow card already, yeah. So we got around 6 minutes to go then in our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Is Newcastle 0, Palace 0, Igor Thiago.
One day with it. Absolutely.
Everton,
class.
Spurs 1, Sunderland 0, Ben Davies scoring the goal for Tottenham. For 1, Liverpool 0. That game was brilliant. For 24 minutes, Harry Wilson has scored the goal. A couple of goals to bring you in the Championship. Millwall taking the lead at home to Swansea. Ivanovic, the big centre forward, has given Millwall the lead after 38 minutes in that game. 6 of Millwall's first 8 home league goals this season were scored in the first half, while 6 of the last 7 of the 10 have come after half-time, but they take the lead at home to Swansea today. Blackburn, Charlton went 2 up away at Blackburn. Charlie Kelman has got both of those goals, and then Blackburn pulled a goal back, so Blackburn 1, Charlton 2, and Derby have equalised at home to Wrexham. Ben Brereton with the goal for Derby. Liverpool have been really, really poor in this first 25 minutes at Craven Cottage. It's just Liverpool. I know we conceded in this game. I think in the last few weeks, we've definitely looked a little bit better defensively in terms of being a bit more organised, a bit more compact.
But
I can't believe how bad we are going forward. Like I look the Leeds game in particular. Chance here for Visser. Corner kick for Newcastle. I'm almost baffled at like in that Leeds game, all the possession we had, and Leeds
I don't remember having a
block.
chance.
The Ekitike one, the header,
Yes, that was
the
it.
only
Yeah,
one in
that
the
was
first
it, yeah.
half.
That was
But
it.
other than that, we just look short of ideas in terms of trying to break teams down.
And Leeds actually scored. I mean, I know it was offside, wasn't it? But Calvert-Lewin did score, didn't he? Yeah.
Coyote has just absolutely
Killed
flattened Jack
Grealish.
Grealish.
I think he knew what he was doing, Grealish. He does get flattened, but he knew the ball had gone away. He's kind of
And then he
kept on.
Yeah, he knew the contact was
Grealish-
coming. Yeah.
Grealish is the master, isn't he? He hasn't really it's not like a horrible challenge.
No.
He's just cleaned him out.
He's gone.
I mean,
quite
that should be like every time Grealish plays, you should just look at fouls and tackles on the man who he's up against. He's definitely
go with him,
He
yeah.
knows how to play the game, doesn't he, Grealish?
Yeah, Coyote's got a yellow
the
card.
referee doing here,
Grealish
man?
knocking that. Mate.
Yeah.
I do this on the show
Yeah.
every single week. It is one of the worst and most frustrating things in football.
So if it's a foul, give us a penalty then.
Yeah, I agree. Talking here about when I think, to be fair, the ball did come.
The ball's come in.
You should give the penalty. You're right.
You just give a penalty. Bruno heads the ball over the crossbar.
I'm talking about when referees stop the corner's about to be taken, and they just decide to stop the game for 30 seconds to talk to the players about something. Just the players know the rules.
They know-
Get on with the game.
Yes.
And you're right. If there's
It's
a
a
foul,
penalty.
give the
Go
foul.
on. Oh, Lewis Hall, what a strike.
It's a bit like when they bring two boxers together and say, "Come on, like it's less of the messing about, less of the heads." That's what they're doing, effectively, isn't it? They're going,
Yeah.
sort yourselves
Mate,
out.
I completely agree with you. It's a waste of time. The players know the rules. They let the ball come in the box, and if someone's shirt's being tugged, just give the foul or give the
Because they
penalty.
go
whatever.
back to the game and they do the exact
Of
same
course
thing that he's
exactly.
just. Yeah, mate, you're absolutely.
Mate, Apps, thank you. Great minds think alike, Riley.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. That is actually a penalty in Newcastle because the ball has come in already, so it was in play.
Yeah,
But he's just decided.
give the penalty.
decided.
You know now
No,
we're
I'm just gonna-
contractually obliged to say, but if he gave that, he'd be given 10 for.
Oh
10
yeah,
penalties for
sorry,
this
yeah,
weekend.
but
He probably.
But then,
yeah.
but,
But then
but
give
then stop
them, and
grabbing.
then
Well, then stop grabbing
Yeah.
players in the box.
But the only
then.
way to stop that happening is start giving penalties
Exactly.
for that,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden the players will stop being stupid.
Because to be fair, the last time I saw it happen was actually at St James's Park, that Tottenham game. Where
Right in the spectacular.
Richarlison bicycle
Just went a
kick.
bit early,
Colin
didn't they?
Mawani down the right hand side just stood up a ball to the back post, and it was Richarlison, sort of Burnley at home-esque, tried to hit it on the bicycle kick first time. Fair play, A for effort.
Fair play.
Richarlison.
I think Spurs are playing goal. I'll be in this off.
No, we've been all right. We've been okay.
Oh, I didn't quite get through.
I like the attempt to be fair.
Chance for Joel Linton!
Yeah, it's offside again.
Oh. I told you.
Ah.
You should have done the offsides today, Lee. We've had 3 offsides already. 4?
Oh,
I'm sure we've had.
again.
Oh, he goes.
Oh, he's way offside. It was a class pass.
That was
What a
was
ball.
that Cher?
Yeah, Cher.
Yeah, Cher with the
What a
floated ball
pass.
for Joel
Great.
Linton, whose first touch, by the way, was really
Yeah,
good.
that was actually top draw.
And the finish was
Top draw.
nice, but he just went early.
Yeah.
And that's going to remain Newcastle 0, Crystal Palace 0. But it feels like, Jack, the goal's coming, maybe?
Well, yeah, it's been a weird game because Palace have had definitely spells where they've won the ball really high up the field and we've looked a bit all over the place, actually. Hall's had a pretty poor game, which I'm surprised at. But equally, it does feel like, as I say, I think in the second half, just our energy levels. Also, crucially, we have Trippier, Livramento and Botman all back on the bench. So it'd be nice to have some defensive options available. For us, we've got Jacob Ramsey on the bench, we've got Walter Marder on the bench, we've got Harvey Barnes on the bench. So it's a strong bench. Palace, meanwhile, have already had to make another change with an injury. So I'm hoping in the second half, our energy levels will tell the difference and we can get the win because we do really need a win here. We need this to kickstart the season. Then we've got Leeds at home in midweek, and then we've got Wolves away.
That's a possible real nice 9 points, isn't it?
Yeah. In fact, this is the first of 4 home games in 10 days because we've got Bournemouth and Man City in the cups. So obviously the first leg of the Carabao
Who've
Cup
got in the FA
semi-final.
Cup?
Bournemouth at
Oh,
home.
sorry, is that Bournemouth? I'm sorry, mate.
At home.
Home, yeah.
Oh, long trip for them.
Yeah. It is, to be fair, yeah.
That is on a Tuesday night, isn't it? Going up
No,
to
it's on
James.
Saturday. It's Saturday. It's a Saturday. It's the FA
Oh,
Cup.
that's the FA Cup.
That's the FA Cup, yeah.
I'm miles off.
No, Man City's in the
Man City in the Carabao Cup
semi-final.
So you got this game here today.
Yeah.
You got
Then
Leeds in the week.
Yeah, and then it's
Bournemouth in the cup,
then
and
it's-
then Man City at home at St James's Park next week. Good stuff. Kevin Charley had a big chance with Brentford there.
Yeah, I was looking at his stats earlier on today because he's one of those players you keep seeing his name mentioned, don't you? And I looked today, he's 21% conversion chance this season, 6 goals from 29 shots on goal, 16 on target. So yeah, and it's a good effort that time as well. I mean, Brentford are just hitting Everton on the break. Brentford are kind of playing the way that Tottenham are playing against Sunderland. Obviously, Everton are at home in their game, but Everton kind of have the ball, push on a bit, and then Brentford break 1-0 up, and they could afford to do that now, can't they? They can afford to sit back. And to be fair, if Brentford come away from this game with a point, then they'd be happy with it, given their woeful away form generally. And that's the way they're playing the game now. Just, happy to sit there in the lovely ball through again.
Every time I'm not gonna lie, every time I look up, something's a Brentford on the attack.
Yeah, it's like that. It's been Everton haven't got that ability to score goals.
Oh, Wirtz on the right-hand side for Liverpool puts the dangerous ball towards the near post. Curtis Jones makes a good run, just couldn't convert goalwards. Stays Fulham 1, Liverpool 0. Jack, we just had the first shot. First shot save for Crystal Palace.
Yep.
Brendan Johnson.
Did well.
On the right-hand side inside the box, and you're right, he picked out the pass of Mateta, but the shot, I think, took a little deflection out for a goal kick, out for a corner kick.
Yeah, which we have cleared.
Oh, that's a Gay got his head on that corner. That was a chance.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Poor. We've been awful. In possession once again. No, we have. It's almost the same thing. We're seeing lots of possession, but not able to break teams down. We're lacking quality. We're lacking Wirtz is supposed to be the one to try and break teams down, but it's followed quite a similar pattern to the Leeds game. Fulham have been a bit better in possession on the counter attack. We're having possession. We're struggling to break teams down. It's all chance here for Gakpo. Oh!
Nice.
That there was a really good dangerous ball from the right hand side. I think Szoboszlai played it, and Gakpo makes a decent run, has space, unmarked header, does the right thing, goes back across goal, and he unfortunately hits the par. He might have been just offside anyway. But yeah, apart from that, Abby, that was our first chance we've really had, and it's almost like because we're playing this kind of diamond formation.
Sorry.
You need a cough button there, don't you, really?
I'm so sorry.
Because they're playing almost a diamond formation, Wirtz likes to drop deep. It's almost like you've got 4 or 5 players who are occupying the same space.
Yeah.
And they're almost just passing to each other.
Yeah.
And we just need a little bit of an outlet. We need someone to make something happen.
A certain Mohamed Salah?
I mean, the Mo Salah of last season, sure. But one thing I would say, to be fair, not having to go at Mo, but when he was here, the first half of the season,
at least it's an outlet though, because at least you can get a bit of width there.
You know what? I expect more like Frimpong's not playing today. I assume he's on the bench. I think Frimpong at right back with those bombing runs up.
Yeah.
He provided that kind of width and pace and a bit of power on the right hand side. Whereas Conor Bradley is a slightly different right back, a little bit more of a safe right back.
Yeah, from the Leeds game, I do remember him creating some moments by just driving down.
Created the goal as well, Gravenberch goal against Wolves as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, maybe do need Frimpong on. But yeah, it seems like what's happened is Slots went right. I need to sort out the defence, and in the end, to sacrifice a lot of the
a little
creativity
bit.
in a bit.
And that's something that he should get credit for in terms of us being better defensively, because we were way too open first half of the season, and every team was just taking us to pieces, really. So we've been better defensively, sort of gone for that, solid, try and trusted diamond formation. To be fair, today, the goal today was really sloppy. Yeah. But well worked from Fulham, to be fair, that one pass into midfield, that nice flip from Jimenez, and they go through. Abby, Spurs 1, Sunderland 0 at half-time. What have you made of the first half?
Look, we've been a lot more positive. We have been a lot more positive. I'll give them credit where it's due, as I like to slag them off so much. I think that Sunderland probably haven't tested us really at all. But it's been a lot more front-footed. I think that they won't be getting booed off. If I could hear, I don't think I'd be hearing that. I mean, we've nearly got an XG of 1. So
you like XG, don't you?
8 shots.
That's pretty good.
11 touches in the box.
When you've gone through, Sam, game after game of having a 0 XG at half time, it becomes incredibly important.
You'll never sing that.
You'll never sing that. It's kind of the same old, just the lack of quality in those attacking areas. But, they've tried, and it's very much been in Spurs' favour. It's 52.9% possession for Spurs. 8 shots, 3 on target.
Will Hughes!
How have you not?
Will Hughes, that is an absolute stinker. Oliver Glasner can't believe it either. He gets played through one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He is a couple of yards out from goal, and he toe pokes the ball wide. Pino plays a lovely through ball, and how has he not scored there? That's outrageous, by the way.
Wow.
I know he's not known for scoring, but I mean, Cher with the last ditch.
Cher
done well
puts him. Yeah, Cher does well to put him off.
He should score, though, shouldn't he?
Should, but Cher's done well.
Igor Thiago, by the way, as well, Mr. One-on-One. He got played through. Did you see that save from Jordan Pickford?
Yeah, I said that.
Thiago gets played through one-on-one, and Pickford makes a really good save, comes out, makes himself big, and Igor Thiago shoots into Jordan Pickford. So that remains their 1-0 Brentford. But that, Jack, is a let-off for the tune.
100%, yeah, 100%. But Palace are a really good team. This is the thing. It's honestly incredible how Glasner's still getting this much out of them when they have so many players out, and he's having to play the same 11 just game after game in every single competition. And they've been well in this match, to be fair to them. And as I'm saying, I'm just hoping in the second half that the extra energy and the substitutes were made. And it's like, yes, Newcastle had 2 goals disallowed. There was a decent header from Cher that was saved, and there was a shot from Lewis Hall from outside the box. But we haven't really had any long periods of control in the game, and that's been a problem for us all season. And Newcastle and Eddie House don't seem to have the answers to that at the moment. We go through games whereby we rely on sort of moments to get us through. We don't really control them for long periods of time, especially when we take the lead. The fact we've dropped 13 points in winning positions this season shows that when we take the
most in the
lead,
league.
it's joint with Brentford, Chelsea. They've got the most, 15 Chelsea, which is quite unbelievably fair. But 13 points in winning positions is not good enough, let's be honest, to drop that amount of points. And it shows that once Newcastle do take the lead, there's a real lack of being able to keep hold of the ball, dictate things, keep control. So we're going to have to see how it goes in the second half, to be fair. But look, we've had 61% possession there, but Palace have had more shots. Palace have had 7 shots. Not a single one target, but they've had 7 shots in the game. So we need to be better. It's as simple as that.
Everton 0, Brentford 1, Newcastle 0, Crystal Palace 0. These are at half time, and it's also Spurs 1, Sunderland 0 as well. Ben Davies scoring for Spurs, and Sunderland don't score many goals away from home. They've netted just 4 goals in their 9 Premier League away games this season, failing to score on 6 occasions on the road. The Black Cats have failed to score in 17 in their last 26 top flight away games. Newcastle 0, Crystal Palace 0. Newcastle like playing Palace at home. They've won 2.
Grealish ball in. I think it was Barry went for a diving header. I think it was a save. I don't know if he quite caught it, but Grealish, fantastic. Sorry to interrupt you, Sam.
No, I'm still going for it.
It's brilliant. It's still on attack now, Everton, but that should have been a goal. Oh,
was that? I haven't seen it, but I just know I can see the Jack Grealish cutting on the right foot.
Yeah, Grealish picked it up, played a 1-2, came back in, went down. Ball in was fantastic. When they show the replay, one of those where you think I just thought that was going to go in the net. Here you go, you'll see it now. Grealish down to the line, Sam.
Did it hit Collins?
I don't think you got anything on it. So
did Barry not get any? I thought Barry headed it into someone.
It hits Collins.
No, do you know what? Does it hit Barry's arm?
Yeah.
That's really bizarre. So
That's strange.
Grealish goes on the outside. I thought he went on the inside. He goes on the outside and drills a ball low. My question here, as that ball comes into the box with pace, why on earth doesn't Barry try and just shoot his foot? Why on earth,
good point.
Why on earth does he? The ball is literally just off the ground, and it's absolutely.
Odd decision.
No, just if he stuck out, and also because that ball comes in with pace, any sort of contact with his right foot goes in the back of the net.
Yeah, that's the decision making to.
I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? That's what kind of confused me.
100%. He gets it completely wrong.
Yeah, strange.
That was
no goal.
No goal, but I still enjoyed it though, Lee. That was better than a goal anyway. With Grealish on the outside, the ball into the box. So Fulham Liverpool, by the way, the game started 15 late because of that medical emergency. So that game is 38 minutes in. Fulham 1, Liverpool 0 in that game. Halftime scores in the Championship. The results, by the way, Birmingham beat top of the table Coventry 3-2. QPR are 2 points off the playoff places, beating Sheffield Wednesday, bottom club Sheffield Wednesday by 3 goals to 0. Blackburn 1, Charlton 2. Charlton are winners in their 7 away league games since winning Ipswich in October. Charlton and Blackburn are 2 teams just outside of the drop zone. Blackburn 1, Charlton 2 at halftime. 2 teams fighting for playoff places, 8th versus 6th. Bristol City 0, Preston 1 at halftime. Again, pretty much all of the teams are not too far off the playoff places here. As I go through, the 6th place playoff is on 40 points. Again, Derby and Wrexham 35 and 37 are 5 and 3 points off in 11th and 10th. Everyone's got a chance. That's Derby 1, Wrexham 1. Middlesbrough 0, Southampton 0. Middlesbrough are still 3rd in the table, but haven't won in their last 4 league games and are drawing at home to Southampton today at half-time. Millwall 1, Swansea 0, Norwich 0, Stoke 0. Norwich are in a decent run of form as they try and work their way outside of the bottom 3. Only Sheffield Wednesday have lost more Championship home games this season than Norwich, who fell to their 8th defeat against Watford last time out. That's goalless today at home to Stoke. Portsmouth-Ipswich was another game that was postponed today due to the frozen weather. And the whole Watford game, by the way, that's really interesting. The Watford Hull game was postponed at 2:42 today. We regret to advise today's match at Hull has been postponed due to a frozen pitch at 2:42.
Sorry,
2:42.
That's a trip going back to your. That's a journey, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going to
That is a journey.
Having someone who is born in Grimsby and went to university in Hull, no one wants to go there and come back. The same day.
Not in the
I feel
same
like I can
day.
say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're allowed to say that. Yeah.
Ruben Amarim has said some interesting stuff. Have you seen this?
Abby, we cut to you
Okay.
at 3:55. We're going to head
Ruben
over
Amarim-
to our news correspondent, Abby Summers.
Thank you.
Latest
News
from Ruben
corner.
Amarim's post-match press conference comments. Go on, take it away.
Okay. Ruben Amarim has declared he will leave Manchester United when his contract expires in June 2027. In a bombshell statement after drawing with Leeds, Amarim said, "I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the coach of Manchester United. That's clear. I'm not going to quit. I will do my job until the other guy is coming here to replace me. And that is going to finish in 18 months. And then everyone is going to move on. That was the deal. That is my job, not to be a coach. If people cannot handle the Gary Nevilles and the critics, we need to change the club." talkSPORT understands there's growing tension between Ruben Amarim and United's director of football, Jason Wilcox. Sources close to Old Trafford say Wilcox would like Amarim to be more tactically adaptable, while the Portuguese has also been told bringing in reinforcements in January is unlikely. And
Wow.
That's all for your news report.
I mean, this is like, thank you, that's a lovely report. This is like the season, though, of managers speaking out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Nuno did it,
Free
obviously.
speech, yeah.
And then it suddenly, like, everyone seems to be going, right, well, we'll talk out then. I mean, how long does that leave
Maresca.
Amarim in a job for? Yeah, Maresca, obviously, like, I mean, you know,
I
not that
think
the first.
now, if you want to get sacked, but obviously you probably still want the payout. Now you just have to force your ownership into a position where you've criticised them, so they have to just pay
they
it
have
out.
no choice.
They have no choice.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner. You get your payout on your way.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's a winner apart from the ownership and the club.
Of course, yeah.
But that is.
But the manager's a winner, yeah.
the manager's a winner. Yeah, he's walking away with his bags.
I feel like that statement is the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
I think if we weren't already getting towards the beginning of the end,
we are.
that
now.
is very much the start of the end of Ruben Amarim's time at Manchester United. The key thing there for me in that thing was the fact that he said, "I am a manager,
Yeah, I agree.
not a coach."
Yeah. The 40-year-old demanded to be seen as the manager at Old Trafford rather than the head coach, even though the latter is his official title.
That's 'cause that-
being appointed by Ineos.
Yeah, no, because that was the point. Yeah, because that was
the
the point when he first got appointed. Everyone was like, "Okay, this is the Manchester United's first head coach of their history," because they specifically said it
Yeah.
in the statement. Now, if you look at it from Manchester United board's point of view, looking at this, he's made it very clear there that he feels like there's a lot of influence coming in from the top
Yeah.
that is obviously unwarranted. And
This is
he doesn't
fascinating. I
want
think you'll bang on. This feels like great, and this. You know, Nuno was a great
Yes.
example this season of a manager that almost spoke in a press conference and said, "Sack me." Enzo Maresca maybe is not as direct as
No,
Nuno.
but it was-
kind of basically being like, "This is where it's going."
Yeah.
Well, you know, the press conference on Friday Amarim gave, he was super downbeat.
He was.
And this does feel like it's pretty big, pretty explosive. And I came to the manager of Manchester United, not the head coach, and that is clear. I know my name is not Tuchel, it's not Conte, it's not Mourinho, but I'm the manager of Manchester United. So he's clearly not happy with power. And I think my guess will be, given that we're in January, I think the main focus will be about targets, and he wants bodies in, he wants players in, and he's not been given that. And I wonder if that's part of Ineos, the thinking, you know what? Is this guy going to be here in the summer? Do we want to give Ruben Amarim more of his players who are quite specific to his system? Because they might know in the back of their mind results aren't great. Do you know what I mean? Because he'll want players that are very suited to a very specific
of course,
system.
that's what he wants.
And I think there's a very, very good chance to come the start of next season that he's not there and they want a manager who want to play a 4-3-3.
This conversation came up in the summer, right? This conversation came up in the summer, and Ineos said that he's going to be here. He's the man. He's going to see out the contract. So at that point, everyone was like, "Well, none of us thought he was going to be here for the full duration of the contract," but they're saying that he is. So if he is going to see the full duration, you do have to back him in that period of time, because otherwise, how are you ever going to try and move forward?
Yeah.
When you specifically hire a manager who is so set in his ways and he plays a certain formation, it's not like they didn't know what they were getting with Ruben Amarim. They know exactly the type of football he plays, the style of play he plays, the formation he plays. That was always the exact same when he was at Sporting. So if you're going to keep him for 3 years, and that's what they said, then you will have to back him and give him players that will fit into his system. The whole point, if you're going to do that, is to buy players that obviously are universal, and someone like a Cunha and someone like an Mbeumo, they are universal players, which is fine. But if he's not getting what he wants, to play in that system, and if they've said that it's very unlikely anyone will be coming in, well, then no wonder he's throwing his toys out the pram. Because realistically, he's like, well, I can't be able to do this. What's the point of me being here for the next 18 months when I'm not even going to get back? So I might as well go and get my pay.
I think Amarim is basically saying he's being forced to adapt because he's not being backed with probably the profile of players that he wants. So it does maybe feel like United in a position now where it's either back him or sack him, because at the moment in this situation, if you've got a manager playing a certain system where he feels he hasn't got the players to implement that system properly, that's no good for absolutely anybody. But
then has he I would love to know from a United standpoint, United fan standpoint, would you want to now back him? You've seen enough, right, over the last...
It's tricky, isn't it?
Say that again, Abby. What did you say?
I would love to speak to a United fan, now, just to get their opinion on it, because you know what he's done in the last year. Would you want to back him?
No.
Or at this point, would you say, do you know what? I've actually seen enough. I'm actually fine if he does go.
I have a bit of sympathy for the United hierarchy here, because I think they are in a really, really tough position. I'm not a big fan of Ruben Amarim, and this whole kind of being wedded to the same system thing, as I've said many times on this show, I'm not a big fan of it. He has played the same system week in, week out.
You haven't got the players to do it.
He has played the same system week in, week out for the best part of the year. And I understand initially coming in and having an idea and having a system and trying to get the best out of it. If you look at United's results, his league game points tally over a calendar year period, it is nowhere near good enough. No. And I think as a head coach, it's irresponsible and reckless to keep doing the same thing game in, game out and not seeing the same results. Now, I'm not saying that United team would be top of the table by playing a 4-3-3 formation, but as a head coach of a football club, your job is to adapt tactically and to get the best out of the players you have at your disposal. And I don't think Ruben Amarim either wants to do that or believes that he can do that. So if I'm at the top of Manchester United right now, clearly I have sympathy with Amarim that I've got this United team isn't great, but I'm also not sure that I would want to give this manager more money to spend, because I don't think this manager, in my opinion, is good enough long term. I don't think he's shown enough tactical flexibility in the year at Manchester United for me to think this guy is good enough long term. Where the big problem now lies for Manchester United is they're in a situation here. But if I had to guess, and this is pure guesswork, Sam Ellard's guess, I think that if Manchester United, I think the people above, your Wilcoxes, your Baradas, etc., I think deep down they're not having Ruben Amarim. There's been too much stuff that's come out in the press over the last couple of days that they're not having him. But they're also in a tough situation now, which they sack him right now in January. I don't think there's someone obvious out there can come in and take the team forward with these players. So I think they would love to get to the end of the season, obviously ideally Champions League football, but even 6-7, some sort of Europa League football next season and go again in the summer.
Do you know what's really interesting in some of the comments, obviously, that he's made, just reading the whole scripture? But he's saying, just when he's saying about the Gary Nevilles, for example, clearly the football club are so bothered about what's being said by their ex-players and what's being spoken about in the social media world and context by pundits. But you're Manchester United, everyone's going to have an opinion on you because you're the biggest club in the world. So it's interesting that he brought that in, because that's something that's obviously been brought up to him from the hierarchy.
Yeah,
from
100%.
the board. When he's also mentioned here, I will do mine for 18 months and then we move on.
Yeah.
It's kind. I mean, I'm sorry. This is clear as that. I don't know how they stick with him.
No, I feel like this.
I think once the manager comes out, looks down the camera, and speaks to the world and says things like this, 99.9% of the time, it's going to come to an end.
He's not shy either, though.
No, he's not.
He said some quite strange things during his.
He's a good manager for the media. He is actually a good manager for the media.
Points,
because he comes out with he doesn't sugarcoat it. He just comes out and says exactly what he thinks.
Even saying that, I'm not going to quit. I will do my job until the other guy is coming here to replace me. So he's saying, I won't leave unless you sack me and you get someone in as an interim, but you're going to pay me. I just know that I'm going to be the manager of this team, not just the coach. And I was really clear on that, and that was the deal.
Yeah.
I love it when they dirty laundry.
Great. I mean,
love it.
One thing I'd go back to the summer is you on one hand, you look at it and go, they backed him, the money spent. Actually, when you think about it, he wanted Watkins over Šeško, because he believed Ollie Watkins would deliver more immediately than Benjamin Šeško. The club decided to go for Šeško. They didn't sign a right wing back, so he's having to play Amad Diallo then. Amad Diallo is not a right wing back. He's much better further forward. Their centre midfielder options are terrible. Genuinely, if you're going to play a 3-4-3, right, you need 2 mobile centre midfielders, and they don't
100%,
have. And
mate,
however, what we'll say is, I don't understand why he doesn't play Kobe Mainoo, but equally, he's decided Mainoo's not for him.
It doesn't fit what he wants.
So,
which is a shame.
Yeah. So I do have sympathy for him in that way, because I don't think that they spent money, but I don't think they gave him the tools that he needed to actually be successful.
It wasn't going to be done overnight with Manchester United.
No.
Like, there's so many problems.
There's so many issues.
Like, they decided to go with the front, obviously bringing in Cunha, bringing in Mbeumo, and Šeško. That was that area that needed to be strengthened. Then you have to obviously look at midfield. You would think that if it was going better or whatever in the summer, like we said, they've been linked to Baleba, they've been linked, they think Elliot Anderson.
Yeah.
Like, could happen. Like, that's something for the summer, whether or not they keep Bruno, don't keep Bruno. And then obviously I still think at centre back they need things, but they're not going to do it all in one summer. That's unrealistic for Ruben Amarim.
Do you think Ruben Amarim has enough credit in the bank to be speaking like he is?
No.
Probably not. No.
Probably not. Credit in the bank. Absolutely not.
So I'm saying, like, when Nuno delivered that, he had the credit in the bank. Maresca, I think, had done a pretty
Maresca's done a decent job.
Whereas Amarim almost... It feels, where are you on this, Lee? And also, I'm interested in some of the names you've got for next Man United manager.
Yeah, the William Hill traders have just put a market out. Oliver Glasner, the 5-2 favourite to be the next Manchester United manager.
Because he plays a similar system, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, we talked about this a few weeks ago, didn't
His
we?
works, though.
Unai Emery 5-1, Laurent Blanc 6-1, Michael Carrick 6-1, Gareth Southgate. Obviously, the rumours have been there before. 7-1, Xavi 8, Adoni Iriola 9-1. Interesting. It's interesting because we talked about the difference between kind of Glasner and Iriola. I mean, I know he's not kind of in the. He's a bit out of favouritism now, isn't he?
But yeah, because Bournemouth are struggling.
But in terms of the style of play, his style of play would be Manchester United old style of play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's like more attacking.
The fans would enjoy
go
that.
for it, yeah. Whereas obviously Glasner, a bit more kind of what they're trying to do right now, but doing it better.
I don't think that Manchester United fans would want a Glasner, personally. I think that in terms of the success, yeah, but I think that United fans don't fundamentally like the style of play.
Carrick?
100%, yeah.
Carrick is out there available and obviously is...
He plays good football.
Carrick interim end of the season could be really good.
Yeah, he plays good football.
And obviously got that link to the club.
And of course got a huge link to the club.
I think
this would be permanent. This market, by the way, usually says you have to have 10 games in charge to be a proper manager. Even if it is interim, you have to have 10 managers, 10 games in charge rather than a caretaker.
I think this is going to escalate very, very quickly.
Oh, I think this is going to unravel.
Explosive comments.
Well, everyone will be talking. All those, what you guys have just said is spot on.
Ow.
They shouldn't be listening to the noise outside, but this will be now jumped upon by all the noise outside.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
If they are listening to that, then it's going to inform them even more,
and
isn't
the
it?
comments in that, even like when we just said about mentioning pundits and stuff like that, you are fueling the fire.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
if this is what they have been speaking about at boardroom level,
Monday Night Football be good.
Gary Neville's like that, isn't he? He's rubbing his hands together, isn't he?
They come out and they talk about this.
Oh, well, that was good.
Championship, isn't it?
Sunday night
It's festive period, isn't it?
Good chat there, mate.
It would be
Explosive quotes from Ruben
Crazy.
Amarim after Man United's draw at Leeds. I came here to be the manager of Manchester United, not to be the head coach of Man United. That is clear. I know my name is not Tuchel, it's not Mourinho, it's not Conte, but I'm the manager of Manchester United, and it's going to be like this for 18 months to when the board decides to change. That's going to finish in 18 months, then everyone is going to move on. That was the deal. That is my job, not just a coach. United do refer to Amarim, by the way, and always have as head coach. Clear issues are emerging at Old Trafford. This is going to move very, very quickly, and we're going to move very, very quickly. We'll take a quick break on talkSPORT Goals, and then when we come back, I've almost forgotten about the 3 o'clock games, but we will carry on watching them in a few minutes' time. Hello, this is talkSPORT Goals. We are live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and coming to you as well on your smart TVs. We are with William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It is Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Geordie, Jack Cunningham and Abby Summers with you until 6 o'clock this evening. We have got 4 games at 3 o'clock / 3:15 today in the Premier League. The result at 12 o'clock was Leeds 1, Man United 1. The latest scores then in the Premier League. These 3 o'clock games just getting underway in the second half is Newcastle 0, Crystal Palace 0. Quite an even first half of football. Newcastle had a couple of goals disallowed for offside. Palace had a couple of big moments, big chances right before half-time. Everton 0, Brentford 1. Igor Thiago with a sumptuous, lovely finish, giving Brentford the lead as Jack Grealish comes forward now. Can he find an opening? No, he can't. Spurs leading Sunderland at half-time by a goal to nil. Ben Davies scoring from close range, and this is half time at Fulham Liverpool, because this game kicked off at 3:15 due to a medical emergency, but Fulham are leading Liverpool half time by a goal to nil. The goal scorer Harry Wilson against his former club. Later scores in the Championship: Charlton 2-1 up away at Blackburn, Bristol City 0, Preston 1. Wrexham have taken the lead away at Derby. They're 2-1 up. Borough 0, Southampton 0, and Swansea have just equalised away at Millwall. That's 1-1, and it's still goalless between Norwich and Stoke City. Chance here is it for Sunderland?
Yeah,
can they find an opening?
Oof.
Off the ball! Is that
What an
Robbie?
effort
Robbie,
that was.
yeah, it was some strike, that
Great
wasn't it?
effort.
Robbie from a
Some
tight
strike,
angle
that.
strikes a shot, hits it really well, and it comes off the bar. It's a quick counter-attack off the Romero.
Awful
Sorry, it's not even a
touch.
counter-attack, apologies. It's a bad pass.
Takes it off his chest, doesn't he? And then just miskicks it.
What was
But it's
that?
laid in and just hits it with his right
Oh.
foot first time. I mean, it was one of those that was never. When you look at it again, it looks
Probably
like it was
was-
always going
yeah,
kind
probably
of
wasn't
wide,
gonna
wasn't
go
it?
in.
But
Yeah.
it was a great hit.
Yeah.
Cracking hit.
And that would be a
Newcastle have
corner.
had maybe successive corners. I don't know.
Yeah, it's his second corner in a row, yeah. It's clearly trying to put it on top of Dean Henderson, I suppose, as the Arsenal.
Oh, Brentford have got a second goal at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Collins, the goal scorer, and Brentford's magnificent season is continuing. They normally get most of their points at home. This time it's
Crucial
away from
stuff,
home.
that.
It's an in-swinging corner, and big Nathan Collins at the near post heads home into the back of the net. And Lee, in the current live league table, Brentford are 7th in the table on 30 points, 3 behind 4th place Liverpool, 1 behind United in 5th. And Nathan Collins, by the way, talk about, you just mentioned earlier Max Kilman going to West Ham for big money. He went from Wolves to Brentford for a little bit less money,
Right.
but he's been absolutely outstanding there.
He's a top centre back, Nathan Collins.
He is, isn't he?
He's a really,
really
really
good.
good centre
This
back.
is like, I mean, we said about their away form. I mean, it's.
I had Brentford to go down. I really did. I had Brentford. To go
I had just above that. I had Sunderland to go down.
Yeah,
I just
no.
went in the top 3 that come up to go back down.
I went Burnley, West Ham, and Brentford. That's what I said.
Well, it wasn't an outrageous prediction, Geordie Jack.
No, I mean West Ham's looking pretty in trouble, aren't they?
Well, you could never have predicted Igor Thiago getting this many goals.
No,
in the season
I don't think you
for a
could,
start.
no, I don't think
And it takes so much pressure off the
Right,
back
come on.
line, doesn't it?
Come on. Do something. Do something.
This means Everton have got to score 3 goals to win this, 2 to even draw.
Do
it.
something.
They never do that. So.
Do something. Oh my God. So annoying.
Do you know what? He's laughing at you. I'm laughing at Lee there. Tell you what, Brentford are in again here. Sharda, Thiago!
Oh!
Unbelievable!
Wow.
Everton 0, Brentford 3. Igor Thiago from close range has his second of the afternoon. Sharda with the assist. 51 gone. Everton 0, Brentford 3. I was laughing at you, Lee, because you said as Brentford went 2 up, so Everton have to score 3 to win this game. Really? Really?
As in they score 1 a game. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I love what Holland has there. That's a lovely
Just to clarify then, with Brentford being 3 up, do Everton have to score 4 now to win this game?
Brilliant.
Yes, and they don't do that.
No, they definitely don't do that. It's a bit of a mess in midfield, and Brentford get the ball out to the right-hand side. Really good work is that from Jensen.
was he off?
No.
Is he off?
I think Sharda's on.
Sharda's on.
Yeah, no,
Ball
Sharda's
comes
on.
into Sharda. Sharda
Thiago was
does
off
well
on the
to take.
first-
Yeah, Thiago's off
But it
initially.
comes into Sharda, so it
Yeah,
should
he
be
doesn't
fine.
touch
shouldn't
it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Should be fine.
And then the finish from Thiago is really nice. Good touch to get into his path, and then it's a really nice finish from close range into the back of the net. You missed 2 Brentford.
I know, I
goals.
saw it.
Liverpool
Missed two
dancing
Brentford goals,
before the game
sorry.
starts as well.
Wow, they've got a better chance of becoming dancers than the professional footballers.
Yeah.
The way things are going in this.
Guess
in
who's
that
out of
first
final
half.
and standing again?
Did you
you picked Everton, didn't you?
Did you go for Everton?
Because Brentford are not good away from home.
That was an awful prediction.
They're not great away from home, so I thought Everton at home. Yeah, right. I'll go with that.
It was fair.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
picked them
said
to win.
3-0
I picked them to win.
Brentford.
So you thought Villa home to Forest you had Brighton home to Burnley,
Yeah,
and you went Everton home to Brentford.
I fancied Everton more than Brighton, if I'm being fair. I thought that was a draw.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Did you go Wolves?
Yeah, they go Wolves.
Yeah, I thought Wolves would win yesterday. So I was like, it's just classic West Ham, isn't it?
Excuse me?
Brighton can sometimes be a bit weird. I thought that might be like a 1-0
Draw.
or something.
Yeah, I
like
did.
potentially. I just thought Everton at home,
Both
I
fair
trust
picks.
them,
Both
even with
fair.
the players they're missing. Brentford away from home, not great. I mean, it's nothing. I should go again Monday.
Is that Jason Bell on the TV there, the NFL
That's his
guy?
Jason Bell, yes.
No, I'd like that Sky crossover there that he's gone into the Sky studio to promote the NFL.
Do you like the
halftime
NFL?
Do you know what? I am a man that I think I'm a man. It's like Will going into the shop at the end of
I
the
am a man.
I am a man who has recently purchased a house. I am looking for some beverages. I love my darts. I love my cricket.
You're not
England
into
off to a good
NFL.
start. Day one of the fifth test match.
Well,
Good route in the
when it means nout.
Yeah,
It means no.
Well,
I'm actually more annoyed about that.
The long-winded point I'm trying to make here, which I'm finally getting to, is I can't get into the NFL.
No.
Okay, I get it. I do like NFL, but it is
I've been to it at your place. It's hard. It's so slow.
Is it better live? Because I can't watch it on TV.
Not really, mate.
I would say
No.
It was worse live. I couldn't turn it off.
no. I
Corporate's good at
Corporate, over the corporate Spurs.
I do like NFL, but it's one of those things you've really got to commit to it because of how long it is.
Yeah, it's so long. I don't get how it can be an hour's gameplay and it takes 4 hours.
Because of all the
I'm not-
outbreaks.
no, but why is that a thing?
There's so many stoppages in it all the time.
Yeah, it stops every single time anything happens. Right? Yeah.
Anything happens.
Right, the lads, they have a chat. I don't get it.
The
Look,
best-
I understand people like it. I don't get it.
I can't remember what channel it is, but like basically like Red Zone, you can flick between all the different games, and it's actually the best way to watch it.
So
That's
it's
the
like
best way to
watch it. Goals,
there's
basically.
actual stuff going on.
Well, it's like because obviously there's so many stoppages.
Yeah.
So 1 minute you'll be watching, I don't know, the Chiefs, and then like they'll go to the Dolphins or
Right,
whatever.
okay.
So
Who's
it's
your
like-
team, Abby?
I actually don't really have a team. Like growing up, like for my family were quite into it, so they were
Really?
Patriots fans.
What ball?
My ex-boyfriend watched it a lot, so yeah, I kind of just don't really have a team. But I've grown up in households that watch NFL.
Yeah. Do you like the cricket, Jack?
What? Cricket? Yeah.
What?
No. Look. The cricket, the
So
Ashes,
boring.
right? No,
So
I love
boring.
cricket. I absolutely love cricket.
Do you?
Yeah, yeah. It's
so
like my
boring.
second favourite sport. But like the thing is, but what I will
Tell me
say,
how you can get into that. That is
because
boring.
the thing is like.
How can you play for 5 days and it still ends in a draw?
all right, to be fair, it is from my granddad. To be fair, why I like cricket. But yeah, like I am I think the fact that anything can happen to any ball. So literally, you can be watching just
Paint dry.
literally anything can happen to any ball. It's also a great day out. It's a class day
I
out.
bet you love it.
Yeah,
don't
do
you?
you know
class
why?
day
Because
out.
everyone's pissed.
Yeah,
That's why everyone likes it. I'm sorry, but that's.
Sorry, can you say that? Is that
I don't know. Can you say that?
I don't think you can
Okay,
say
stop
that,
it.
no.
Sorry.
There and complain that NFL.
Yeah.
That
it's
NFL
different.
is like boring because
Yeah,
it
it's
lasts so
different.
long, and then Test cricket.
No, I know. That is fair.
I'm not getting involved in either argument.
No,
I
because
like them both.
But there's no constant breaks in the cricket, is there? So,
Well, every time they go and bowl,
Well,
it takes
there's a
about 5
lunch.
minutes to run.
yeah.
Mate, they stop for 40 minutes at lunch.
Yeah, lunch tea. Yeah, you got them, yeah.
have tea.
Yeah.
Get. Oh, given offside. Sorry, Cody Gakpo had a ball in the back of the net there for Liverpool, but the offside flag has just gone up.
This Everton game, obviously Everton trailing 3-0. They are obviously trying really hard to get back into this, but it just means that probably Brentford got more opportunity to get a fourth. With Everton unable to find anything clear cut at the moment. Obviously quality on both wings, but not much in the middle for Everton. Yeah, I can see more. Obviously, can see more goals in the
Palace have
game
got a
now
chance
because
here.
Everton are going to have to push on now. It can't be very nice at the Hill Dickinson this afternoon,
No.
losing 3-0 in that stadium.
Palace there coming
away
forward
with that.
again on the
Here
counter.
here come Brentford, a long keeper.
haven't massively
Pickford's
been
coming out
watching.
to meet Thiago there.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a. Oh jeez.
How's has Brennan Johnson been active?
He's gone off already. He's gone off already. He got replaced by. Oh no, he's on. Sorry, he's still on. He's still on. He's done well. He did all right in the first half.
He got a yellow card.
He got booked, but he did all right in the first half. He created a chance for Mateta. But it's kind of like every time I see Brennan Johnson, he's not really in the game.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like
That's not Brennan.
That's sort of. But he scores goals, doesn't he?
He's going to score a back post goal.
That's my boy.
Yeah, if you can get him in the back post, he'll score a goal. But
I've told you, that is what back post Brennan
post
is
Brennan.
a real thing. You will not see him for maybe 89 minutes, but you will see him for 1 minute at the back post.
and he'll score. Yeah. Which, by the way, it is a skill in itself to be able to do that. It is a massive. If you think about Manchester City, that's when they had Sane and Sterling.
Yeah.
Their whole game plan was Sane get the byline, smash it across the box, and there was Sterling to tap it in. Palace got another injury. Wharton's down.
Igor Thiago here for a hat-trick. Oh, that's such good defending from Tarkowski. He got a long ball played forward. I thought his first touch was decent, but Tarkowski did well to stop the shot.
Johnson's had 6 touches in the Newcastle box. I don't know, it doesn't mean much. It's just one of those stats, but only 1 shot from that. But yeah, he's getting involved. He's there and thereabouts. But yeah, I
thought Wharton was injured, but he seems.
I think I missed a Romero back pass that was bad.
Yes, you did miss Romero back pass. It was bad. And Robbie had a shot which did come off the bar or just go over?
I think it maybe just shaved the outside of the post.
Yeah, it was awful from Romero. He just he controlled
chested
the ball
it down and then tried to play it off the chest, but just scuffed it. Right. It went straight to Brook.
Oh, Middlesbrough have not scored just 1 goal home to Southampton. They've scored 2 goals home to Southampton. Morgan Whittaker giving them a 1-goal lead, then Sam Silvera scoring the 2nd goal. So Middlesbrough 2, Southampton 0 in the Championship on a day where Ipswich don't play and a day where Coventry lost.
They're looking pretty good for promotion, Middlesbrough. Could have all 3 Premier League North East teams in. It'd be good in Premier League next year.
Yeah, good point. Well, when do you reckon that was the last time all 3 of those?
Oh, last time it would have been 2008-9 because that was when Newcastle and Middlesbrough went.
Oh, sorry, half a chance there.
Go on! Score!
Score!
Put it in the net! Oh, come on, man.
Simon Adingra there for Sunderland has so much space outside the box on the right-hand side, and the shot with the left foot just goes past Mario's post. This looks like a pretty open end-to-end game, Jack.
Yeah, it is really open. And this is what Newcastle games are. They're pretty chaotic, to be honest. So, but yeah, goal's been booked now. So
a bit like your talkSPORT goals appearance so far.
chaotic. But like every time I'm on, fair enough. It is pretty chaotic, isn't it? But yeah, I think
it's all good.
We're about to say 3 substitutes for Newcastle. So Barnes, Jacob Ramsey, and Walton Armada.
I don't want to be that guy, but like you think one of Anthony Gordon's mates would have told him to get a trim by now. You not think like one of his mates was like, Anthony. What are you doing with this Barney? Why is it so long?
But he's putting in a bun now at least, rather than the headband.
Some people suit a bum.
Do you think his bad form though has coincided with long hair?
What?
Has his bad form coincided?
Some people do say that. If you go back 23, 24, he had the short blonde hair. Just get it back. Yeah. He's been subbed. He's been subbed.
Some sort of like opposite of. Is it
and
Samson?
He needs to be coming off. He's not. Oh, it's Liverman not coming on. Sound.
Who?
Is it an Aesop fable? Samson might even be biblical. Samson had his hair cut, and when he had his hair cut, it reduced his power. And that
I have no idea.
Gordon's the exact opposite.
Yeah, Gordon's the exact opposite. Well, he's being subbed off, which is the right thing.
I'm not getting any nods from it. Even behind the glass,
I've got no idea what you're talking about, mate.
We're talking about the Bible.
There's
an Aesop fable. One of those.
There's a VR check in the Everton game.
That's soap, no?
Oh, someone's kicked out with someone.
I think that's a red card there, is it?
Yeah.
There is I think it's O'Brien.
It's O'Brien.
O'Brien's
had a
off the ball.
Booted
I think that's not a red card offence, though, is it?
I
don't think he's like endangering him. I think he's just a trip. I think it's more of a trip up than a kick out, isn't it?
It's a bit stupid, isn't it? But
this Spurs Sunderland game, Sunderland much improved in the second half. He had that shot from that Romero, bad clearance, and Adingra had an effort to end wide. They're just showing a little bit more intent, Abby, in the second period, Sunderland.
Yeah, I expected that Sunderland wouldn't probably be as kind of back-footed as they were in the first half. It felt like uncharacteristic of them to be that way. I don't know whether or not we were saying before the City game took it out of them, but it is quite interesting because you would actually probably, I mean, they had a great performance against, very like valiant effort against them. I actually would have thought that they would have been more inclined to go all out against Spurs because you could probably just get the 3 points.
But their home record's unbelievable. Them being at home.
Yeah,
I think that they're seeing the same steam of light as what it probably should be, where it's a place where it's actually really difficult to go to.
Yeah.
Also, Simon Adingra's just come off. He's brought on Dan Ballard.
Yeah, so
Palace are in here. Slipped as he hit it.
Oh, was that Johnson?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, just great opportunity as well. Just slipped as he went to hit it. He slipped. Also, the shot wasn't bad actually, even though he slipped.
Another bottle in the tackle there.
Also, just James Tarkowski's had a really good header, which Kelleher tipped over the bar. Just out of interest, on a serious note, if I say to you guys who the top 3 goalkeepers in the league, you obviously go Raya, Alisson, and then I don't know what some people might go Pickford.
Some people probably go Pickford.
Kelleher.
But the point off the ball. The point I was making is, I think Quivim Keller is in the conversation now for sort of like top 5 goalkeepers in the Premier League.
Put Emi Martinez in that?
Not at the moment. Like, honestly, I'd rather have him goal for my team, Keller over Liverpool.
Martinez is a bit.
I think Kelleher's great.
He's a bit inconsistent, Martinez. It was just straight for a goalkeeper. That's the one thing you don't want.
Liverpool are pushing for an equaliser at Craven Cottage. McAllister, of all people, got his head on a corner which went onto the bar. And it's going to go out for another Liverpool corner now. Szoboszlai with a terrible corner which doesn't beat the first man, and the clearance will mean for a Liverpool throw right near the touchline. So better from Liverpool in that second period, showing more intent. Lots happening then in the second half in our Premier League games as Szoboszlai whips a good ball into the box. It's Newcastle 0, Palace 0. No goals, though, plenty of chances. Open game of football. Brentford are 3 up away at Everton, and John Henderson, Liverpool legend, is back on Merseyside, this time the blue half of Merseyside. Spurs 1, Sunderland 0. Sunderland have been much improved in the second period, and Liverpool are still chasing an equaliser away at Fulham. Fulham 1, Liverpool 0. Latest scores in the Championship. Charlton still 2-1 up away at Blackburn. Preston have doubled their lead against Bristol City.
Sorry.
Horrible, cynical laugh. Bristol City 0, Preston 2. Derby 1, Wrexham 2. Borough 3-0 up at home to Southampton. And still Millwall 1, Swansea 1, and Norwich 0, Stoke 0. The victory for Middlesbrough will take them on to... Is that my league table updated? I'm not too sure. I'll bring the latest in the Championship. Oh, yeah. Middlesbrough up to second in the Championship. They go above Ipswich, who don't play today. Their game was postponed.
What
and
tackle.
Middlesbrough would be 6 points behind Coventry. Jack, what's happening at St James's Park?
We're all over the place. We're absolutely all over the place. It's like it's been all... We've had to be saved by 2 last-ditch Lewis Miley tackles, actually. That was about 10 minutes ago, both of them. Because there's just no structure in possession or out of possession. And these are issues that have been happening all season, and it doesn't seem like there's any solution. It's the same every game. Every team we play against has numerous chances to score against us in games, even home games. Like Palace have probably been the better team, to be honest. Like, in many ways, Palace have been the better team. And this is a side who, they've got about 14 players fit, but they lost Lerma as well, so they lost another player. Well, they have been the better team. Newcastle have been too erratic in possession.
Do you think Newcastle scored today?
I don't know.
I've just been looking at Newcastle to score live, Everton to score, and Liverpool to score live is 5-1.
Yeah,
which I don't mind. I mean, I think Liverpool get a goal. I mean, surely
we've just hit the crossbar from a corner.
Everton are pushing like mad, and you'd expect Crystal Palace to tire and Newcastle to get the goal that wins them the game in the end.
I mean, Bruno's just literally hit the crossbar from a direct corner. He scored one already this season. He scored a corner.
Yeah.
And he's not far away from doing it again. I mean, Henderson's nowhere. It's just rocked off the top of the bar and away to safety there. Yeah.
It's interesting that the new Chelsea interim head coach is named as his first 11, and it's a pretty standard team apart from one thing, and that's to change the goalkeeper.
Really? Immediately choose the goalkeeper?
Which is interesting. Sanchez.
Wow.
Interesting.
Sanchez. Let me just double check he's not injured, but he's definitely not in the starting.
I don't think Sanchez has actually been that bad this season.
It's
No, he
Jorgensen
hasn't.
in goal, and Sanchez is not on the bench,
Right,
actually.
fair, okay,
so
so
to be fair, that would make...
What? Harvey Barnes! Oh!
Big Sam dropped the Leeds kit when he went into as interim Leeds at the end of that season. I'm sure he dropped him straight away.
He dropped Melly immediately, which fair enough.
Yeah, Big Sam can do what he wants, can't he? But
I'd drop Melly immediately.
Oh, Everton do score. There you go. You called it. Everton have pulled a goal back, and it's not Barry. It's Beto. Beto off the bench and has scored for Everton. It's quite a nice header actually to beat the goalkeeper.
They've been pushing and pushing.
So Everton 1, Brentford 3. Beto with a really nice header, beating Gallagher into the bottom left-hand corner. Everton 1, Brentford 3. And is this a free kick, Jack?
Yeah, free kick. Yeah, 25 yards out from goal. Bruno getting tripped over by Wharton there. Been a good battle, actually.
Liverpool had another goal disallowed for offside.
As well.
Wirtz went through on goal, slotted the ball past Leonard. He was miles offside. That was a Grealish assist, is it?
Yeah, it's a class cross.
Yeah. He had that amazing start, didn't he, to his Everton?
He did, yeah.
I think that might be his 6th of the season, so he's still right up there.
I think he got 4 though. Another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then I think that might be. I'll check it. That might be his 6th of the season, maybe 7th. But yeah, he's right up there in that table of assisters or people who set goals up, whatever you want to call it. Can Everton keep going though? Can they get a second? Because this is where Brentford do struggle. They can score goals, but can they keep up? 3-1, you'd still be backing them to win the game, obviously. But if Everton keep the foot on the pedal the way they have in the last 5-10 minutes, then this game could be really interesting if they get a second.
I think they're still checking this offside.
Well, they're still checking it.
I thought Wirtz got played through on goal and slotted the ball past the goalkeeper. The first, again, mate, I don't mean to mention again, maybe my mince pies are going. I thought Wirtz looked miles offside. The offside flag did go up, so it's Fulham 1, Liverpool 0, but the game hasn't resumed yet. I'd like to have another look at the replay. Only slot there is just gesticulating.
Yeah.
So there's not much in it. Again, I thought he looked quite clearly offside. Johnson
cross! Yes! Come on, Bruno! He's the limit again! Get in there! Come on, the captain! Strikes when we need him. He's been class this season. Exactly what we need. Get in. 7 goals for the season.
There we go.
Come on.
Bruno Guimaraes heading home from close range for Newcastle. Newcastle 1, Crystal Palace 0. Have I missed something here with Craven Cottage? Are they just checking the offside? They are.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's taken such a long time. Because we're not seeing any lines, and it looks like the game's almost just stopped for the last 2-3 minutes, no?
I think that's what they're checking.
Yeah, they're still checking it, yeah.
And I'm not sure, maybe, is there a problem with the technology? Because we haven't even seen... Tell us about the goal, Jack, then.
Yeah, no, so free kick from Murphy cleared Barnes, who comes on, immediately does more than Gordon. Great cross in. Miley does brilliantly to just divert it back across goal, and there is our captain to head home from 6 yards out. I absolutely love that man.
They've given it.
Goals been given.
A legend.
Goals been given to Craven Cottage.
Goals been given in that game as
Fulham
well.
1, Liverpool 1. Wirtz puts the ball in the back of the net. He scored. The flag goes up. We had to wait a long time for that goal to be given. But Florian Wirtz got played through on goal, and he scored from close range. I haven't seen any replays yet with any lines. Yeah, again.
Ooh, yeah.
Doesn't that angle look offside from that angle?
Yeah.
It's obviously when the ball was cleared.
Someone down here.
Yeah,
we can't
I think it's Tete on the right back. Tete plays him on side.
Yeah.
Again, so I thought he looked offside, but it's obviously not. Wirtz is onside. Wirtz scores. So Wirtz has now got 2 goals in 3 games to Liverpool, and it's Fulham 1, Liverpool 1. Lee, we should have put that bet on because Liverpool have scored, Everton have scored, and Newcastle scored.
That's how to do it. It's like 5-1 paid out within about 5 minutes.
That would have been the easiest couple of quid we could have made.
I know. I did load it up in here. Look, it's there.
Oh, you always regret the ones you didn't put on.
I know, isn't it? It's always
Hopefully, if anyone's...
We would put it on.
It would never have come in. Right, Brennan has now gone off.
Yeah, he has gone off.
Yeah, he now has gone off.
Yeah.
There hasn't really been much in my game, to be honest with you. There was a chance earlier on. Porro, apart from that.
It's that consistent. The approach in the first half was really encouraging.
Yeah.
There's no consistency, and then it's almost like Sunderland have changed tactics and they can't react to how Sunderland have changed.
Yeah, I mean, he's just made 2 changes. Polini has come on for Gray, and Bergvall's come on for Odebert, who went down injured. He went down with a head injury, but I think he's fine. I have to say, I will try and be positive where I can with Spurs. Like, this has been a far more positive performance today, so I don't want to get on their back massively. I think Tell's been all right as well. He's been quite bright. He's been direct. He's been ambitious every time he's got on the ball. I just think I need to stop looking for like good quality because I'm not going to find that. But as long as they can pass the ball forward and try and create, that's a good day at the office.
Fair enough,
as long as they can pass
expectations
forward.
have gone down.
That's like when in the bar's like in hell.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
That's where it's down that low.
It's that low that if I see a forward pass, I'm a happy girl.
Honestly, bar in hell. Things playing in the Champions League. Won a trophy 6 months ago.
Bar's in hell. I lost 22 times last season.
Yeah. I know. I had to sit with you for 21 of them.
21. Yeah, literally 21.
So lots is happening then in the second half in our Premier League games. Let me just bring you all the latest scores. Confirmation, by the way, that there's no Sanchez in the squad for Chelsea today. And Rodri starts for Man City today. It's Rodri, Bernardo, Reinders, the midfield 3. Cherky, Foden, Haaland, the front 3, which sounds quite good, doesn't it?
Well, that is a pretty good team.
The epic boost on that match, by the way, is Erling Haaland to score, which has been boosted to even money. This will be his 20th goal in 20 games. He's scored a goal in every game he's played in, on average, for City this season in all competitions. I think it just looks great.
So they're what, 41, 40, 43, 40. They're 5 points behind Arsenal.
Yep.
Right, this is when City have to lock in.
Well, they dropped points against Sunderland, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which was incredibly frustrating.
But Arsenal did as well, so you can kind of go, right,
Yeah.
But this is a game. I think they have to win this game.
They have to maintain
the
it.
title.
Arsenal,
They've got to win this.
Arsenal did very well last night because Bournemouth put in a very strong performance against them and probably deserved to get something out of the game.
Yeah.
But look, Arsenal managed to find a way, even after Gabriel made a terrible error. I mean, you do not see Gabriel doing that.
No, but the thing is, Gabriel is kind of morphing. This is probably not going to. It's not completely accurate, but he's morphing into, I think, like that Virgil van Dijk's type of character for Arsenal. He's not Virgil van Dijk. Not saying that by any stretch.
But
he is a proper
the
character,
character, leadership. Like if we go back, 3-4 years
company
ago,
for City.
That type of player, that warrior, and I just
iconic
think
almost.
that where he used to make quite a few errors and mistakes, the way that he has come on leaps and bounds has been brilliant, and I actually think that he's more important for them than Saliba is, personally, from a mentality level. For someone that can get you actually, if I had to back anyone in that team, I would say him and Declan Rice are the two most important players for them in terms of having that mentality, who I actually do think could get them over the line. Not making comparison with him in terms of footballing.
No, but I know what you mean.
But as a character,
he is that leader.
Is the figurehead of the team.
I really look at him like that.
And the title push.
Massively. And I think even last night that shows you that he makes a mistake, uncharacteristic of him.
Scores.
Brilliant. From him, very eager, wants to rectify it immediately. And I've seen many performances this season from him where I just think, you're that type of player for them. That's the guy that can do that for them.
The other betting thing about Arsenal, by the way, is I know earlier they were defensively fantastic.
Go on, son. Oh, that's a great ball. Oh.
Now with Arsenal, just back them to win with both teams to score. I think that's 5 of the last 6 of Cop now. It's just
they're conceding a fair bit.
but they're still winning games, and it's such a. I mean, you look at Arsenal are going to be short to beat most teams. If you had a consolation goal in at least, so both teams to score, it transforms the price from being an odds-on price to something just under 2-1, which makes a big difference.
I couldn't believe that second half against Villa. Couldn't believe the capitulation.
Yeah, from Villa.
I couldn't.
Do you know what though? I think the Arsenal played Villa at the right time because Matty Cash was suspended, Boubacar Kamara was suspended, Pau Torres was injured, so Victor Lindelof had to play.
Yeah.
They were without some massive players. I mean, especially Boubacar Kamara, because I think
he's been brilliant.
Cash makes a mistake here and there, but he's a key part of that team as well. Set a goal up against you.
Cash scores goals, and he's really good going forward. Yeah, he's not the best defensively, but he does make a difference for them. So go on! Oh, was that not going in? What? How was that not going in?
Harvey Barnes' header from close range, which Dean Henderson pushes out. And it bounces off Vista, does it? From close range?
That was what?
Good save.
That was unbelievable. It was a class cross. This is a brilliant ball in. That's a great header. And then
he almost pushes it off Vista.
Yeah.
And he's so close, he almost just can't sort his feet.
It's a great header from Barnes. He pushes it out.
That's not good goalkeeping.
No, it's not good goalkeeping. No. He pushes it off his defender, doesn't he? Yeah, that's what it is.
That is good. Oh, it
he's lucky that's not gone. He's done well
with a header from a tight angle.
Good defending, to be fair, in the end.
Yeah, it was actually because when it hits his knees, it looks like it's going to go into the back of his own net, doesn't it?
Not bad when you can bring Voltemada on, by the way.
I'm happy to see Voltemada on for the final 13 minutes of the game. That's a good ball in. Yes! Come on! Malik Chow, get in!
He's a good player.
Come on! He's class.
He is.
He is absolutely class. He's been our best signing, I think, so far. Malik Chow.
Johnson Sunderland!
Robbie.
It's the number 9, Robbie. It'd been coming in the second half. Sunderland had been much improved. They just hit the post, and Robbie from close range smashes the ball into the roof of the net. It's Spurs 1, Sunderland 1. Abby, Spurs, I think, second half have been really poor. This has been coming.
Definitely had reverted more to type. Second half. I mean, look, it's not like I would. It's not like I would expect anything else, would I? We kind of said at the start, draw. I mean, there's been this little battle been going on between Robbie and Porro the last kind of 10 minutes or so, a little talking to earlier on. I don't know whether or not that's a great finish.
What a finish.
Great finish.
Robbie gets the ball. He plays a lovely pass into Lefay. Lefay's ball back to him is good. He then takes one touch with the left foot, thunders the ball into the back of the net. It's a really nice Sunderland goal.
Yeah, fair play. been restored. Like, the problem is Tottenham don't have anything else that they can change and they can bring on and they can do. There isn't anything.
Well, Kulusevski's out. Madison.
Madison, there, and then
Solanke.
And also,
Where's he?
apparently he's back on grass.
Right.
He's actually
Has
the
he been
only
back
one.
on grass for like.
He's the only one I actually know the whereabouts of in
Right,
terms
yeah,
of
fair
that
enough.
he's meant to be coming back.
Yeah.
But, you know, they don't have the depth. And like today, obviously, they started with a more attacking lineup, looked better first half. Like we said, I didn't think that Sunderland were playing particularly characteristically for them. But yeah, second half, you're going to not take chances that you create in the first half, which was quite good for Spurs, and you're going to get punished from it.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised in the next 10 to 15 odd minutes if this was a flipped round scoreline. What have you got for me, Thomas Frank?
So we are entering then a final 10 or so minutes of our 3 o'clock games. It's still Everton 1, Brentford 3. Brentford scored 3 goals in their first Premier League away game against Everton, failed to score in each of their subsequent 3 visits. But they've got 3 today away at Everton. Everton have just pulled a goal back thanks to better. Everton 1, Brentford 3.
Go on.
It is Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0. Malik Thiaw scoring the second goal for Newcastle from a corner kick. Newcastle won 3-1 at Burnley last time out, but only once this season have they managed to win consecutive Premier League games, beating Man City and Everton in November. Fulham 1, Liverpool 1. That game's been playing 15 minutes less, 68 minutes. Fulham have won just 1 of their last 19 Premier League games against the reigning champions. And the last 4 Premier League games between Fulham and Liverpool have produced a total of 20 goals, maybe more goals to come in the final couple of minutes or so. It's Spurs 1, Sunderland 1. Probably equalising for Sunderland a short while ago. Tottenham losing 11 home league games in 2025. Will there be another one today? Man City, Chelsea, a 5:30 kickoff is still to come today in the Premier League. Blackburn have equalised at home to Charlton. Blackburn 2, Charlton 2. Middlesbrough, what an afternoon for them after being in a really poor run of form. They're 4-0 up at home to Southampton in the Championship. They will go second in the table today on a day where Ipswich don't play, their game postponed, and Coventry lose at Birmingham in the early kickoff. And Stoke City are now 2-0 up away at Norwich in the Championship. So lots happening there as many teams try and bid for a place in the playoff places. Ipswich, Preston, Watford, Hull make up the top 6 at the moment.
Really interesting. I mean, it's easy to say this, but we did say it in the first half, didn't we, that you could almost tell how this game was going to go. That whole Palace, even as good as they get in the first half, a little lucky maybe to kind of get away with. There's a couple of chances for Newcastle, but then the second half, they just can't cope. And Newcastle have just carried on doing what they were doing in the first half, really, and it's told in the end.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is crucial for Newcastle. They would need to hold on for this. Even since we've scored both goals, Palace have had quite a lot of possession in and around our box because we just can't get it clear. They've got a corner now, but was that a chance for Sunderland there?
Yeah, it was one of those saves Vicario makes it look worse than what it probably was.
Sam absolutely hates it.
I can't stand the goalkeeper.
I know the agenda,
it was a pretty tame shot, which he tips over the bar. Corner comes in. Alderate. Oh, well blocked there. I think that's from Pedro Porro. Lee, what's catching your eye?
Just a bit of afters between Tarkowski and Thiago, but they ended up kind of agreeing to.
A bit like you and Abby, isn't it, in the pre-show meeting today?
Shake hands. And,
we were a needle between the two of you.
We were quite pleasant, weren't we? He's just trying to build something up, isn't he? I don't know what he's talking about.
Don't stir the pot.
I'm not. I'm making an observation.
me and Lee were here a good half an hour before you rocked upstairs.
No, I was on floor 10 working hard. I got here 11 o'clock this morning. I just like to be by myself when I get in the office.
Okay.
What do you do on your own for an hour?
Research.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. No, do you know what? On floor 10, on floor 10, there is.
Murphy.
Is that where the cafe is?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No,
There's a nice desk space I like to use to have a coffee, have some food, do a little bit of prep, go through social media, and just take it easy.
What's that?
I like it. Do we get a winner in the Fulham, Liverpool, and Tottenham, Sunderland games?
I think Liverpool win at Fulham, and I think Spurs won, Sunderland won.
I think Sunderland could nick that, to be
Go
honest.
on, Robin.
If there was 15 minutes left, not 5 maybe, but they might just run out.
Sunderland are pouring on it, though.
They are.
They're trying to win the game.
Goodness me, Wilson with the shot from 25 yards out, takes a wicket.
Do you think you win your
goes
game?
over. Yeah, I think we're much better than the second half. Played with a little bit more intent, a little bit more crisper in the passing.
6-4 to win this, Liverpool. From
Is that a good price?
Not a massive price, is it? But, it's Liverpool, and they're going to have plenty of chances, you'd think. Yeah. Although, you can't count Fulham out, can you?
No, nothing. Fulham on the counter-attack will cause us problems.
Go on. Oh, laid off.
I'm going to go home tonight and just hear you shouting "Go on" in my head. Go on!
Can you do the accent?
No, I don't do accents. When I got my first gig on radio, my producer said, just do two things for me. Don't ever sing on the radio and don't ever do accents on the radio.
Right, fair enough. So that was...
And
That
yeah,
was your
that
thing.
was basically it. I've been on there ever since then, basically. So it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much.
What,
It doesn't.
do an accent?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it at all. So, but that's one skill when you hear people who can do it. And impressions. I wish I could do impressions.
Impressionists are impressive.
Impressions are hard. Yeah. Very hard.
You've had a good weekend, by the way, Lee.
You're good at accents, by the way.
Thank
aren't
you.
We've done this before, haven't we?
I can do accents, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, she's good at them.
Go on, do your best one then.
No. My producer told me never to do them on air.
Huh?
Never to sing on air and never to do them on air.
No, that was advice I was given. You're different. You're talent.
I am talented.
Oh, I thought she was there. I am talent. Then I was like, you can't say that.
I am talented.
That'd be outrageous. Can someone explain to me why the Spurs Sunderland game should stop for
It's all
4
clear,
minutes?
they're all kicking
Why is the referee just having a mother's meeting? Why have you stopped the game? What are you now telling him?
there was a whole-
Get on with the game.
You can't.
Drives me insane, Bill.
I can't.
Where they just talk to the players like having a mother's meeting mid-game as millions of people around the world watch it.
Before that, I think you were about to pay me a compliment. Can we go back to that?
Back to that.
I was going to say, on the William Hill preview show that me and you do together, you've had a pretty decent week for some of your predictions, Lee.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Do you know one of my favourites?
Apart from
Barnes.
Everton home win, that wasn't good.
Come on. Mateus Mane was one of my favourites.
Yeah, it was.
Called him out, didn't we, on the preview? And
Did you say he'd score? Was that the...
I think I gave him a good mention.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to say. I'm going to say he scored.
You had Villa. You like
he was man of the match.
No, yeah.
Man of the match at Old Trafford.
He was going to come against Arsenal as well.
4 shots against Liverpool as well. Yeah.
He was going to come against Arsenal.
Right, Jed's on Dane Scarlett.
Ooh.
Right.
When was last time he played?
Yeah, Dane Scarlett. Has he been at Spurs for a long time? He's never seemed to play.
Come through the academy.
Yeah. But he's not young anymore, though, is he? Like he's not 18, is he? No, he's not old.
No.
He's not old. I actually don't know. He's been trying to break through for about 100 years.
That's what I'm making. He's fine. He's been there for ages.
Feels like made his debut as like really youngster.
Yeah,
and
like 6 years later he comes to the bench again.
He is.
The stats in this game, Abby was talking about kind of how they just haven't, kind of
21.
done anything second half. The first half stats was obviously mostly Tottenham. Second half stats,
Mostly
it's been 60-40 in terms of possession Sunderland. They've had 8 shots on goal to Tottenham's 3. 3 on target to Tottenham's 1. Corner kicks 4-1. The more passes completed. Expected goals is higher. I mean, Tottenham are just gone in the second half.
Oh, it's really been a game of 2 halves for Spurs. Unsurprisingly. He's 21, by the way.
Okay.
21, yeah.
Do you know what year made his debut for Spurs? Does it say there?
2020.
All right, so he made his debut 5
That
years
was
ago.
I'm pretty sure he made his debut under Jose.
He must have been young when he made his debut.
Yeah, it would have been very young.
Yeah, I think it was Jose that he made his debut under.
So we've got an exciting final few minutes here or so. Well, Abby, what would this point mean for Tottenham this season?
What does this point mean? I mean...
Not the performance. I mean, is there anything positive you can take out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if this would have been a win, then we would have been 4 points off of top 4, which obviously makes it a lot better reading, despite how bad the performance is and the football is. Otherwise, it's just a point at home. It's not a loss. Starting year, I guess, better.
Not losing at home.
Not losing at home, so that's a positive, I guess. There were definitely positives I can take out of this first half, but I think it's just, oh God.
Sunderland are getting so much space in behind.
Sunderland wish they would have woken up for that first half.
Yeah, I know.
They'll be ruined that.
They've done that away a few times this season. I think they went to Old Trafford and then just delivered like a nothing performance almost.
Yeah.
They were a bit overawed by it, but then actually when they realised that the team aren't actually that good that they're playing against.
That's what I said to you earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I get why they put up a performance against City, but I'm not being funny. They could have had all 3 points at Spurs.
Yeah.
They could have. So, just a bit peculiar.
Liverpool drew at Liverpool, beat Chelsea.
Yeah. So I think what I've seen from them in games like that is at the start of the games maybe a bit feeling out a bit nervous, and then they actually realise, oh, no, what we can compete with it.
Do you know what's mad? We haven't spoken about Chelsea today.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a busy day, hasn't it?
It has been, but I can't believe that we've made it through 6 hours and we've not spoken about Chelsea.
They're playing at 5:30, aren't they? We're fair at 6th, aren't we?
Yeah,
we're confusing. We're not fair. We're not fair at 5:30. No, it's good. I wouldn't be. I want to be on air for the whole Chelsea game. I want to be on fair at 7:30.
Anna said we could do that, didn't you?
No.
She's shaking her head down.
No, she's like, I never said that. Don't put words into my mouth.
Remember, she's going at 2:15.
Yeah, still here. Oh, Jimenez. Oh, Canate's actually done well there. Wilson's got a chance. That's remarkable. Fulham get played through 1-on-1. I thought Canate dealt with it. Keeper comes off his line. It then falls to Harry Wilson, whose remarkable effort from distance comes off the bar, and then Van Dijk clears. Is that Jimenez who gets played through?
Yeah,
as well?
Jimenez, yeah,
I thought Canate did well to kind of shrug him off the ball, but Alisson comes up, doesn't deal with it, and then Wilson, so unlucky, chips the ball from distance off the bar, and then Van Dijk's clearance is messy and just goes over. But that very easily could have been 2-1 to Fulham.
Brilliant effort from Harry.
Not quite the same at Spurs because he's further out, but the way he has to kind of dink it over bodies is. The same sort of intent he's got.
Weirdly, if he's further out, he scores because would have dipped in time.
Yeah.
Those two have been.
Like that Spurs game.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's a bit like, when we talked about Minter and Matoma were an amazing outlet early in the season for Brighton. Fulham, they've got that outlet. You can break quick and either whoever gets it,
Wilson,
Jimenez
King,
or Wilson,
Kevin.
They've got Anthony Robinson back as well.
They're still having a go.
Yeah.
Wasn't as good a ball as I thought it was going to be. I thought he hit it with the outside of his boot and it was curling towards goal. But yeah, he's playing so well at the minute, isn't he, Wilson?
Spurs have got a corner kick deep in. Throw-in. Oh my goodness me! See that throw-in, Abby?
What happened there?
Oh my God!
So it's a throw-in from Lucas Bergvall, and as he goes to try and launch into the box, it doesn't go any further than 2 feet in front of him. It must slip out of his hand, Abby. Can you describe this throw-in for us, please?
That just actually sums up Tottenham. He's gone to.
Abby, how's your 2025? How's your 2026 going?
Brilliant. Like that, literally. He's gone to throw it in. As he's gone back to do it, it's just literally slipped out of his hands, and he's kind of caught it and then managed to throw it. But yeah, that is a very good example. That is a very good example of Spurs right now.
Do you think that just sums up where Spurs are at the moment?
Yeah.
Just inept and just not.
I think Brentford are about to make it 4-1.
He got this for a hat trick. He got Thiago through on goal. Oh, he's got a hat trick.
He's got easy.
So easy.
Where was the defence? He's still
He
existent.
took that so easily, didn't he?
Easy. What a day for him.
Tarkowski throwing the ball away.
He races through on goal,
ball,
and you know what? He wants the ball. You'll get it into the game, mate.
Yeah.
And he goes through on goal. The game's not over. And he goes through on goal. And it's just such a lovely dinked finish, isn't it? In front of past Jordan Pickford. And he's been he had a drought going into this game, but he's got a hat trick. And what a day for Brentford. 4-1 away Everton. Did Newcastle win 4-1?
Yeah, we won 4-1. Bonds in. Oh, it's a great save.
I missed that.
No.
Good save by the keeper. Comes into Willock from literally a couple of yards out.
Oh, Joe, what are you doing, son?
What you did?
That's 14 Premier League goals in 20 games for Thiago, by the way.
What was your bet that you had, the two of you? Was it?
That was Vista versus.
fine.
He missed that.
Also, all three, by the way, have got Thiago's goals, Lee. The first one, the lovely first-time volley. The second one, nice finish trying to goal. And that one there is such a lovely finish. Jack, can you explain to us what's happening to James Laporte, please?
It's an unbelievable ball over the top by Bruno Guimaraes for Barnes, who's been brilliant since he came on. He runs through. It's a good save by Dean Henderson. It comes out of Willock, who arrives first time. He's 4 yards out. And he hits it wide. It's genuinely a terrible miss.
It's an incredible miss. Thiago just wanted the ball.
Not the worst of the
so
season,
he could kiss
but
the ball.
It's up there.
That must be a tradition of his when he hits a hat trick.
Just wait 5 minutes till the game's over, mate.
Just wait to give it a kiss.
If I was James Tarkowski now, I'd boot that ball out of the stands before.
Out of the stadium.
So he can't.
So he can't get
into
it.
the water.
Just so he can't get it because he's been.
Tarkowski had a stinker, to be fair, today. So yeah, why not?
I mean, Everton
they're weird.
Had a couple I mean, Brentford, Newcastle, bring to their own backyard and put A past them.
They're strange. That is strange because I remember that game when we rocked up to play them. I wasn't confident at all that we hadn't won a game. Everton were in pretty good form, and then we were falling up after like 55 minutes. It was very odd. And here, no one had Brentford winning this 4-1.
No
one.
No chance.
No one.
No.
Well, Lee backed Everton.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
Everton would.
Yeah, I think most people would probably have gone for Everton.
No, I did.
They've beaten Wolves and West Ham away.
And then the draw. All right.
Much better, isn't it?
We
I don't
didn't
think
we
that was
didn't
a
think Brentford
crazy
would
shout.
win.
No, it wasn't at all.
Thank you.
Imagine going imagine putting a team in, final one standing, they lose 4-1.
Oh, Everton scored.
Or 4-2 maybe.
Is that the other side net?
Yeah, no, they've scored.
Yeah.
Barry scored.
Also, first time ever, Beto and Barry have scored in the same game.
Wow.
Everton. Barry scoring a header from have they scored from the same
It
game?
might have been an early goal. It might have been one early in the season, but I have
Surely
to check
not.
it.
All right, so Barry scored from close
They've both
range.
not scored many goals.
No.
So.
That's true. Yeah, we've given them quite a lot of stick, haven't we, over the course of the
Yeah,
season?
but rightly so, though, I think.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
And is that another Grealish assist?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Oh,
Great.
that's such
It's a
a lovely,
fantastic cross.
Amazing
quick
ball.
feet from Grealish inside the box, right-hand side, and he then just dinks the ball towards the back post, and even Barry can't miss from there. That is a great, great, great assist there. And that, Abby, is one of the best professional fouls you'll see from João Palhinha, because the Sunderland player is about to race through, and João Palhinha knows what's happening and takes him out. That's what you call a good yellow card.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what he is actually. That is one of his strongest points, doing that, tackling. It's very, very good. I mean, I still am not convinced that Spurs are going to hold out for this. If I'm completely honest,
They played 6 minutes.
I just, I mean, holding out for a 1-1 draw at home to Sunderland is just so peak. It really is. It's just not good.
Well, there is one moment here for Sunderland. They played the 6 minutes of time added on. Xhaka is going to launch the ball into the box. Sunderland win the first header, and Richarlison will clear, and the referee's whistle goes to his mouth, and it finishes Spurs 1, Sunderland 1. It'd be interesting to see what the fan reaction is inside the stadium with that full-time whistle.
Let me get.
Maybe you can WhatsApp your friends and find out for us, please.
Let me get on to.
You're right. Better and Barry. First time they've scored in a game.
Is that right? Really?
I thought maybe they'd both scored against Wolves, but I was wrong. Yeah.
Oh,
bit of afters.
and it is
Like
kicking
it.
off at the end of the Spurs Sunderland game. Bentancur and one of the Sunderland players going face to face with each other, which is keep it together, lads. But that's tasty, isn't it, Lee?
It's good to see. You'd like to see a bit more of that from Spurs while the game's being played, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah, that would be just way too much. Way too
but
much
that
effort.
kind of passion after the whistle's gone.
Yes, come on, huge win. Huge win.
Huge win.
Another full-time whistle. Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0. Geordie Jack told us this is the start of a big month for Newcastle United Football Club, and also there's some needle now as well in the game. And
It's all
I guess who's involved? What's his name? Jack Grealish and Nathan Collins have come together. I think Everton wanted a penalty for a handball, which wasn't given, and Jack Grealish, who loves getting involved in a little bit of needle. Referee's checking this, by the way. I think.
Oh, really?
Is he going over? Oh, yeah. Sorry for the handball. Is he checking it? Is he running over?
It was hard to say, to be honest.
Or did you show?
It did show him running away with his whistle, but
Yeah.
then...
Oh no, he's
Yeah,
running
yeah,
back.
yeah.
He was running back somewhere else.
yeah.
So 2 full times then. Spurs 1, Sunderland 1, and Newcastle 2, Palace 0. We've got a minute left of the game with the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton 2, Brentford 4. There's 6 minutes of time added on. Fulham 1, Liv 1. Abby Thomas Frank now. He went over to the away fans. Didn't he, at Brentford, and got booed, and now he's doing a lap of we're calling it applause, lap of appreciation, or lap of some booze, maybe.
Certainly not a lap of honour, is it?
No.
No, it's not honour. No.
So it's
A lack of meh.
a lap of. We didn't lose at home.
Yeah, well done.
That's it.
It's just an easy place to go for away teams, isn't it?
Oh, it's so easy.
It's just an easy place to...
Very easy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a lot. I don't know if it's maybe the lack of atmosphere. I don't know if it's the fact it's just actually a really nice day out for basically everyone.
Basically, everyone likes to come to the stadium and see the glossy stadium and under the lights, whatever, have a £10 pizza.
They're 17th in the home table in the Premier League. 17th.
Yeah, they're not.
But we're great away from home.
Yeah.
We're great away from home.
Yeah.
It's clearly a difficult place for Spurs to actually play football, and it seems to be for everyone else who turns up. It is easy.
What about Palace?
They enjoy it.
I know Palace are in no danger because they're on 27 points, but they're in a dreadful run.
I know, but
now.
I've got to be honest. Lee. I thought they played pretty well. I thought they played pretty well
They
here.
just can't get results, can they? Because they can't last a full 90 minutes. They'll have Europe coming back round again soon. We've already discussed. I mean, they're 15th. No, they're not that low, are they? Have they gone down to 14th? Sorry, 14th, just 4 points ahead of Bournemouth, 5 points ahead of Leeds. Crystal Palace.
Well, look, that's Steve Parrish's fault. It really is. You know, in the summer they had the chance. You win the FA Cup. You then win the Community Shield as well. You've got the chance to strengthen the squad and give Oliver Glasner exactly what he deserves, because he has delivered a trophy for the first time in their history.
Yeah,
and they decide not to invest in. You know, they replaced Eze with Jeremy Pino. Fair enough, but they signed a backup left back, a backup goalkeeper, and that's basically it. There's no way that you can tell me Glasner did not deserve to be backed fully, and given the squad that would have allowed him to compete on both fronts. The fact they're even done so well so far in the Premier League, because I think they got their record points total for the first 10, 15 games or something, right? It shows how good he is, and he deserved a lot more than he got in the end. They did not give him what he deserved, right? Really, they've let him down. They have let Oliver Glasner down.
I think your analysis is really, really spot on, and I think the work he's done at Crystal Palace is so good and so underrated.
Yeah.
And he's let them down in two respects. Number one, not improving the first team.
Yes.
Like, sort of, year on year, they've sold players. Sold Ezra in the summer, and, Pina looks a good player.
Yeah, looks good,
But
yeah.
It just feels like, they didn't give him enough to improve that starting 11.
Yep.
And again, I mentioned at the top of the show, the biggest thing that Palace needed to do was they needed to buy good squad players to really beef up that squad. They know what they were doing this season, Crystal Palace, for the first time in a long time, playing 3 games in a week. It was
the first time in Europe, isn't it?
Exactly that. It was blatantly obvious to anyone that looked at this Crystal Palace team at the start of the season. It was a thin squad. And this happening at this time of season, going 5 without winning the league, was always going to happen. I think it's a real. And I know it's easy to blame the owners and stuff like that, but I also appreciate it's not just as simple as going out and spending money. But it felt like, the Brendan Johnson signing, could they not have got someone like that in the summer to have it at the start of the season? And I think it's a real shame because the job that he's done, pound for pound, Glasner and Crystal Palace, is one of the most impressive jobs in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Winning that trophy, get him to Europe, and it just felt like that they were almost set up to fail this season, Crystal Palace.
It is top draw what he's done. I mean, look, whenever he leaves Palace, I assume they'll be building a statue of him because, let's be fair,
He's won them the FA.
He's won them their first ever trophy. Palace never won a proper a senior trophy. So, that is a moment that their fans will never ever forget.
No.
And he created that moment from delivering a top class team. And as I say, even at the start of this season, they were brilliant at the start of the year, but they can't keep it up because they haven't got the squad to do it. And I just feel as if it's going to set Palace back a lot of years because Glasner probably will decide to leave now. And it's actually all down to the board and the ownership for not backing him. I think if they backed him, he would have signed a new contract by now. And I don't think he would have actually had that to worry about, at least for another couple of years. Anyway, but now he's going to go.
Interesting, last season they finished 12th on 53 points.
Yeah.
I bet you they finished around 50 points this season.
No.
So it's like, this probably in the league.
Palace is always that team that will finish mid-table, but I think it's about having aspirations.
Maybe not this season.
When you've got, maybe not, but when you've got a manager like Oliver Glasner, you don't want to be that club that is essentially a feeder club, and that you lose Elise, you lose Eze, you're going to lose Gahey, you're going to lose Wharton, etc. That is kind of the history of Palace. They're happy to be mid-table. They haven't had massive ambitions, but you've got a manager that is ambitious. And then this is when it comes into it, when the board doesn't want to back and show ambition to push the club forward. You can only do and overachieve as much as you can with the type of manager that's there until that manager effectively will get picked off by someone else because there'll be a bigger club that wants to give the backing and has more ambition. And then again, the cycle will start again. Yeah. But I think that they've done very well in terms of surviving and winning what they've won and building what they have done, despite having those losses.
Yeah, because if you go back to the start of last season, they actually started really, really badly because they sold Elise and obviously didn't replace him. If you think about the end of the 23-24 season, Palace were thrashing everyone.
Yeah, they were.
Last day of the season, they smashed Villa 5-0. They beat Man United 4-1, I think it was. So, they were in great form. Then obviously Elise leaves. Fair enough. You couldn't really expect a player maybe that good to stay without European football. And then they had a really slow start, and then they finished brilliantly again. And it was the chance to kick on, and they didn't kick on, and they've let him down. And I feel sorry for Palace fans, and I feel sorry for what's going to happen to their club, unfortunately, because we are going to probably see a lot of this team leave and probably the manager leave. And I think if the board had shown a bit more ambition, it might not have happened.
Yeah.
Just for the final 7 minutes, we'll focus on Fulham-Liverpool, and then we'll take a break and come back and maybe round things up at 3 o'clock and look ahead to the 5:30 game.
Woohoo!
But Fulham 1, Liverpool 1 at Craven Cottage, and we have got 7 minutes of time added on in a game of football where Harry Wilson gave Fulham the lead after 17 minutes. Liverpool were poor and lethargic in the first half, more improved in the second half. Florian Wirtz equalising after 57 minutes. Since then, it's been a little bit more of an even game. Fulham having the best moment of the game when Harry Wilson hit the bar from an audacious effort from distance. Liverpool with 58% of possession, but the XG is pretty even, 0.7 for 1 for for Fulham and 1 for Liverpool. Shots are fairly similar, but the ball comes into the box now for Liverpool, which gets cleared away by Fulham. Liverpool made a couple of changes. Frimpong on for Wirtz. It feels weird taking Wirtz off in a game like this when you're chasing a goal. I'm not sure why he wouldn't just take off Bradley and go like for like. I'm not sure if he was carrying a knock. And Chiesa coming on for Curtis Jones. Fulham have brought on a couple of attacking players. Kevin on for Smith Rowe. Adama Traore for Harry Wilson. And maybe now with this substitution for Fulham, Harrison Reed coming on, their intentions are maybe a little more clear. They're going to maybe just try and set up Shobley and take the point.
Well, the two best players attacking wise, Jimenez and Wilson, both off. So yeah, I think that they'd be happy. They would have taken a point before this game, wouldn't they?
They've put Adama Traore on, haven't they?
So yeah, it's but there's still five minutes to go here. So it's just that Liverpool don't really seem like they're really pushing on either, do they? At all.
People on social media are really confused with the Florian Wirtz offside, which I said at the time, the goal, which was offside, and then on VAR was given as a goal.
Yeah.
I mean, there is the pictures doing the rounds on social media.
It looks like he's way offside.
Florian Wirtz looks like he's miles behind the Fulham right back. And we know it's now semi-automated offside.
It's the wrong angle, though, isn't it?
That
looks the wrong angle.
That looks like a good angle.
The angle should be like that. Should be straight, though, isn't it? You can't really tell from that.
I don't know.
Line.
That looks like a pretty good angle for us, doesn't it?
I want it to be straight, not angled.
That does look offside.
Yeah.
But
looks miles offside anyway.
Does look offside.
Semi-automated offside is obviously in, and they gave that as a goal. Jack, have you seen as a neutral looking in Liverpool? Have you seen? I know Liverpool's unbeaten run is growing now, but have you seen any signs of improvement in terms of on-pitch stuff from Liverpool?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, I watched the Leeds game in midweek. Oh, I suppose, it was midweek.
Yeah,
obviously it's that festive period when no one knows what day it is. But yeah, midweek. And I mean, I just thought they offered absolutely nothing, to be honest. And I think with Liverpool, what's clear is Slot has changed from that all-out attack approach at the start of the season, which was seeing them concede a lot of goals, but they've become a bit boring, a bit stale. And I don't really associate that with Liverpool Football Club at all in any way, but I do find them just a little bit boring, a bit stale. I mean, Isak getting injured isn't ideal, just when he was maybe starting to show a few signs of his Newcastle form, but still obviously nowhere near that level. And then Ekitike's had a really good start, but even he's dropped off a little bit as well. Your best player all season has been Dominic Szoboszlai. I think he's probably been the only one who, when I've seen every game, is probably a 7 out of 10, basically every game. Gravenberch has probably been below his levels. McAllister's been extremely disappointing, which I am surprised about, because I thought McAllister last year was easy one.
That is in! And yes, Cody Gakpo scores for Liverpool. A man that's come under a lot of pressure, a lot of scrutiny this season. He hasn't been at his best.
Liverpool are rubbish, yeah.
No, do you know what? Liverpool have done a whole lot of absolutely nothing so far in this game, genuinely. I think your analysis is spot on. It hasn't been great. It hasn't been pretty. It's been pedestrian stuff. Pass, not creating chances.
You said about getting Frimpong on, though.
But yeah, well, no, I think Frimpong, from an offensive point of view, has been one of our brightest sparks in the last couple of weeks in terms of, especially because the way we play with that diamond is very, very narrow. Yeah. And just Frimpong with that pace and power, making those overlaps on the right hand side, I think he provides something a little bit different.
He plays with a bit of freedom, doesn't he?
Yeah, I said you at the top of the show. It's like almost with this diamond, and the Wirtz is one of the two strikers. He wants to drop deep. You've got half a dozen players nearly all in the same position, and Frimpong offers something different from that right hand side. The ball gets played out to Frimpong, who's come off the bench on the right hand side, and first time he whips in a glorious ball which goes across the face of goal. Possibly you could argue that a Fulham player should deal with it. And to fair to Gakpo, he makes a really good run at the back post. He anticipates what's going to come. But again, you got that ball in the box there is what we need, what we've been lacking. Great ball, and Gakpo puts in the back of the net. And again, I'd have to say it's not particularly deserved. It's not particularly pretty. But it's 3 points to Liverpool, who are going to remain in fourth place.
Yeah.
I think Anderson are probably a little disappointed that he not only played them on, but also then just kind of didn't quite get anything on it, did he? Yeah, probably a bit harsh on him, because the ball we're watching it on slow motion, the ball coming in, but yeah,
it comes in with pace, doesn't it? It takes a bounce right in front of him.
That is a classic not playing well but getting the win, isn't it? Because they don't necessarily deserve that. I think a point for each would have been a fair shout. And look, if that Wirtz goal is as controversial as people are saying it is, then
I think
Fulham will be up in arms, won't they?
I think lots of people looking at that, I'm sure people can find it themselves on social media. All of the pictures just looked like it's not even close. Just looked like his right leg is miles offside. And I said it, didn't I, straight away?
But his body is
just offside.
It's not just legs, is it? It's like, it's
No, because you were surprised at how long we just thought we were going to get back underway, weren't we? And then it was like us taking ages, what they're checking, and then obviously it was in the end onside. But look, Liverpool this season, they're not going to challenge for the title, but if they can get Champions League again and then go again, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! What a goal! Oh, Harrison Reed, that is a screamer.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's probably deserved.
That is an absolute
Sam, you're right.
screamer.
No. Talk to us. Come on.
Why don't you talk and do this goal then?
No, it's your team. Let's hear.
Unbelievable.
That's not
Where did that come from?
That's just not sure.
He's just took a touch and he's just rocking it in from 30 yards out.
To be fair, when we went 2-1 up, I said it wasn't deserved,
No.
it wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
And pretty much right from the kickoff, Harrison Reed, who I said came on to try and shore up the game. In fact, he came on to try and score the winner for the equaliser for Fulham. He's barely kicked a ball all season. He's just given Fulham what's probably going to be an equaliser. They work a throw into the left-hand side. Kevin on the left-hand side plays it into midfield. Harrison Reed must be 30 yards out.
That's a rocket.
Harrison Reed, I'd say, is 30 yards out.
Yeah, that's
the
the
swerve.
worst.
Hit a ball with his laces,
Unbelievable goal.
which
That's a
moves,
sensational goal.
kisses the underside of the bar, and
That's
goes
spicy.
into the bottom and goes into the top corner. And that might be the best goal I've seen this season.
I think,
Sensational.
Why the hell? I can't believe he even tried to shoot from there.
Yeah, no.
Why was he trying to shoot there?
Technique, when you watch it in
technique's
slow motion, he hits it like
Yeah,
you
it's
said
just-
with his
his
laces,
laces through
but
the
his whole
ball.
body stays low.
Swerves into the top corner.
The game as well.
Oh,
You know what? I think Fulham are good value for that.
Yeah,
they are.
I think Fulham deserve that. So at least I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I'm saying how it is.
Yeah.
There was a little bit smash and grab, and it almost felt like what went through his mind when he shot from there? Do you think he thought, you know what?
I just thought,
why not?
Why not?
Beat
Fancy
it.
that.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
For
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah.
That might be the best goal of the season.
I think so.
Up there,
I can't
my
think
God.
of a better one at this moment in time. So
I could watch that all day.
yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
The swerve at Chow.
Yeah.
Fair play, Fulham. They deserve the point. It's some hit. What are you shooting from there for, mate? Seriously, like, why?
And also, I don't even blame Liverpool for having no one to close them down because they're like, he's not going to score from there.
He's
No,
not-
listen.
Yeah.
I think because everyone's in the box. I tell you what, here they're going to launch this ball into the box, Fulham, and I tell you what, this is that. It's a free kick in their own half, but this is going to go long, and this first header here is really important.
Nice one, that, yeah.
Why are they going long? Have they got no one?
no one
no one there
there.
trying to. That's really bizarre. Fulham 2, Liverpool 2. Then we all thought Cody Gakpo was going to give Liverpool the winner with that goal deep into injury time, but Harrison Reed said, "Hold my beer." That is a shot from around 30 to 35 yards out. A ferocious hit with his laces going through the ball, kissing the inside of the bar. And Fulham 2, Liverpool 2. I said this game always
he's in?
goals in it, Lee. Allison deal with it. Long ball forward. We thought maybe Kevin was going to get in the end of it, but Allison comes out. And
3-2 last season, 2-2 last season.
it was 3-2 at Fulham.
Yeah.
2-2 Anfield, I think it was. So yeah, another 2-2. Yeah, you're right. It's crazy end to the game when you just thought it was. It felt like it was fair at 1-1. So yeah, it's pretty fair at 2-2. Although it's his first goal since April 2023. Reed scored against Everton.
Yeah, he's not exactly prolific goal scorer.
He saves him up, doesn't he?
What a goal that
Yeah.
Liverpool's still on the attack here, but
Robinson's
That's a
done
rubbish
very well.
pass, isn't it?
yeah, Paul,
Yeah.
Paul.
Robinson well, to be fair.
That would probably be the whistle, wouldn't it? Just ticking towards 100.
I'm looking forward
minutes.
to a 3-minute break here, guys. It feels like this is not the way we wanted this 3 o'clock game to end. But no, honestly, it's not. Genuinely, one thing I'm massively concerned about is the level of performances and the fact that we are now in January the 4th and it's not getting better.
Yeah.
Certainly from an offensive point of view, Slot's done well to shore things up defensively, and I give him credit for that, going to that diamond formation, packing the midfield. But a big concern here is we are now into January, and in terms of from an offensive point of view, I'm not seeing any sorts of improvement. We're watching the same thing, aren't we? Game in, game out.
Yeah.
And this unbeaten run, by the way, that Liverpool run at the moment.
Is it like that?
Maybe
Is it like that Arsenal and Emery one?
it might be the worst ever unbeaten run in the history of the Premier. A draw away to Fulham, it finishes 2-2. A draw at home to Leeds. Beat Wolves. Beat Spurs, who were down to 10 men for a lot of the game.
Yeah.
Beat Brighton. Draw to Leeds. Draw to Sunderland. That's in the league.
That's
On paper, that's one of the worst runs. And what I think Liverpool fans are waiting for here, we like you back the man that wins you the league, but we need to see from here until the end of the season.
Yeah.
Slot's not going to get sacked from now until the season.
No.
No chance that's going to happen, and rightly so. Okay, but
He stopped the rot, hasn't he?
To
He
get
stopped
to the
rot.
summer, we need to go into the summer with Arne Slot and this team showing signs of improvement, and he as the coach showing signs of being able to get the best out of Florian Wirtz. And obviously Isak when he gets fit again. And, Frimpong, why isn't Frimpong starting today? I found that bizarre. And just at the moment, defensively better, but all-round performances are not improving, and that's worrying me, and that's frustrating me as a Liverpool fan.
Yeah. I feel like there's too many touches on the ball all the time. It's like...
Sometimes, though.
Playing it safe all the time. Sometimes that's fine, but equally, you do need someone to just get the ball, try a forward pass, try something. And Florian Wirtz should be that man. And look, he scored today, but I didn't see a whole lot else from him.
No.
Yeah,
Again,
but also, I guess you've got a team there where you've got 150 million nearly. Ekitike and Isak not playing. Salah's at the AFCON.
Yeah.
So
No,
where are your goals? Where are your goals going to come from?
Yeah.
Gakpo's obviously a good player, but he's not that. You wouldn't be buying Ekitike and Isak if you thought Gakpo was the answer.
And also one thing we'll say, even when these players are available, obviously.
Well, you still won't play well.
Still won't know, exactly.
You still won't play well. I don't know. I think your midfield is a very big. I don't want to say problem because it's not a problem, but I think that is.
But the game
that is a big area that is really not.
It's gone from being one of the probably
most efficient.
The dots aren't massively connecting right now, and I think that's probably an area that you probably didn't think you needed to change, but I think that's an area you are going to have to change probably quite significantly.
Because obviously initially Wirtz played as the 10, didn't he? And it was all over the place in terms of the structure.
Yeah.
And then he brought Szoboszlai back into the 10 and put Wirtz out on the left, and that's what's shored it up defensively.
Yeah.
But then going forward...
From a defensive point of view, he's almost tried every attacking player in every single different position.
Basically.
In different formations, different systems, trying to find something that's going to click. And he hasn't done it yet. Whether it's a diamond, whether it's Wirtz in the 10, whether it's Wirtz from the left, drop salad, Ekitike and Isak as the 2. He's tried everything and it hasn't worked. It almost feels like all the life has been sucked out of this team at the moment. And it feels like watching it, you're almost just watching the same performance game in, game out, which is a bunch of players standing on top of each other, passing the ball to each other without really having any sort of idea and game plan of trying to break teams down. And again, if we won this game today, which we nearly did, it would have been a complete victory, which wasn't deserved. It just feels like he's loyal to a lot of his players. I think Chiesa is a player that I think Liverpool fans have been surprised that he hasn't given more of a run in the team. When you look at a lot of players that have struggled.
And also when Chiesa plays, he does do stuff. He does deliver goals and assists. In fact,
the Chiesa gets started, comes off the bench. He makes things.
Was it against Sunderland where he saved a goal by just tracking back?
There was
one around Alisson, and just by him working hard and tracking back, he managed to stop a goal. Chiesa a few years ago, not that long ago, was the best player at Euro 2020 and won Italy the Euros essentially for his performances throughout that tournament. He's had 2 ACLs since, so obviously he's probably not going to be the same level of player. But whenever I see him for Liverpool, I think he's really good.
And Chiesa,
another name. I'm
much better off the bench.
I'm not saying this kid's going to change everything, but again, I've read out the results in the league. It's all saying someone like Engamoa. I'm surprised maybe he hasn't shown more faith in the kid to give him more of an opportunity.
Oh, yeah, after he scored the winner against Newcastle. Never seen it
exactly. But again, it looks like he has got his safe plays that he trusts, and he's playing them game in, game out. And I maybe just think at times you're looking for him to maybe be a bit braver, a bit bolder in selection. And I'd love to see Engamoa. I appreciate he's a kid team. I'm not putting everything on him. I'd love to see him in some games maybe given a bit more of an opportunity.
Given more than 10 minutes or so.
Your time you see him, he looks like a young kid who wants to be brave, wants to be direct, wants to take things on and make something happen.
However, I think it's easy to do that when you are in a more comfortable position. How many times have you thought that Liverpool have been comfortable in games to the end?
This season, I can't remember the last time we were comfortable.
Right.
Maybe Brighton. Even Brighton at home was a bit iffy.
Exactly. Bringing him in, I understand it's nice that you want him to take.
Nothing but comfortable.
No, but you want him to take risks.
Yeah, but that was 2 months ago, wasn't it?
That was that week where you were good. We beat Real Madrid,
didn't we?
He's not going to take risks at this moment in time when he had to stop the rob. Maybe at some point, but this is.
Yeah, but then the alternative is what? To play the same, near enough the same team, the same system, game in, game out, with the same core of players, and that's not.
Well, you can
I actually disagree with you. If you got the same 11 players that are winning game in, game out, then why would you change it? But at the moment, we're almost watching the same thing. No, sure, but there's draws to Fulham, there's draws to Leeds.
Hadn't you lost 9 in 12 before?
In all competitions, yeah.
Well, these are the Premier League champions. They should be doing more than.
Yeah, but the Premier League's gone, isn't it? So maybe mentally, the Premier League's done.
Oh yeah.
So maybe the focus now is just surely on winning something.
Win
the FA Cup, try and win the Champions League. Seems obviously.
No, of course.
So they're going for a more defensive style. Can they win the Champions League doing that?
Maybe.
Doesn't look like it. I'm not saying they can't.
The moment you say no,
we say Liverpool don't have a chance to win the Champions League, but still, they're in it.
Do you guys think that come next season, Slot will be able to almost turn this round again, if you like?
Well,
not turn it around, but
it's
10
tricky, isn't it? Because like, are you going to spend more money again? I mean, you spend like 500 million.
And the owners will have to think, do we want to give this manager the money?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Look, by the way, I think Isak's season's probably done because even if he comes back into March, we saw how long it took him to get up to fitness beforehand. Also, whenever he came back from injury for Newcastle, it also took him a while to get up to fitness as well. So I don't think you're going to see the best of Alexander Isak until next year, which is, £125 million, and he's delivered 2 goals, or 3 goals, whatever it is. It's not enough, is it really? You
couldn't be happier, could you?
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Fair play.
But no, because I've spoken about before, I totally disagree with the way he went on.
Yeah.
Equally, I disagree with the way Johan Vissa went on as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? I mean, there's a bit of me that thinks about obviously really unfortunate to get the injury. Yes. Terrible.
Yeah.
But I also think to myself, like, looking back at what they did, going on strike in inverted commas, and not doing your own pre-season with someone.
He's harmed Liverpool.
That has harmed Liverpool.
He's harmed Liverpool.
Yeah,
he's harmed Liverpool.
Can't be right to do that.
He probably knocked 25 million off his price tag, because I think otherwise it would have been 150 million. So he probably knocked 25 million off his price tag.
But no footballer can not have a proper pre-season and then go into
and then come in, and you could see he wasn't even remotely on the same level. Also, I don't think Liverpool actually played to his strengths. Newcastle's entire game plan
we're going
to get the ball to Alexander Isak as quickly as possible. We're going to play him high up the field, so he's in a good position to do that.
And that's another thing where, like, I don't know if you blame...
I don't see Liverpool do that.
All that on Slot. Like, did he ever say on all of the players that come in?
No.
Because, again, in hindsight, you go back to the summer, you maybe think you sign one of Ekitike and Isak and prioritise the centre-back as a...
It did make no sense. It was kind of like, understood that Newcastle were briefing, saying that we're going to have Isak and Ekitike together. That was what we were briefing, and Liverpool were like, no, we're going to have Ekitike. And then that was kind of when Isak sort of decided he wasn't going to play against Celtic, which was our first pre-season game. And then from there, it almost felt as if Liverpool had they promised that they were going to sign Alexander Isak. So they're like, well, we can't let you down, so we've got to sign you now anyway.
The opportunity there to sign Alexander Isak, they weren't going to turn it down.
Yeah.
They weren't going to turn it down. I think they probably thought that it wasn't going to happen, so they obviously went and got Ekitike and everyone else. And then when they weren't going to pass up the opportunity to do it, because then that means someone else, whether that was an Arsenal at some point or whoever else was their rival, was going to go and do that. So you had to just just do it.
My thing for Isak is, if he'd stayed maybe one more year at Newcastle, had another top season, I think he could have had the pick of any club.
Yeah, this is supposed to be about Liverpool, not Newcastle.
Yeah.
I'm joking. On that note, Newcastle win today. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
It does finish Fulham 2, Liverpool 2, Spurs 1, Sunderland 1, Newcastle 2, Palace 0, Everton 2, Brentford 4. This 5:30 game, City Chelsea is about to get underway. We're taking a quick break on talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TV. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Abby Summers, Jack Cunningham, Geordie Jack with you until 6 this evening. Then we hand over with the final word show, where Majestic is alongside Alan Pardew. Leeds 1, Man United 1, Everton 2, Brentford 4, Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0, Spurs 1, Sunderland 1, Fulham 2, Liverpool 2 are the results today in the Premier League. Abby, what did you make of the Spurs game today?
Tale of two halves, as usual. Well, I say as usual, actually it's not, because usually we don't move the ball forward in either half, so that's a lie. Let me refrain from that. First half, I thought we looked a lot better, positive, moving the ball, taking shots from outside the box. I was like, who is this team? Who is this? I don't recognise you. Went with a more attacking lineup, didn't go with the Bentancur and Polina and Gray. He opted to have a little bit more movement in there. Obviously, Kudus goes down. He goes off early, which again is frustrating because it would have been nice to have seen him maybe be able to contribute in terms of goals. Thomas Frank actually called him out on that the other day when they were talking about the attacking options. And they said, we could have some more from Kudus, which is quite funny because he's
probably been your only player.
Probably the only one that's been doing anything. And to be honest with you, he's been shackled for most of it. Like I said earlier today, we don't really play to his strengths. We don't really get to see him do what he likes to do, which is to cut in. It's all very much just up and down and back and forward and all of that nonsense. So, second half, I never expected Sunderland to come out as soft as they were the first half. They looked a lot more up for it. Spurs, again, kind of retreated. It was kind of like go 1-0 up and then just sit back and, just go into yourselves and just, kind of, that's it. We had our attacking moment. Now we're going to go back and do what we always do, which is just go into our little shell and just try and maintain that little bit of a lead. Something I saw really early on, it was actually about, I'm going to try and find it in my notes. It was actually about Spurs' chance conversion. And our chance conversion, I think, prior to today was actually the highest in the league from big chances. But because we don't create
big chances.
Yeah, that was it. 43.8% conversion rate of big chances, which was the highest in the league. So it shows you, actually, they're good in key moments, but they don't create enough key moments. So if you're in that position where you can do something, that's fine, but you don't want to create enough, and that ultimately will come down to the manager. Today they were getting in a bit more positive positions in the first half. They were being a bit more direct. They were taking a risk and taking chances, but why can't that last for a full 90 minutes, especially when you're at home? Sunderland obviously come out a lot stronger second half, and Spurs just retreat back, go into themselves. And I look at the bench, and it's not like they have any options that they can really bring on to affect a game or change a game. Substitutions today were Bergvall, Polina. Who else did he bring on?
Colomani,
thank you. So Colomani. And it's just an indictment of the squad and where it's at.
Abby, James Moore from The Athletic. The Spurs will continue to go absolutely nowhere under Thomas Frank. This is all a complete waste of everybody's time. Is that fair?
Completely fair. It's completely true. And that's why I'm in this kind of headspace with it, where it's not that I don't care. It's different to last year. Like, even though I'd given up in terms of us losing 22 times, I still cared. Like, I still was getting angry. I'm not even necessarily getting angry anymore, because I'm just like, I'm watching the same thing week in, week out. I've got a manager that literally is so uninspiring. And, is happy to just be safe and play it safe. And that isn't what Tottenham is. That isn't it's not the club that I support. It's not anyone else what they want to go and pay a lot of money to go and watch. And I just feel that we're constantly let down by this football club, whether the players, look, there is obviously a lot of blame that goes on the players. There's a lot of blame that goes on the recruitment, the scouting, all of that. But ultimately, Thomas Frank is the manager, and whoever's put him in charge, whether that was a Daniel Levy farewell present to all of us, great, thank you, or if that was, after he'd gone and that decision, well, it wasn't, he was still there actually, but I don't know whether or not he had so much of a say in it. But again, I just can't understand the profiling of necessarily Thomas Frank. Like I've always said to you, he wasn't my first choice. I thought we would go with someone.
Iraola, maybe?
Yeah, I've always thought that Iraola was a little bit more balanced. I think that Thomas Frank is he is very pragmatic, very safe. And the expectation of him at Brentford is going to be completely different to the expectation.
The same with Iraola.
It is the same. It is the same. But
same with Silva, same with Glasner.
Yes, but I would say with Glasner, he's won trophies at both Frankfurt and obviously now at Palace. It is an overachieving thing. Iraola, again, it could be the same as when Pochettino came to Spurs from Southampton. The expectation is low. But you know what the style of football you're buying into. I thought we would go with someone that's a little bit more pragmatic after Ange, but there's being pragmatic and then there's being pragmatic and just boring the life out of every single person in that stadium and at home that has to endure watching those games. There isn't really anything. And this isn't me pining for Ange, because I definitely wanted that to end, by the way. I wanted that to end. But it can't go on like this. It can't go on like this. You know, I look at it can. I look at our form from this season: 2 wins at home, 3 draws and 5 losses. Like, I have said, it's not all on him in terms of the poor form at home, but I don't really see him managing to try and do anything to rectify that. There were boos again at full time.
Is it toxic?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to the stadium for a while because I've been working, and you know, I can't always get there. So I don't know what the atmosphere is at the moment at the stadium, but I would assume that it's not pretty. Yeah. I mean, the most toxic I've ever known it to be was actually the most toxicity I felt personally was the game just before COVID when Eric Dyer jumped into the stands. And that was under Jose Mourinho. Yeah. Had COVID not have happened literally like the next day, Jose Mourinho wouldn't have still probably been there for the next couple months until inevitably he got sacked anyway. But it was very, very toxic then. And I would think this is very toxic too. But Jose was a character that, like, you either love to hate or you hate to love or anything like that. And he inspires. Thomas Frank doesn't inspire me. He doesn't inspire me as a fan. So I think, how could you inspire this team? Yes, this is the same team that finished 17th last season. I understand that. I'm not expecting him to rip up trees and us suddenly win the league. Do me a favour. But I am expecting to see a lot more than what's out there. I mean, our next game is against Bournemouth. Then we've got West Ham. Then we've got Burnley, City, United and Newcastle.
Yeah.
I genuinely look at those. I mean, West Ham, if you don't beat West Ham, my God. My God, then you'll see my head go back to the moon. Okay.
It's already there, I think, Abby, isn't it?
No, it's not. I'm quite calm today. But Bournemouth on a terrible one.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Who are you going to call?
Dr. Tottenham could be.
Dr. Tottenham. West Ham, again.
Remedy.
West Ham, that's going to be at home. I would love to say that a home game would mean something. It doesn't. We're better away from home. Burnley.
And West Ham might be as well.
But yes, but Burnley away. Burnley at home is only that's just one of our 2 wins we've had all season at home. City, we're weird against City.
Yeah.
Don't know what could happen against City. We're very, very weird. Hopefully nothing, because we've got bigger fish in this title race. I'm very happy to not win.
Unbelievable.
I don't care. I've got bigger fish to fry. United away. Newcastle. So Newcastle at home. So they're tough fixtures. I look at them and I think, you do, and you as well. But I just honestly look at the fixtures and I think it's very hard for me to be like, where are the next points coming from? And I can only really point that towards West Ham. But then again, Dr. Tottenham loves to help everyone out. So I don't know. But it's just, do you know what's the stark contrast today? Obviously the boos at full time for Tottenham by the home support, and then you have a look at what Sunderland are doing and what they've built. I know the expectation again is completely different, but it's just a complete parallel between 2 clubs and the positions they're in. Because even if Sunderland were going to go back down, which obviously we all know they're probably not now, it's just the effort and it's the performances you put in. And if they were to get relegated and they gave it a go, I think the Sunderland fans would have said, fair play, you know, we're just not at it. But I look at Spurs and I look at the players and I look at the manager and all of it, and I just think that, aside from being told that you've got a fixture to fulfil, which is kind of how I felt at the Brentford game the other day. You've got to fulfil this fixture, just go out there just so we can get it done. There was nothing in that. And that is why I honestly turned it off at half-time, because I just thought, I can't sit through this rubbish.
I have sympathy for Thomas Frank with the injuries. I believe he's a good coach.
Yeah, he's
I've been really, really surprised. I'm a little bit upset how this is, badly this has gone quickly, and how kind of not just bad, but how kind of toxic it is. You know, being booed by your own fans is
you should be used to it now. It happens every week.
One thing I've noticed, which is strange, I thought Brentford was really tactically flexible.
Yes.
Yeah. So they would go into games.
Always change their system.
They'd always change their system, but also equally, they were sometimes really expansive in games where I think if they were playing a team who, player for player, Frank looked at it and thought, we're better, we will be expansive. Yeah. What I'm seeing from Tottenham is almost like every single game, it's pragmatic. No matter who you're playing, which I don't really get. Fair enough, there's no Madison, no Kulusevski. I get that. But equally, there are still some good players in this Tottenham team.
Yeah.
Who
They shouldn't be
should be free. They should be given some freedom.
They shouldn't be performing to this level that they are. And just wanted to say on what you said, because I'm the first one to be like, they've got no Maddison, they've got no Kulusevski, etc. I would like to just remind everybody about last season when Ange had 16, 17 injuries.
That's true.
Fair point.
And
It's a fair point.
okay, we were all sitting there saying, all right, look at how bad we are, but we've got 16, 17 injuries. And those players were still missing in that period of time as well. We were terrible last year, but at least there was a very valid reason for a lot of that campaign as to why. And obviously in January time, they said, okay, let's just give up on the league. Let's focus on the Europa League. And it paid off.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
No problem. But this year, he's missing 3 key players and the 3 starters that would absolutely make Spurs probably look a little bit different. But you haven't got 16 injuries. You haven't got, your whole squad out. And Ange had that last year. So I can't necessarily use that as a helping excuse or a helping hand for Thomas Frank this year, because Ange had it way worse. And I think what you mentioned, Jack, about the tactical adaptability, that was one thing I was kind of looking forward to from Thomas Frank, especially after coming from Ange, someone that had good in-game management and flexibility and a tactical awareness and nous and could change it up for who you're playing. And I saw that for the first couple of games, and we looked a little bit more defensively solid and stuff like that. Apart from the goals from corners, which we scored 9, was second only to Arsenal in that, I couldn't tell you another area we've improved. Yeah. We've regressed. And how you can regress after finishing 17th and losing 22 times is beyond me.
Well, your afternoon's about to get even worse, Abby, because we'll move on from Tottenham. We'll talk about another team that's causing you pain this season. That is Arsenal, because Arsenal, another victory yesterday, going to Bournemouth and winning. By the way, the 5:30 game in the Premier League has just got underway. It's Manchester City versus Chelsea. City looking to, of course, close the gap once again back on top of the table. Arsenal, City have got Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Gavardio, O'Reilly, the back four. Rodri starts for City today. Massive boost for them with Bernardo Silva, Reinders. It's then Cherky, Foden, Haaland. Jorgensen, the keeper for Chelsea. No Sanchez in the squad. Achimpong, Chalobah, Badiashile, Gusto, the back four. James and Fernandes in midfield. Castello suspended. Esteval, Palmer, Neto and João Pedro are the attackers. Reinders has the ball and plays it to Bernardo Silva, although he is going to be in an offside position. What's interesting is, since that Arsenal defeat away at Aston Villa, massive day in the title race, Villa closing the gap on Arsenal. Arsenal have been really good. A win at Brugge in the Champions League, not great performance, but beat Wolves at home. Went to Everton and won, beat Palace in the Cup, beat Brighton, beat Villa comfortably, didn't they? And they went to Bournemouth yesterday and picked up a victory. And maybe, Jack, is this an Arsenal team who are showing that when not playing particularly well, they've still got it in them to be able to get over the line and win games of football. I'm thinking that Wolves game, I'm thinking that Everton game, and even that Bournemouth game.
Bournemouth, I thought Bournemouth for long periods of yesterday were the better team by quite a distance, I thought. But I thought what impressed me about Arsenal yesterday was when Krupke scored that banger from the edge of the box. The crowd are up. Bournemouth feel really good. He makes a sub. He brings an attacking sub on Iraola, and they have a corner immediately after the Arsenal clear. But then from that point, they just managed the game really, really well. They managed to take the sting out of it. Bournemouth, I don't think, had another chance after that. Now, if we go back to a few seasons ago, when they played Southampton, and Aaron Ramsdale made a few horrendous errors, and they drew 3-3.
Yeah, remember that.
Absolutely shambolic evening for Arsenal on that when they were going for the title. It feels like they have learned from those, I guess, terrible evenings to adapt and grow as a team. That was always going to come, wasn't it?
As they got older, as they got wiser, as they got another year into. I think lots of people sort of thought Arsenal mentally this year, they'll choke, they'll bottle it.
Yeah.
And I almost thought you could go the other way and go, as this team has been together for another season. Almost the heartache of going close in the past and missing out is almost something they could use to their advantage to learn from that and get better from that.
Yeah, definitely. I think you made a great point there, Sam, to be fair, because I think, again, they still could fall.
Thank you.
It doesn't look...
They still could.
Like...
Could what?
They still could bottle it.
They still could.
They still could.
But my thing is
you
more...
You booked holidays 6 weeks ago to a different country because you thought they were going to win the league in May.
Holding flights.
Fair enough.
Just holding.
No. But one thing I think is that even if Arsenal lose a bit of form, I don't actually see another team managing to string a good result, a good enough run together.
Well, City have shown they could do that.
City can.
But if you watch them, City, I don't think they've been convincing in a lot of the games that they've won. To be honest, I think a lot of the games they have.
Do you think Arsenal have always been convincing
No,
this season?
no, they haven't. But Arsenal have been more convincing and have been more consistent.
Villa strung a decent winning run together.
Villa had a terrible start of the season.
Yeah, but
right?
if they could do that again.
And then they won a numerous amount of games in a row. They did. But I can't see them doing it again, to be honest, just because once it kicks in again with the Europa League again, they'll have the FA Cup that they'll probably want to go for, because Emery will want to try and win something at Aston Villa. He's not done that yet, which is quite a surprise. But I just think that even if Arsenal lose a few points, I don't actually think anyone can get close enough, because they've done it in the Premier League this season, and most of the teams are very good. I mean, Chelsea thought they were in a title race when they got that 1-1 win against Arsenal. They thought they were in a title race, and then the manager's gone, barely a month later. So they're basically out of it as well now.
I think City are the team. There's no point
City
in
are
the
the
ones,
team.
because if they win, big if, I know.
And obviously they're signing Semenyo as well.
If they win this,
But then do they need Semenyo?
Yeah.
Realistically,
Yeah,
do they actually need Semenyo?
They
Because
do.
will he play every game? He should play every game, but equally it's just another attacking player. I think City have got other problems. I
also think they don't need to be so reliant on. Sometimes you don't need to be so reliant on Haaland.
No, definitely
I
not.
think it is necessary. What if Haaland gets
They
injured?
do need goals.
to be fair, recently
goals, and Semenyo has scored a lot of
Turkey,
They're stepping up.
They're
stepping up.
goals, aren't they?
They're stepping up.
The interesting-
Turkey's a wonderful football. I love watching.
One thing that you said earlier on, Abby, which I thought was really interesting, I hadn't really thought about it, but the criticism of Arsenal all the way through the years, well, since the Invincibles really, is that they haven't had strong characters in their team.
Yeah.
That's always been it's always been levelled at them. Haven't got a captain. What you said earlier on about a couple of players, Gabriel
Rice.
and
Yeah.
Declan Rice, it just made me think, actually, yeah, because they are leaders and they are becoming almost iconic Arsenal players, and they could become the company when Man City won it. They could become the Van Dijk when Liverpool won it, and that just they have got that now. You cannot level that against them.
No, you can't. And I think that, like I said to you, I think that when it comes to Gabriel in particular and Rice, but even more so, I think Gabriel, like the levelling up he's done over the last few seasons has been massive. He is, I think, more important to them than Saka. I think he's more important to them than Saliba is. I think that him and Rice are the key of that. And also someone even like David Raya as well. Look at the spine of their team. So maybe even still when, Gyökeres up front is probably still not, well, he's definitely not.
No.
But if you look at the spine of their team from David Raya to Gabriel to Rice, look at that spine that you've got. That is the mentality that will win you leagues and get you over the line. Look, I'm still going to have my feeling that I can't say they're going to do it until they actually do it, because I've seen them bottle it many times. Do I think that City are capable of going on a 10, 12 game unbeaten run and do it? Yeah, I do, because I've seen City do that many a time, and I've seen them win many a league. So until something changes with Arsenal, my jury will still be out on that, and I'll still be keeping an eye on that, and I'll still be putting all my own personal energy into Manchester City with that. Obviously, just the same way they would if it was the other way around. I look at Arsenal's fixtures. You've got Liverpool. They've got Liverpool at home.
That is an Arsenal.
You would put that down.
That's the win.
Yep, that's on Thursday night.
Yeah.
They've got Portsmouth in the FA Cup. That's an easy one for them. Semi-final against Chelsea in the EFL. Then they're away to Forest. They've got Manchester United. So
Abby, are you trying to tell us you think Arsenal are going to bottle it?
It'll come down. It'll come down to that weekend. It will come.
I'm not looking at those selection of fixtures currently.
It'll come down to that game
When they play at the Etihad.
When they play at the Etihad.
mid-April. It'll come down to that. If
City are close, yes.
Yeah.
If City are close and City get a result there, then it's all on for those last few.
Yeah.
But look, Arsenal have got a good run in.
They've
The
got
last
very
game of the
good run
season
in.
is away at Wolves.
They've already, by the way, also
They got Everton at
they've
home the
already
week
played all
before
their-
that.
They've
Have
already
you seen
played
their
all the
away
hard ones,
fixtures?
Yeah.
What they've already played, their away fixtures. So last season, they go to St James's Park, they lose. This season, they go to St James's Park, they win.
Yeah.
They have played Chelsea away. They've played Liverpool away. Yes, they lost, but they played Liverpool away. What, third game of the season, was it? They've been at Old Trafford. They won. They've already played their tough away games.
Yeah.
And they've at home.
However, it's not always been with Arsenal historically. It's not always been the big games
No,
that
very
they
true.
step up in.
There was,
look at Wolves a couple of weeks ago. If Wolves weren't so stupid and gifted them 3 goals, essentially they've scored 3 goals in a game.
No, Wolves should have took a point
So
from that game.
stupid. They deserved that. Arsenal were terrible. I've seen Arsenal not being good consistently at times, but that's a sign of a good team. That's a sign of a champion, that they manage to grind it out and they get over the line, or they get a bit of luck and it goes their way. I think there's a lot of things to come. Like, I would be probably more inclined to look at a Brighton away fixture for Arsenal and think that that's something they could slip up in, because I've seen them do that in the past.
Especially last season. That was what actually let them down.
Exactly. Or like just, Palace or so. I mean, that's the last game of the season, but there's so many things that can happen. Injuries, obviously massive in terms of keeping them fit. Champions League run, what are they going to prioritise? I think that they probably will prioritise the league over the Champions League.
I think they will.
But there's so many more twists and turns in that.
I think in terms of prioritising, Arsenal have genuinely got 18, 20 really good players to pick from.
They do.
They could easily go game by game, making 3 or 4 changes.
Especially in defence.
And not have a big drop. In most of the positions, it's maybe not a Declan Rice like replacement, obviously, but across the pitch, they're pretty well stacked, aren't they, this season?
However, though, when you look at them without Gabriel and you look at them without Declan Rice, they don't look the same team. In my opinion.
Yeah, because against Villa, Gabriel did not play that game.
Do you know what is actually really important? The EFL Cup, sorry.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do, because
Why?
because I think that, look at how City have used that in the past, and Pep's always spoken about it as a springboard. With Arsenal, when we talk about mentality, it's because they haven't got themselves over the line.
Really good point.
Let's say that they do go and win that. Hopefully they don't, but let's say they do go and win that.
You don't have to keep specifying that every time.
No, I do.
You don't want Arsenal.
I do.
Just to clarify, you don't want Arsenal to win the league, right?
I would rather anything else. Anything else.
I'm glad we got that
anything
sorted,
else.
I
I would rather have to do anything.
And also, by the way, on that cup final, it could be an Arsenal City final.
It could be an Arsenal City final.
I'd be Newcastle away.
Obviously, yeah, of course.
But either way, I think that is...
There's the accent, yeah?
I think that is such an important key thing, actually, when you look at that in terms of mentality. If Arsenal was to get over the line, it can be used as a massive springboard. They've got over the line, and then again, gives you a really nice way to go into the rest of the season. So... Up the Chelsea.
I think Arsenal will make. I think Arsenal will make the final.
They've got Chelsea.
I think they'll beat Chelsea over 2 legs.
They beat.
Well, I think
I was speaking to Arsenal fans, and they were saying the one who they didn't want actually was Newcastle over 2 legs, probably because of what happened last season. But
Hagen to your place, don't they?
Yeah. Although they've already won there this season in the Premier League. To be fair to them, but I think it's a fair point. They could use it as a bit of a springboard.
Lee, the final word for you. I take it you haven't got up because City are playing at the moment, right?
No, we usually have the odds. Yeah, it's in terms of the outright Premier League, Arsenal kind of strengthened at the top of the market, 4-11, which is pretty short, to be fair. It's no 1-3. Man City, as you watch this, 9-4. Then it's 28-1 Aston Villa. There's no point talking about anyone else in this title race. No. It's either Arsenal or it's Manchester City, and it does come down to
9-4. A nice price, Lee.
I still think City. I'm a bit like Abby. I think until a team has proved to me that they can do it, I can't back them at nearly 1-3 to do it. Whereas I know City can do it. I've seen them do it. I know it's a different
City team.
Different team, but they've still got quality players. Shirky's coming into this team. Foden's as good as he has been in recent times. Haaland's just as good as he has been. Big if, Rodri comes back in and solidifies the team a little bit more. So I think they are well capable.
I'll give you Rodri.
If they were 8 points away, if they were 8 points adrift, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough. They're 4 points off if they win this, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but there's a lot of football to be played, and Arsenal could just keep stretching out. You look down the list of fixtures and you think, I'm not sure if they keep at the same level they are now. I'm not sure where they drop that many points, if I'm being honest, because this is probably a bad spell for them at the minute. But City have got to keep winning. City have to win every single game. Dropping points at Sunderland is no good. They have to win every game to really put the pressure on Arsenal. And that is a big ask.
And perhaps one of those big asks is going to be what we're watching right in front of us.
Chelsea have started pretty well. City look to be kind of in about third gear. Chelsea are really snapping at them. I've been watching it the last 15 minutes. Chelsea snapping into challenges. I always worry when Chelsea are like that because the discipline record.
It's terrible.
Before this round, they're the worst disciplined team in the Premier League. They probably still are. I haven't checked it since. But yeah, I like it when Chelsea are like that. I like it when they snap into challenges and they're that high press and they're really pushing, but they're always like that far away from going over the top, aren't they?
It's a shame. So we're on air for another 6 minutes, guys, here on talkSPORT Goals Live and talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on. Yep. You can say no. You can go on for long.
No.
And then if you are watching on YouTube and your smart TVs, Alan Pardew and Majestic going to take over with the final word. They'll keep you across, obviously, this game going on, City-Chelsea, and I'm sure lots of people want to have their say driving home for wherever they have been today in the country. I'm guessing Ruben Amarim's comments are, I think that's going to make all the headlines tomorrow, isn't it? I think when, any manager, let let one of the big kind of 6 managers comes out and gives an interview like that, the press conference like that, it's going to make lots of back pages talking about he wants to be the manager, not the head coach, implying basically. And I think we pretty much understand that there is reading between the lines here, Lee. Not my information, but pretty sensible guesswork. That there's some sort of disagreement clearly now between Ruben Amarim.
Yes.
Nothing gets past me, does it? I love how I said that, like I've figured out what's happened here. like no one else knows that Ruben Amarim is not happy with Wilcox and Barada and co. It's been a long show, Lee. You talk, please.
It's going to be interesting to see what Alan Pardew thinks about it. 'Cause obviously, the man who's been in that, we can talk until we're blue in the face.
He's good.
He's good.
That's why they pay the big bucks.
For a bit, shouldn't we?
But we can talk about it, but we've not been in that situation. And there must have been loads of times when managers of that calibre have been in situations where they don't agree with what the board are doing. They don't agree with if they've got a director of football, whatever is happening. But it's a modern phenomenon that managers come out and speak their minds in front of the media to try and engineer something. That's the interesting thing now.
Yeah.
That was almost like an unwritten rule that you wouldn't do that before.
But the only thing they engineer is the sack, right?
Yeah.
But maybe that's what
Big
they
payoff.
It's actually very clever.
If they get a payoff and they get out of it, and it's like,
Yeah. I kind of rate it.
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to do here at talkSPORT Goals? So when you've had enough, basically, you're just going to go
Engineer.
start slagging off the producer and all the tech ops and stuff, aren't you? Get that payoff and go and do some more. Go to Dubai. Oh, chance for Chelsea! I want to block.
just mishit it.
Was that Esteval? Did he slip as the ball comes across goal? He's a couple of yards out. He gets his shot away and is blocked by a Man City defender. But I think if he slipped as he hit that. But you're absolutely right in your analysis that Chelsea are aware. It's just almost, you think, for Chelsea, they've got an interim manager. It's all
Free
happening.
hit.
Is it basically literally it's a free hit for Chelsea? They've got nothing to lose today, right? Do they? They get turned over 3-0. It's
Doesn't really matter.
They'll shove a manager in place for the next game, and
What
Oh,
ball?
that's a
What
ball.
a ball.
Lovely.
Who
ball.
played that ball?
See, I didn't see it. He's almost off the camera.
Ryan just Foden, hit it, Foden!
Haaland!
Oh, had to pass that.
Haaland!
He had to
Swear
give
it to Haaland!
He had to.
No, it's in my fantasy team. I've shot.
It was that Ruben Diaz. That's really outrageous. 60-yard ping to Reinders on the left-hand
Neither am I,
side.
like 20
He picks out Phil Foden and makes a really, really good run. Phil Foden cuts in on his left foot. I think he's right to shoot there.
I think he's right to shoot.
Yeah, he was. Haaland was marked by the way.
You're right.
I could use to try and dig out young Phil Foden. Bang out of
I just
order.
want whoever's going to put the ball in the back.
To be
of the net.
fair, I'm not going to criticise Phil Foden for any choice on the football pitch. You know what I mean?
Apart from all of last season, maybe.
You're not doing. You're not with us on.
No,
With us
unfortunately not.
Wednesday.
Abby, on
Yes,
Wednesday
darling.
night, by the way,
What have we got?
we have.
Everything.
So there's
8 games,
7:30 and 8:15, so there will be moments where we will have 8 Premier League games on at the same time.
At the same time, that's a lot of brain
the
power.
only night. I mean, you struggle with one game.
I know.
That's
true.
The only night I can think of. What's the only night last season we did more games than that?
Champions League.
Yeah, it's the last round of the Champions League,
Which
so
is coming up as well.
That is coming
That's
up
coming up
as
as
well.
well, isn't
I
it?
love Jordan.
I wonder who we've got with us on Wednesday.
I don't know. I mean, Chelsea are playing, United are playing, City are playing. Oh, I thought Kim was good, by the way, the other week.
Yeah, how was Kim?
Oh, you were good.
No, wasn't. No,
I thought Kim was really
we
good.
really enjoyed
Kim was
it.
great. Kim,
Yeah, young lad,
Kim-
good-looking boy.
yeah.
He spoke really well. I thought it was really, really
Kim's
good.
worked with us quite a few times. We were looking for a City fan and we found one.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, you found a six
At DR, yes, at DR. You're welcome.
Oh, you should come in with that plaster on your forehead, shouldn't you?
Sorry, we're also sponsored by William Hill.
You know what I mean?
Does Lee
we do.
sit in your show?
Lee-
Six
No,
hours?
I haven't worked my way in there yet. Never invited me, to be fair.
We don't. We're a very close group.
It's fine. I can't do any more than that.
However, we did invite
like
Kim.
that?
I've never seen my family.
She loves it, no?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, she loved it.
So 21 gone then in the Man City-Chelsea game. Chelsea well in this game. The best chance of the game falling to Phil Foden. But just before that, Esteval, to be fair, had a shot from distance, from close range, sorry, which was well blocked.
Do you know the last time Kwaku made the comparison between Esteval and a young Cristiano Ronaldo? He ain't done anything.
Esteval's done absolutely nothing
He ain't done anything.
since.
I mean, we watched him try. We watched him against Arsenal.
I'll tell you what game. Yeah,
He was
in that
out of his
Arsenal
depth.
game. It was absolutely horrendous.
He was out of his
He didn't
depth,
do
wasn't he?
anything right. He didn't do anything
It's
right.
almost like he snatched at that one a bit. It's just
not
I mean,
like
look, he's
Kwaku
very
to
young,
make-
by the way.
Also,
Not like Kwaku to come out.
I don't want to mention Kwaku's name on the show ever again.
Okay, thanks.
Why?
No, like he's off. Went to AFCON, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as a
Oh, is that where he is?
Yeah.
I'm 37, isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, is it?
With
And
Tony.
don't worry, don't. And as a mate, I wished him, oh, hey,
I didn't even know he was going.
Working.
it's all about you.
Working.
And then I missed you on Instagram, wishing the best of luck. Have a good one. Black. Honestly,
No,
you know
that's
what?
You have to call him if you want.
I'm not going to call him and wish him good luck.
No, that's how you have to call him.
Oh, but it's a bit rude, mate.
If you want to speak to Quaker, you have to call him.
I didn't want to speak to him. I just want to say good luck. I wanted him to acknowledge it, and he didn't, basically.
I wouldn't do that to you.
No, I know. Anyway. All right, we've got a minute left on the show, then I'll just round up what's happened.
Sam gets upset if I haven't replied within an hour.
Abby, it's
True,
off. That's off the record stuff.
No, not, but.
That was on the
No, it's
Leeds 1, Manchester United 1, Everton 2, Brentford 4. Massive win for Brentford away from home. Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0, Spurs 1, Sunderland 1, Fulham 2, Liverpool 2, Man City 0, Chelsea 0 is the latest score. The highlight in the Championship is after Coventry lose to Birmingham, Middlesbrough put 4 past Southampton and win at home by 4 goals to 0. So we're about to go off air. talkSPORT Goals is going to be back on Wednesday evening. As I mentioned, those 8 big games of football is going to be a good one. If you're watching on talkSPORT's YouTube channel or on your smart TVs, the Final Word Show is coming up next, keeping you across City, Chelsea, and taking your calls on all of the action in the Premier League today. League, thank you. See you next weekend. Oh, no show next weekend. FA Cup weekend, isn't it?
Couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I'll miss you. I'll miss you. Have a great couple.
Should have
of
come
weeks.
down on Wednesday, mate. Really.
I'll see you Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe. Oh no, I'm not here.
Oh, right, cool.
Oh, what are you doing Wednesday? You say?
It's off air. It's just something else.
Abby, thank you. Geordie Jack, thank you. The Final Word Show is up next on talkSPORT's YouTube channel.